Estanse, Kitotamok. Hello, how are you? And all listen. My name is Alexandria Strake, and I'm thrilled to be your MC for Day 2 of FNPA's Indigenous Cleaner Energy Forum. If I can ask you kindly to please take your seats and settle down, as our agenda will begin. Miigwech, thank you very much. I think first and foremost, I'd like to give another round of applause to our Terawatt sponsors, which are Ontario Power Generation, Nutrien, TC Energy, Uplands Energy, SAS Power, the Canadian Nuclear Association, Good Energy Solutions, Vallard, Energy for a Secure Future, Canadian Gas Association, and Indigenous Services Canada. Thank you very much, Terawatt sponsors. I'd also like to tell a story. So when I was a kid, and I think I mentioned my grandpa before, he's my personal hero, and he was quite deaf when I was a child, and when I had singing recitals, he would say, "Alex, make sure you sing loud because grandpa can't hear you in the back." So of course, like me wanting to be a good granddaughter and make sure my grandpa could hear me sing, I would sing very loud. And yesterday, I received feedback from the AV folks here that was, Alex, you don't have to yell into the mic. We can hear you just fine. I was like, oh gosh, okay. But old habits die hard, as he would also say. So thank you so much for joining us on our second day of the First Nations Power Authority Indigenous-led Cleaner Energy Forum. I appreciate you very much. I think I'd like to also thank Elder Joe Kiwazance for his prayers and blessings in the morning, our veterans, Chief Dutch Lara, David Pelche, Tracy Desjardins, Emile Highway, and our dancers, so Mimikwes Achakote, which is the daughter of Rebecca Achakote, one of our membership manager at FNPA, as well as Aurora Ben. And also I'd like to I would like to thank our drummers from Iron Nation and YB Nakota and Eli Goslin Rattlesnake for their incredible performances and bringing their authentic selves here yesterday. So yesterday, FNPA also had the privilege of hosting our Chairman's Gala and Awards banquet by Albert DeRoche, our board member, was our quite hilarious MC. I do not shine a candle to his sense of humor, honestly. And I just wanted to recognize the incredible contributions of our award winners to this community. So our winner in youth leadership is Nathan Kay, who we will be hearing from today on the Clean Energy Education panel. Our community energy champion was Jacob Sinclair, I believe COO of George Gordon Developments. Our Innovation in Clean Tech Community Award goes to Cold Lake with Heather Bishop's leadership. Indigenous Allyship was Corey Simmerd of Explore. And I just want to also tell a quick story about Corey. He's a young, non-Indigenous man from Grimshaw, Alberta, and he spent the last, I think, 10 years of his life and business devoted to enabling Indigenous partnerships. They are a pipeline integrity company, so they monitor the safety of pipelines. They have no legal obligation to do Indigenous engagement, work with community, and on their own dime and time, I'm going to potentially butcher this story, but we're the underwriter for a massive housing development, nothing to do with pipelines, for the Lubicon Band. And built an incredible relationship there just because they saw a need and then they took action. And they have their own reconciliation action plan. So Explore Inc. And Corey Simmerd's leadership are very meaningful. He couldn't be here as they had a very tragic loss in their company one day before the forum. But I did want to acknowledge Explore Inc. and Corey Simmerd's incredible contributions to this community. And then finally, the Indigenous Allyship Award from CanREA, the Canadian Renewable Energy Association. And of course, Hudson's Bay Company. So they donated 10 laptops in FNPA through collaboration with Suncor. And Guy's leadership through the University of Saskatchewan has developed a sustainability master's, all remote, that is specifically tailored to Indigenous people. And so those winners will have the opportunity to nominate 2 individuals to attend that master's in sustainability. Yeah, another round of applause, please, for those award winners. Thank you. All right. Want to make a few remarks about the day yesterday and then invite Guy Lonechild, our CEO, to share what we will do with what we heard. I know FNPA, I don't know if you can tell or had a chance to meet me, I am a woman of action and I love working with FNPA because the organization is an organization of action. So in the morning we heard from Chief Judy Desjardins, and I think one of the quotes I heard many people in this room repeat back to me when I was socializing last night was when the BC OGC, so the BC Oil and Gas Commission, came back and said, oh, we want to work with you, we want to develop a co-management agreement, but can you change this, 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 and this? And her response was, we can wait another 100 years, no. And I thought that was just so impactful for how when FNPA works with the communities that we serve, we often hear of the concessions that communities have made, that Indigenous businesses have made. And Chief Judy Desjardins' leadership shows that you don't necessarily need to do that. In fact, you may have a completely different outcome by standing your ground and holding up your values. And I thought that was just such a powerful message from her. And following, we were able to hear from other fantastic leaders on equity participation and how traditional knowledge is just so incredibly important to incorporate in project development. We also heard on the incredible importance of looking at Turtle Island as a whole, not necessarily by treaty or by province or by even country, and by through international collaboration, what that can mean for energy security, and it's not just one or the other, and that we do have allies that come from all over the continent to meet, collaborate, and connect and build those relationships. And then I think I mentioned this yesterday, but just seeing two of our Crown Corporation giants here and spend the afternoon with us, see Minister Don Morgan spend also an afternoon with us, is not necessarily something you always see at an Indigenous-led event. And I think to me a big theme in that was the servant leadership that we see a lot of the non-Indigenous allies bringing to the table. And of course, one of my favorite celebrities, Heather Bishop from Cold Lake, and the panel that John Desjardins had moderated yesterday, just speaking to the creative ways that we can collaborate and build relationships. And I think the reason I work in this sector and field is because you can dream and do it. And that's what I think folks like Heather and like organizations like TCE are trying to do, is have a dream of how to make something better and then just go try and do it. You don't need to have a perfect plan necessarily. So with that, I'd like to invite Guy Lonechild just to speak a little bit to what we as an organization at FNPA, some of our industry allies that are here and community members that are here. Like, I had such a fantastic opportunity to meet some members of the Lac La Ronge band yesterday and just chat with them on their energy vision. And so yeah, I'd like to invite Guy Lonechild just to speak on what we're gonna do from a policy perspective to enable the people in this room to develop cleaner energy projects. Thank you. Guy?
Morning. Tansi, good morning. Mananto. To all of you this morning, I hope you all had a good rest last night and enjoyed last evening's banquet and awards ceremony. And quite frankly, if we could give out awards to each and every one of you, we would, certainly. This event keeps getting bigger and better each and every year, and wouldn't be possible without each one of you in terms of the enthusiasts you are in creating new opportunities for not just your own companies, but also to the willingness to partner with Indigenous communities. And so last evening's celebration was all about that. It's about pursuing energy sovereignty, energy security. It's about daring to dream, having a vision, And what does that vision look like? I was asked this morning in the breakfast meeting when I was meeting with one of the technology providers this morning, where's FNPA going to be in 5 years from now? Well, in 5 years from now, what I envision and what we hopefully all envision together is the democratization of energy. We'll continue to see community solar projects where First Nations and non-Indigenous communities, Métis and rural municipalities. Urban and I are going to meet with the Saskatchewan Association of Rural Municipalities in August. So that's an open invite to partner with CanRIA and others to start to dream that dream about turning energy sovereignty into a reality for Indigenous communities, because we know that the rising costs of electricity, they're not going down. We need to find better, more cheaper alternative ways to provide power to our communities. And technology has been gifted to us to do just that, to harness Mother Earth's and Father Sun's power through solar, through wind, through geothermal. And there are a lot of innovative projects that are happening and going on around the country. We heard from the First Nations Major Projects Coalition that they're seeking capital for geothermal projects in the province of British Columbia. We've seen the things that are happening with the studies and reports that are going on from the BC Utilities Commission about developing First Nations utilities on reserve in that province. Just in this last week or so, we've had an opportunity to look at developing potentially 10 new pilot projects in the province of Ontario to develop micro-utilities. And so that's an opportunity for us to deploy right here in Saskatchewan, in Alberta, in terms of developing microgrids and the establishment of pilot projects that we could advance to Sask Power. So where will we be in 25 years? In 25 or 27 years from now, we have this goal, this vision of net zero by 2050. And we know that by 2050, a lot has to happen in terms of decarbonizing the industrial sector, the transportation sector, the agricultural sector, and of course the electricity sector. And we're well on our way in the electricity sector to decarbonize much of our electricity grid in Canada. And so we heard, I think, from new technology providers, and we'll continue to hear from them this afternoon, about what the potential for small modular reactor technology can provide, micro-modular reactor technology for northern communities in Canada, and hydrogen, and what does hydrogen look like in terms of replacing fossil fuels. Where will we take this conversation? Alexandria asks. And I'll just say this, that Alexandria and our team have led a policy conversation with ECCC. So ECCC is Environment and Climate Change Canada. And the Minister of Natural Resources and others and other key policy developers are looking at establishing frameworks with provincial governments. And our provincial government in Saskatchewan, for example, has been a bit reluctant to come to the table. But what we do need is your support and leadership and advocacy to start convening these tables and having these nation-to-nation discussions. And I know the province is not a nation, but when they start drawing a line in the sand in terms of these resources, those are nation-to-nation type discussions that really exclude First Nations people. And so it is really, really unfair when we have two other levels of government talking about lands and resources, energy security, the ability to provide power for their citizens. But when we're kind of left out of the conversation, it really, really stings, if I might be just so informal, to my heart, that the most vulnerable people in Canada that are dealing with energy insecurity in unfathomable conditions energy, food, and water security, that we can't advance a conversation on a nation-to-nation basis. So that's why when Billy Morin was talking about having discussions about going to Ottawa together with provinces and First Nations, is that the way forward? So where will we take this? We're listening to you about energy security. What does that mean in terms of economic opportunity? What does that mean for economic reconciliation? And what does that mean for the conversations moving forward? FNPA, we do want to be an organization of action, right? Right? We're not just here to talk, right? We're not here just to talk, Alex. And so in the next few weeks, in the next few months, we will be convening meetings and discussions with the federal government in a very meaningful dialogue. We did do some papers. We've advanced some papers to ECCC. And we do need to invest valuable money into Indigenous projects. And Indigenous equity participation, I think, is one of the key things I want to talk to Minister Morgan about. He was here yesterday. Those are some of the things we need to see. We don't have First Nations here over the last couple of days just because they want to be here. They actually want to own green energy projects. I'll stop there. I am a little bit tired, if you haven't noticed, and a little bit sick, but I'm here. I do look forward to today's discussion. We're going to have some interesting conversations. A good friend of mine, Lyle Daniels, is here. He's going to be moderating the Reconciliation and Action. Reconciliation is going to be also about, and I'll just close off on this, it's going to be about where the paychecks go. And in his work with the Alberta Building Trades, this energy transition is going to be about where the paychecks go, where these new and clean and sustainable jobs are going to be into the future. That's what drives a national economy. That's what drives decision makers in Ottawa, in Regina, in Edmonton, in Victoria. And so we need to get that right. That's a key component to advancing economic reconciliation also. And so we're going to hear about access to capital programs. My good friend Ernie Daniels has also made it. I think I talked to him this morning. And it's about advancing opportunities for low-cost capital for these energy projects that I really want First Nations in this room to take advantage of. If you haven't signed up with the FNPA and tried to qualify for them or with them, with the First Nations Financial Management Board, I invite you to do so. There are other capital providers in the room. I think I saw the First Nations Bank of Canada here somewhere. Booker, there you are. Yeah, so they've been very, very helpful with us in some of our initial 10 megawatt projects, so thank you very much for that as well, and they're open for business. And so we'll hear from a good panel of capital providers as well this afternoon. So Alex, I'll stop there and just, again, thanks very much for the opportunity. It's such a blessing for me to have my dad here. I know my dad, and maybe if you want to stand up. My dad is still dancing powwow, and it's good to see at 70 years old. Still, he's in better shape than I am. And my good friend Joe Cuazance, as well, if you want to just stand to be recognized as well. Joe's our resident elder for the First Nations Power Authority. And his lovely wife Vera, thanks very much for the medicine this morning. It's always good medicine for us. Oh, yes, thank you. So the lady said, I can't remember her name, so I'm sorry. But thank you for the tea. I really do appreciate it. It's always good medicine to raise each other up, raise young people up, and that's what we did last night. And so we hope to do much more of that through our education partnerships that we do have. So you've got some really exciting guests here. Shannon, as well, is going to jump on the stage. I really do admire the work she's doing and the advocacy work that we're going to support moving forward. And yeah, the floor is back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guy, for sharing your thoughts and your leadership on how FNPA will take what we've heard and learned, and ideally, with the community member partners and industry partners in this room, please do reach out to us. Truly, if you want to work together on projects, on our advocacy, we are here and listening. So, another group of individuals I wanted to recognize was the folks in the back that have been working tirelessly to make sure things run smoothly for registration and kind of keeping that house in order. So I wanted to thank, let me get my list here. So we had Sylvester Murray, Caitlin Ironstar, Morgan Poole, Josie Ward, who I've seen here every morning, and I think yesterday she had to duck out early to go to a class, but we'll forgive her this time. Ronelda Robilliard, as well as Nathan and Abriana, who have been working tirelessly. So a round of applause for them. Thank you. And if you see them, please thank them for their efforts with us today. So I'd like to talk about what's next on our agenda and just kind of frame out what that discussion might look like. So Guy mentioned we have Shannon Joseph from Energy for a Secure Future. I won't do her introduction for her, but she's been a fantastic ally to FNPA over the last year and has worked very closely with Chief Crystal Smith, John Desjardins in the room, and we'll hear a little bit from them in a moment. We have our Reconciliation and Action panel. So this is what is actually happening? What actions are actually being taken today to make this conversation not a conversation, but a reality? Followed, we'll have our Reconciliation, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. So FNPA heard from our board that there are not enough Indigenous women in leadership, frankly, especially in the business world, in the finance world. And what can FNPA do to change that? So we brought in leaders who have made changes, perhaps not necessarily always in the Indigenous arena, but leaders who hopefully we can learn from and take example after. We have our Indigenous Clean Energy Finance. So how will we build on reserve electricity sources, heating sources, microgrids? Like, what does this actually mean in practice? Then following our Indigenous leadership in carbon capture, utilization, and storage. And I think, from what I've heard, CCUS, carbon capture, utilization, and storage, there's so many ways we can do this. Very little of it is Indigenous-led. In fact, arguably almost none. And I think it's time that changes. So hopefully that frames out what we have to look forward to. And I'd like to invite Shannon Joseph up to give a few remarks before her fireside chat with local celebrity, John Desjardins. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here in Saskatoon in Treaty 6. I'm the chair of Energy for a Secure Future, which you'll hear more about over the next few minutes, but I'll say quickly that it's an initiative that brings together Indigenous leaders, farmers, labor leaders, executives from various industries into a new conversation on the future of energy in Canada. And we're really looking at answering two big questions. One, how will Canada approach the transformation of our domestic energy systems to make sure that we preserve the things that we all value, like energy affordability, reliability, environmental performance, the growth of opportunity for everyone, and ensuring those things are preserved and enhanced. And then what role will Canada play in supporting our allies around the world with energy? Are we going to enable them to reduce their dependence on hostile actors and significantly to reduce their GHG emissions? And in a lot of our work, we talk about how all of this connects to reconciliation. Our advisory council has a number of Indigenous leaders, some of whom you saw yesterday, including Crystal Smith and Billy Morin Annette Lone Child, and my soul Joe of the Mi'kmaq Nation in Newfoundland. And I'd like to kick things off with a new video that we produced of an interview with Crystal Smith, which was released on Indigenous Peoples Day last week. So, gentlemen in the control booth, please press play. Tell us a bit about the Haisla Nation, where you're from. Tell us about the community.
So Haisla Nation, we have about 2,000 band members, continuously growing. We are at the head of the Douglas Channel in northern British Columbia.
A lot of Canadians might not know this, but your nation has been very involved in the biggest infrastructure project in Canada, which is LNG Canada. Can you talk a little bit about how that happened?
The project started out with Shell coming into our territory, introducing themselves. At the time, we had our chief counselor, Alice Ross, who started the beginning stages of what that relationship was going to look like.
Now, I read things from Alice Ross. At first, he wasn't sure what he even thought about LNG. And I would imagine that was the case as well in the community. Like, what is this LNG thing?
When it came to any decisions that were being made around economic development, we had many proponents come to the nation at the time, bringing different commodities, potash, coal, LNG. And at that time, taking into consideration all the impacts, LNG had seemed to be the most environmentally acceptable commodity yet. So our council, being essentially led by Ellis, started doing their research. And when we weighed the pros and cons of all the proposals that were coming to our territory, it was the most accepted by our people.
What were you able to kind of put into the LNG Canada project to make it of value for your community?
What I'm seeing today is a very low unemployment rate. Whether our membership are accessing the employment opportunities on site, or they're accessing higher education through the revenues that we've been able to generate to the community.
How did it set the stage for Cedar LNG?
So Cedar LNG is a majority-owned floating facility that's proposed for a territory that's majority-owned by the Haisla Nation in partnership with Pembina. Through our negotiations for our commercial agreements that we have with LNG Canada, our visionaries at the time were successful in negotiating 400 MMCF of capacity off the Coastal GasLink project that would essentially feed a facility that was owned by the nation. So when LNG Canada announced their positive final investment decision, Cedar became a reality to our nation to work towards.
What do you think makes Cedar a project that is very reflective of Haisla values?
We chose technologies that would have less impact on environmentally. We chose a floating facility that would have less impact on the land. We chose air cool versus water cool, and we wouldn't budge on the fact that we wanted this project to have less impact.
Korea, Japan are countries with climate change commitments, just like Canada. Why do they want to buy our gas?
Cedar LNG will be the cleanest LNG being produced here in BC and in Canada. And to help them hit their targets is by burning our LNG in the facilities that they have, whether it's for heating homes or powering the facilities that they have in their countries.
And I guess that's a good segue into the First Nations Climate Initiative. Can you tell me a bit about that?
The First Nations Climate Initiative is a collective of First Nations communities that felt that it was necessary for us to become a part of the climate solutions. And as Indigenous, growing up with our culture, we were always taught to take care of our land, our territories, our trap lines. But when we think about it in a global context, it's becoming a part of solutions that are helping other countries essentially reduce their emissions that impact us globally.
Haisla has a project but there are nations involved in other aspects of the supply chain leading there. Can you talk a little about that?
There are so many nations that we've been fortunate enough to build relationships through these projects, that we're going through our own reconciliation process, and we've been able to form alliances that take care of all the social aspects that our people endure.
What do the rest of Canada need to know about what's going on here?
For the first time, our communities are becoming self-reliant. We're able to become a part of solutions, lifting our people out of poverty. Through these projects, we're investing in our culture, we're investing in our language, but most importantly, we're investing in our people of today and our future generations. And to be able to witness it today is absolutely tremendous.
All right. So I wish, that video is 5 minutes long, and I wish we could have shown some of the other things we talked to her about, because I think some of the most powerful things that she has spoken about in the work that we've done is around how the partnership with LNG Canada created the road for the ownership of Cedar, and she talked about that here, but then how that created the pathway for the preservation of their culture, for the recovery of the Haisla language, and she talks about her twin sister, who both she and her did not know their language, recovering it, teaching their grandsons. It's a really powerful story of, that I think should be inspiring for everyone in the world. And so there you go. I'm just going to put up some of the slides that I wanted to walk through today. So that's Energy for a Secure Future. And part of what we're trying to do is really humanize the energy conversation also, and take it out of the people who either build energy projects or whatever else, and really connect it back to why is energy important. And fundamentally, it's important because of the difference these things can make for people when they're done well. This is the whole advisory council and some of the organizations that are part of our initiative, including First Nations Power Authority, but the Indian Resource Council as well, First Nations LNG Alliance, and Indigenous Resource Network, who now, yes, their logo's there as well. And those are just some of the Indigenous organizations that have been part of our project. And I guess, to continue, I'll start with this slide. And these are images from meetings that we had in April of this year, where a group of Indigenous leaders from our advisory council came to Ottawa to meet the diplomatic community. So we met with countries from the G20, which is going to be meeting in September, from the G7, which had been having a huge build-up to their meeting in Hiroshima, Japan, to talk about what are we going to do about energy and energy security. So we met with on the G20 side, the ambassador of India, the ambassador of Poland. On the G7 side, the ambassador of the United States, the ambassador of Japan, and the deputy heads of mission for Germany, Italy, France, and others. And the message to these countries, and you can see some of the leaders here, was one, we are ready to come to your aid with energy solutions that are going to lower your emissions and that are going to enhance your energy security. And as First Nations, we are ready to partner with you. And this was a breath of fresh air to those countries, all of whom are still trying to solve their energy security problem. Italy and others in Europe, Japan, India, and others in Asia are still buying energy from Russia because they don't have alternatives. They are still dealing with affordability issues. Most of those countries are subsidizing energy at the household level to significant amounts because people just can't afford to eat and have the energy they need in countries like the UK and others. And some of those programs are backing off now, but they were very critical only a month or so ago. And all of these countries are still trying to reduce their emissions, and in 2022, they all increased their emissions. When Germany couldn't get Russian gas, they burned coal. When Italy couldn't get gas, they burned coal. And India burned more coal, and so did everybody else. And in 2022, planet Earth burned more coal than ever in the history of the planet. And so when we get energy policy wrong, when we forget that along with environmental performance, we have to get affordability right, we have to get geopolitics right. If we don't get them all right, things mess up. People don't have the things they need. And that's been the lesson over the last 20 months from looking at these places. There are a lot of things that can be out of control, and all of those should serve as lessons for us in Canada. And with Indigenous people playing a greater role than ever before in these energy projects, as proponents, as in the case of Cedar, as owners, as in multiple nations around the Coastal GasLink pipeline, as business partners in a number of these projects, as regulators, as the Squamish had been in wood fiber LNG, we know that the answer to these questions about how are we going to solve these things are all linked to reconciliation. Energy for a Secure Future's first paper was called Ownership and Beyond, How Indigenous Peoples Are Shaping a More Secure Future. And in it, we talked about the range of partnerships that have been formed across the upstream, midstream, and downstream gas sectors, and how this work was positioning Indigenous nations, Canada, and our allies around the world for a more secure future. And many of the leaders that we saw yesterday, Chief Judy Desjardins, Chief Billy Morin, and others were interviewed as part of this research, talking about what their aspirations were for their nations. Why are they involved in these projects? What does the world need to know? And our most recent paper came out Monday of last week, and it's called Canada's LNG Opportunity, a value proposition worth celebrating. And this paper goes further, talking about why many nations and why Canada as a whole should support exporting our liquefied natural gas. And this is a quote from Crystal Smith in our second report. She's also interviewed in our first report. Our communities are not separate from the world. What happens in Asia or Europe affects us. And projects like Cedar LNG can offer a global emissions reduction solution. And this will create positive benefits for the world and for our communities. We know that there's a huge climate benefit to be had from Canada getting our LNG to market. In a recent report from the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, they highlighted, and this is with IHS data, that if 20% of Asia's coal-fired power, so we were looking at China, India, Indonesia, was switched to natural gas, it would represent 680 megatons annually in absolute emission reductions. And this is more than all of Canada's emissions. And this is why projects like Cedar, like wood fiber, like LNG Canada, like Silism, which Inishka are working on in northern BC, can help deliver on the environment, and Indigenous people are leading these projects. And that is a story the world needs to know, and that these leaders are telling, and that's why they chose to get involved in the project. So I guess to close off, I don't know what's coming after this, okay. To close off, I just want to express my immense gratitude for the involvement of the many Indigenous leaders who are part of this project, including, and organizations, including First Nations Power Authority, and the work that Energy for a Secure Future is doing. Because these leaders and these organizations are telling their story, telling this story, and they're bringing energy solutions to Canada, they're bringing energy solutions to the world, and this is vitally important for the way we can all move forward. So thank you very much. Okay, great. So now I would like to welcome John Desjardins to say a few words.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Shannon, for your remarks. If you just want to stay on stage for a moment, FNPA would like to present you with a gift for being our ally and speaking with us today. So thank you, Shannon.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, and please welcome John Desjardins to say a few words on the subject as well.
For sure. Did I plan to be up here? No. Did I hesitate? No. It's a chance to speak to the good work that's being done and then speak to our participation in this project as well too. And the opportunity to talk about the Indigenous Resource Network, absolutely. And so I have the honor of leading the Indigenous Resource Network right now, which represents Indigenous workers' businesses in this space. We got involved with the organization that Shannon talked about because we believed in being practical, pragmatic, solutioning, being objective, not positioning, not posturing, being apolitical, nonpartisan, to really drive good solutions forward. And so a lot of the things that Shannon said resonated with our group as well. So we were eager to participate. So the IRN, we want to see resource development, but we want to see good resource development. We want to see resource development that equitably involves Indigenous people in that process. We heard yesterday about partnership, about what good partnership looks like, about treating Indigenous people with dignity and respect, and then seeing them not as a stakeholder, but as a meaningful participant, as a value-add participant in that process. And so we certainly got involved in that project. I had the honor of joining Shannon and the others as well too, in speaking with the different diplomats, and spending time with Crystal Smith, which was amazing, because she eloquently discusses, what does that mean, not just from kind of a fiscal perspective, but she talks about project involvement and ownership and development, and she speaks to its socioeconomic impact. She talks about self-determination. What are they able to do with those resources as partners? And it's inspiring, and we see elements and pockets of that happening, and we want to see more of that in terms of culture preservation, language preservation, revitalization. And so I like to say that Indigenous people can self-determine and drive far better socioeconomic outcomes through control of the programming, the infrastructure, and we're seeing that. We're seeing that in our community. We see it in Saskatchewan. It's exciting. When there's no paternalism, when Indigenous people are equitably involved, there's a greater impact. There's a greater outcome. Indigenous people are happier, healthier, engaged, and so that's a reflection of that partnership. So. I didn't have much time. I'm hoping that resonates and says something and fill a little gap that was there. And then thanks for having me. Is it another gift? Do I get another gift?
My presence is your gift, Sean. Or John, just kidding. Just kidding. We would be so gracious to offer you another gift, should you choose. Have two. All right. So I wanted to also make a small amendment to the agenda. So we will not be taking a break, and we will be going right into our reconciliation and action panel. So to moderate our panel is Lyle Daniels, I think a long time, woohoo! I had the pleasure of meeting Lyle when he came into FNPA to just share some words of wisdom, and the word educate can be a little paternalistic, but we'll say educate, because that's what it was, honestly. Some nuclear executives that had come in to learn about Indigenous engagement, and these are folks who had never seen any level of Indigenous engagement in their lives. And Lyle came in and foundationally changed the perspectives of these two nuclear executives. And I found just his storytelling, his ability to relate, even though he's like this incredibly well-known, admired leader, and just his ability to relate was incredible. So please, and I guess I'll also announce his official title, because that's also important. He's the Community and Indigenous Director for the Building Trades of Alberta and National Chair of the National Indigenous Diabetes Association. And he truly has a gift for storytelling. So please join me in welcoming Lyle Daniels. So joining me on stage is Jennifer Tidmarsh. Perfect, excellent. I thought I saw you earlier. So Jennifer is the Vice President of Indigenous Relations and Partnerships at OPG, Ontario Power Generation. She's a rich history in the province of Ontario, supporting skills and labor. And I think most notably and of importance to the folks in this room, she led the East-West Tie Project with 6 First Nations communities as equity partners. Thank you, Jennifer. Why not? We're here now. Joining Jennifer, we have Chris Lefebvre. Chris is a band member of the Matagami First Nation and splits his time between Treaty 13 and Treaty 9. Chris is also an old friend of mine and colleague of an FNPA board member, Thalia Aspelay. And Chris is formerly the head of business development for the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation and is principal at Bawadin Consulting. Joining Chris, we have Jordan Keim, the Senior Manager, External Relations and Indigenous Relations for JGC One Fleur joint venture, the prime contractor for the LNG Canada project. And I've heard testimonies many times from Indigenous leadership on the strength of Fleur's ethical practices, and I'm very pleased to have you join us today, Jordan. So please join me in welcoming the panelists. Oh, a little more dyslexic this morning. Did you want to say a few words? Yeah, please do.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Guy Lonechild, for allowing me to be here with everyone. Thank you for the elders who gave some guidance. I take great pride in, when it comes to my culture, traditions, and ceremonies, I'm like the equivalent of being in kindergarten. So even though I'm 59 years of age, always remember that just because I turned 60 doesn't automatically I transform into an elder. It's something that the community bestows upon you, and it's what you bring back to the community that ensures that the community sees you in a good light. And I don't like the idea of turning 60, but at the same time, I'm also feeling pretty darn good about how I am balance-wise. So I'm honored to be here. And of course, now Jennifer told me or reminded me that I like to tell stories. There's two stories, short stories I want to tell you. I'm born and raised in Regina. The place where people just drive through to go to Alberta or to Ontario. So yeah, exactly. I'm very proud of that, mainly because my mother went to residential school. She was beaten by a nun, put in a coma for 9 months, and so lost her language. And actually, what she was doing at the time was she was teaching another woman the English language because she was good at English. And she got beaten for that. And unfortunately, my father, at the age of 43, drank himself to death. And so the commonalities of who we are as Indigenous people, I take great pride in my education. It's not a master's degree. It's I've never been and never will be a doctor in going to school because I don't have the time, or I just don't have the patience to go to school like so many people. So I do have letters after my name, though, and it's very, very simple, and that's Helper. And one of the things that I take great pride in is ensuring not only do we need a great big corporate world of Indigenous people, of women, of Indigenous women, strong people that being a part of your organizations. I think every single day about the people that are in our communities, the people that are on the streets, people that are in the inner cities of our major centers, and we got to think about what we need to do to help them and what we need to do to guide them. So when it comes to our big corporate world that we have here, and it's awesome. I take great pride in meeting new people and meeting an opportunity for us to get together to solve the world's problems. But when it comes to reconciliation, my reconciliation plan is through education. And even though I'm not an educator, I'm not in the mainstream non-Indigenous world of having an education. My best education I got was from the great late Jim Sinclair from many years ago, who I was able to grow up with, and he took me under his wing when my parents were struggling and my father wasn't around. He became that father figure to me, and I cherish now the knowledge I received from him, because it gave me the knowledge of helping, and he gave me the incredible amount of dedication and commitment that I need to have towards helping our people. Now, saying that, let's get to the two stories. Now, I'm glad that the first session started and went a shorter time, because we're supposed to go at 11 o'clock, and I wanted to spend a little bit of time here telling you a couple of stories. First story, we're in Saskatoon. Any of you remember in the 90s the Stone Child inquiry? And what happened there? The police service were in the process of trying to reconcile themselves with what they need to do to be closely respectful to the Indigenous people. And I think we've come a long way in Saskatoon, and I'm really proud of that. But after the Neil Stonechild inquiry, one of the recommendations that came through that was that every single police officer needed to have Indigenous awareness training. Every single one of you corporations need to do that to get a better understanding of who you are and who we are, so that you can start a reconciliation plan. To me, that should be number one, that we all gain some education on Indigenous people. So one of the recommendations was to ensure that we have, that every police officer goes through Indigenous awareness training. I was one of the lucky trainers that spent time training over 300 police officers in the city of Saskatoon at the time. This was in the 90s. And it was really interesting, mainly because I found we always have that bad taste when it comes to police officers. We always have that uncertainty as to how to interact with them. But I'll tell you, nobody likes to be painted with the same brush, with something that happened in a negative light. And that's what happened back in the 90s when the police officers were being investigated and so forth. All the police officers were painted with the same brush. But when I started to do some Indigenous awareness training for them, I began to realize that there's some incredible people that are police officers. They're helpers as well. They are risking their life every single day for the betterment of peace and protection of our people. But our way of looking at police officers, you guys ever drive a car and you look in your rearview mirror and you see a police officer behind you? What automatically happens? You're 15, when you turn 15 in 6 months, all your driver training come instantly back to you. You put your hands at 10 and 2 o'clock. You're fixing the rear view mirrors. You're kind of, instead of kind of just lounging around driving, you're doing what you're taught, and it automatically comes back because of fear, and what that vehicle said to you. Fast forward a couple of years after. I'm sitting having a visit with my good friend Graham Murdoch with Phoenix Dry Cleaning, just outside in Sutherland, and the Urban Reserve out in Sutherland, and we're at a picnic table, and we were the police were coming there to investigate a break-in that happened next door to the dry cleaner, and the first thing I thought about, the police officer pulled them, no matter what, even though I spent a great deal of time talking and training a good number of them, I still get that uneasy feeling, no matter what. So the police officer comes up, but they both get out of the vehicle, and they come over to us. There's 3 of us having a little visit on the picnic table there. And right away, I get my guard up. Here's a story that everybody should know, and if not, you will know. Never get cheeky to a police officer if you have an outstanding parking ticket or an outstanding speeding ticket. I learned that when I was really young, because I parked backwards, and I stopped at my brother's for a quick, came out, and the police were there. I said, "What?" I go up there, "What the hell are you guys doing?" And then all they did was, "Can you come here?" And I went over there, and "What's your name?" Well, I had an outstanding parking ticket. They threw me in the back, and they sent me to jail. But that was a valuable learning for me, because after that, I never got cheeky to another police officer unless I knew I didn't have any outstanding tickets with me. Going back to my other story, so the police officers come, and they come walking over to us. And right away, we all get our guard up, like, what the hell are you guys coming over here for? And they come over here, and actually the one police officer comes up to me. He opens up, he holds out his hand, shakes my hand. He goes, "You're Lyle Daniels." I said, "Yeah." By the way, there was this other Lyle Daniels in Saskatoon, was a real bad guy. And you know what? he caused me so much pain because the police officers always came to my house where this apparent bad Lyle Daniels came, knocking on the door. It even got to the point where they were looking for this Lyle Daniels for so long that I would open the door. Oh, geez, we got the long Lyle Daniels again. So that's another story. But the police officer came over to me, and he goes, "You're Lyle Daniels," and he came in and shook my hand, and he said, "You taught us in Indigenous awareness training with the police service. I wanted to let you know. I learned so much from that, and it helped me become a better police officer. I just want to say thank you." That's the type of thing, and that's the reason why we need to do this type of training for your corporations. Now, we also look at the corporate world, but you have an opportunity when it comes to clean energy, when it comes to everything we need to do as a major company. You have the responsibility to ensure that you become allies of Indigenous people. And the best way to do that is, again, start off with that Indigenous awareness training, start to understand. What I like about whenever I do Indigenous awareness training, I train people to start, when they go through the TV guide, they don't bypass APTN, they actually look at it and they spend a little bit of time, because then they get it. Because some of the things I teach them help them to understand what's in our world, and they become more aware of news articles on residential school, everything that's happened Indigenous-wise throughout Canada. They become more aware as to what's happening. And that's really important. That's really important. Now, my second story I wanted to tell you, because it has a lot to do with how we need to develop our communities. I love the fact, I still don't know to this day who gave me the title of Community and Indigenous Director for the Building Trades of Alberta, but I'm grateful that they did, because I sometimes don't like the corporate world because it's too far away from our members that are struggling, because we have that responsibility, but there's a purpose for us to be together. But what do we need to do to help the people living on reserves right now, living in our communities? Because right now, a lot of our young people, they don't want to leave the communities. So how can we train them? How can we give them opportunities to be whatever they want to be, but stay potentially in their community? Now, I work for the Building Trades of Alberta. Our 16 construction trades in Alberta, we give our young people an opportunity to become apprentices. Now, the second story I want to tell you before I move it over to the panel is we need to, like there was a windmill being built, a number of them being built in southern Alberta. And this was during COVID. And our young people, they were so proud about having our Indigenous people working for this company, but they only paid them like $12 an hour. And they had to drive almost 45 minutes. So in many cases, their money went towards just simple gas and getting to work, but they still made it. My attitude when it comes to you as the corporate world, develop opportunities for our people, but not only in the urban centers, but think about what you can do to help the community members, because they're still under the arm of Indigenous Services Canada, and they're still having that paternalistic environment that keeps them down there. But when we look at look at all the names that are sponsors here. We have people that are caterers. We have people who are cleaners. We have people who are potentially in university. All of those people make up who we are as Indigenous people, not only off reserve but on reserve. We just need to give our young people in the communities a little bit of hope. And if you go to their chief and council meetings, spend the time to figure out how you can help their community members. So that's why I love being the community Indigenous director. When I go to a community in Alberta, I spend the time talking to them about. I want to make sure that we provide training for your young people. I want them to be iron workers. I want them to be electricians. I want them to be pipe fitters. And there needs to be some opportunities that we need to do that community development. Here's one simple way that we can do this. And if there's chiefs and if there's leadership in this room, awesome, because you need to hear this. We are told by Indigenous Services Canada that we need to have, when our water treatment plant, we have to have, we're having so much issues with water throughout Canada in our communities, proper drinking water, boil water advisories all over the place, has to do with the fact that somebody is telling us how we need to look after our water. We've been here for thousands and thousands of years, and we know how to look after our water. We just need to be given that opportunity to do that. And one simple way is to tell ISC, and I apologize if they're big funders here, but I get on that every once in a while, because we need, as leadership, we need to take the opportunity to not be told how to manage our water, but we need to come up with a plan ourselves and come up with a real keen understanding of what we need to do that. And to me, it's a simple thing. So ISC has this training program where all of our community members go and take this training to become water operators, whatever their title is. But you know what? It's nothing but a piece of paper that doesn't get them anywhere. And there's so much turnover at the water treatment plant in our communities that we have a hard time having an opportunity to have that clean water. To me, what they should be is pipe fitters, plumbers and pipe fitters. That's who should be running the water treatment plants. Because you know what? Once you become journey people on reserve, you're trained and you're certified to do the work of looking at our water. And not only that, you train local young people an opportunity to be plumbers and pipe fitters as well. And then you build on the infrastructure of getting that water by piping to every single house in that community. And that's a simple way to solve that. But you know what? We always follow the way of ISC, and we're always told. But I'm telling you, leaders need to take this opportunity on to build within the community and start looking at our community members to have a long-term awesome career in the construction trades, but stay home and be able to do that. And so that's the way we need to change the way we do business. To me, that's also reconciliation. What's your reconciliation plan for your organization? What can you do to ensure that you develop opportunities for not only off-reserve people, which tends to happen more often than not, but what can we do to ensure that it happens at the community level? And I love my job. I love the opportunity to go spend talking time with the young people. And give me a few minutes with some young people. I can get them thinking about their career and what they need to do. And that's what we need to do in the future. And so with that, I want to, she took all the notes, so I can't remember the name here. Oh, okay, perfect. Okay. Now I'm supposed to moderate. So we have some awesome people here as part of this panel, and I appreciate the patience you guys had listening to me. But I want each one to introduce themselves. I didn't want to read out their bio. I wanted them to share a little bit about who they are, where they come from, but also what does reconciliation mean to them in our corporate world, and just move the mic or just take turns and awesome. So let's get started. I'm gonna switch. I can't take this. I got to take another mic, right?
There's one over here. Yep.
Test. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Well, hello. So let's start off with let's go with Brett. Brett? You know, we had a meeting before this to introduce to get to know one another. Okay. Perfect. Thank you, Jennifer. I mean, my goodness. All right, let's start off with Jennifer. And we'll get you to introduce yourself. But the big thing is, I want to hear from you. What does reconciliation mean to you, and where do you see yourself going with reconciliation?
Awesome, thanks. I don't know how I follow that. Like I really. Thank you for your opening remarks and your stories. Appreciate that. My name is Jennifer Tidmarsh. I'm the Vice President of Indigenous Relations and Partnerships at Ontario Power Generation. Prior to that, I worked on a transmission line in Northern Ontario, 500 kilometers of transmission line, and an equity partnership with 6 communities. You know, I think we're really in a transformative time when it comes to corporate Canada and to reconciliation. You know, there's the Truth and Reconciliation report, and one of the calls to it was a call for corporate Canada to be involved with reconciliation. And I think, you know, OPG, we have a reconciliation action plan, and that's just the beginning. I think I see reconciliation as beyond duty to consult, right? Everyone's always heard duty to consult, Section 35. Reconciliation is above and beyond. It's where corporate Canada needs to step up and actually put into action, you know, ways to get Indigenous communities involved in our projects and our business. So I see that. I see reconciliation and our reconciliation action plan. Some of the words last night, Chief Felix mentioned at dinner, talking about turning buts to ands. So, you know, I would love to do that, but needs to be, I would love to do that and I see reconciliation and the work that's being done is turning those, I guess I can't do that, to let's find ways to make things happen. So, sweet.
Perfect. Chris Lefebvre.
All right. I really appreciate you guys having me here. I'm pretty excited to speak on this conversation. It's something that I do literally every day. I'll try not to be too long-winded on the background. So I'm originally from Matagami First Nation, which is a community in northeastern Ontario. I studied at the University of Ottawa, Aboriginal Studies and Geography, and one of my professors at the time was a woman named Claudette Commander, who's now the Chancellor of the University of Ottawa. So I've always had these really strong people in my life that have really sort of like pushed me into the direction that I'm in now. And I've had the opportunity to work, you know, federally at the First Nations Inuit Health Branch of Health Canada, corporately at Shell, and then at Scotiabank in their Indigenous banking group. And then most recently, as head of business development for the Mississaugas of the Credit. So other really sort of broad scope of experiences, but always work that's focused on economic reconciliation. And that's sort of like where my lens is when you're talking about reconciliation action plans and just reconciliation generally, is that economic reconciliation, right? So there's that part of it, but then like personally for me, as like a white passing status Indian, I think reconciliation, you know, to see reconciliation sort of full circle, for me it's like when I'm out in public and I don't hear any disparaging comments about First Nation people, or, you know, when I'm out and I don't, it's never like an awkward conversation when we talk about reconciliation. It's a conversation that everybody's familiar with. So I think those are kind of the two things that I focus on. It's just, I pray one day that reconciliation is not an unfamiliar phrase to people, and that one day economically the nations in the country are benefiting off their land.
Thank you very much. And then finally, but most awesomely,
I hope so.
let's go with Jordan.
Thank you so much. I'm Jordan Keim. I work for JGC Fleur, a joint venture. I work for Fleur Canada on the LNG Canada project. And so I really don't think I could have got teed up any better than the video from Chief Crystal Smith. I've worked on the LNG Canada project in Indigenous Relations and External Affairs for the last 4.5 years. So I was one of the first original gang to be mobilized to site, and I've been working from the project site in Kitimat for that time, except for during COVID. I've spent the last more than 10 years working on mega projects in British Columbia, primarily in the Indigenous space. I started off working on a pipeline project with Spectra Energy, a proposed pipeline project from Northeast BC to the Prince Rupert area, where we engaged, I think, like 17 Indigenous groups through a EA process. And then I spent a couple of years with BC Hydro working in renewables on Site C Dam, and here I am on the LNG Canada project. And in terms of reconciliation, I think for myself, it's really about and in the work that I do is building strong and meaningful and authentic relationships with the communities that we engage and their leadership, and then being able to really find out what's meaningful, because it's going to be different for each nation. There's obviously economic reconciliation is very important, but there's all sorts of other things, and offsets and environment and consultation and permits and et cetera. So yeah, it's really working in partnership with the nations to build these projects is one of the most important pieces of reconciliation for me.
Thank you very much. I want to also take the time to, I want to find out, you have a lot of reaches into different communities. How does, and of course we always talk corporately about reconciliation. What are some of the things that you've been doing? And I'll just open it up to either one of you. What are you doing to ensure that there's a cool reconciliation plan that's happening between you and the communities? So, anybody? Jordan?
I can start. So just in terms, so right now we're about a year and a half-ish out of having the first phase of the project complete, of the LNG Canada project. And so we're working on the operational permits. And so one of them is for air emissions. And we have regulatory requirements from the what used to be BC Oil and Gas Commission, but now it's called the BC Energy Regulator. And so they told us, our duty to consult and the level of consulting that we would need to do. And as a corporation with JGC Fleur and LNG Canada, we know how important it is to the surrounding nations that we're engaging, and the level of duty to consult that was placed on our permit application, we've way above and exceeded, and we are in the communities and offering up the same amount of information as we are with Haza Nation, with the nations that are on the coast or inland, and receiving their feedback and putting it into our application, because even though that wasn't a requirement, it's the right thing to do, and it's important to us. And yeah, it's inspiring, and it's a lot of resources and time have gone into it, but it's really important work.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Chris. What are some of the community opportunities that you're developing?
I mean, there's so many of them. So just to give some context to the crowd, I live in Toronto, and like I said, I previously worked for the Mississaugas of the Credit, and I would say a lot of communities, they might have this mastodon of a project once every 100 years, and they really have to be able to take advantage of that. For the Mississaugas, there's hundreds of opportunities, thousands of opportunities. So for the work that I was doing, it was really about identifying projects that are important to the community. So anything that was on the water was really important to them. And then understanding that the community is relatively small. It may be 2,500 people. It's an hour and a half west of the city. So what were we doing to actually benefit the nation? And it really comes down to generating revenue, right? The sole purpose of the development corporation was to generate revenue, and we weren't shy about that. I think a lot of the times, corporately, reconciliation action plans were a little bit fluffy. They might have been, corporate Canada sort of patting each other on the back, saying, "Look what we wrote, it's great." But in reality, it never really trickled down or back to the nation, because there wasn't really, on the procurement side, it didn't. It was like sort of stuck in that Indigenous relations part of the company, right? So really, what I focused on a lot was changing the policies at other large organizations to have sort of reconciliation throughout the company, and particularly on the procurement side, where the nation has opportunities to subcontract for some of the larger projects, partner with the project owners directly. And I think that's kind of where we're started trending towards. And the two folks beside me sort of more focused on the resource sector, right? And for us, we're trying to focus on developers, construction companies in the GTA, because they've just never thought about working with the Mississaugas or working with any of the local nations. And the genie's out of the bottle. Like, there's only going to be more participation needed going forward. So it's a really exciting time.
Thank you, Chris. And Jennifer.
I think Chris teed me up pretty well. I would definitely say that OPG's Reconciliation Action Plan is definitely anything but fluffy for sure. It's got some really serious targets in it. So we've got $1 billion. So when I say billion, everyone's like, billion? I'm like, yes, as in billion, $1 billion. We have a plan by 2030 to ensure that we have $1 billion going to Indigenous communities and businesses. So actually, if anyone's seen our booth at the back, supply chain, Allison and Jared are back there today if you want to talk to them. But they're really active targets and they're stretch goals. And we're doing everything that we can from coast to coast to look for Indigenous businesses to make sure that we have procurements. Chris mentioned as well that there's a lot happening in the resource sector, and we need to make sure that we're driving the pipeline of getting as many, not to be ironic, driving the pipeline of getting as many businesses ready to go for all these projects that are happening. And I think our Reconciliation Action Plan at OPG is really working towards that as well. We have measurable targets. We report them annually, not only internally, but externally. We also talk to all of the Indigenous communities that we work with. We've actually surveyed them as well and said, how are we doing? Reached out to communities and said, do you know about our plan? Do you know, how are we doing working with you? And I think another point is really, sometimes it gets relegated to the Indigenous Relations group, but this is across OPG, like the supply chain group, our operations group, our HR group. We have a lot of targets when it comes to, Lyle, you were talking about training, employment, making sure that we have people who work, who are Indigenous, work for OPG and ways to remove barriers to make that happen. So.
I can just add one thing to that as well. From my perspective, OPG does a great job, and the organizations that are probably doing the best, at least from my opinion, are the ones that have public procurement spends. They have targets that they need to achieve, and even if it's a stretch goal, the really good part about that is that companies are able to get creative with how they're working with Indigenous communities, right? It just expands the opportunities for the nations when companies are held accountable at the shareholder level and that they have a public procurement spend, because it really makes all the difference for someone like me who's working for a nation in their development corporation.
Perfect. And don't be afraid to do exactly that. If you have anything to add to any of the panelists, by all means, jump in, because we definitely want to hear from all of you. Some of the things that I think, as I learned the corporate world when it comes to construction, procurement has always been a big term that we look at, and owners and the contractors always have that responsibility to ensure that there's a keen reconciliation plan that needs to be in place. Now, I for one have seen a lot of companies who, both good and bad, they tend to say a lot of stuff, but to actually implement it is a different thing. One of the things I really want to see changed is ensuring that we develop those opportunities for our own Indigenous people to assist in that whole process, because, one of the things I've learned going to Alberta, I'm in the province, in the non-Indigenous world, going from a province to a province, I had that I thought I was going to have that difficulty moving from Regina to Edmonton, and I said, well, it's kind of weird moving to Edmonton because I don't know anybody there, but going to our communities, it's a different story, because you know what? I look Indigenous, I'm very proud of that, and so when they see me and I spend time with them, they begin to understand and realize what I'm really there for. And like it or not, throughout decades of having people come to their community to promise so many different things and never follow through, those are some of the things that they're always aware of now. And they're becoming more smart when it comes to who they're bringing to the table, because they want to make sure they deliver. And so what I want to be able to get from all three of you is, yeah, we have procurement. What do you do to ensure that they follow Like if you have contractors working for you, what do you guys do to ensure that they are following an opportunity to ensure that there's more Indigenous people that are trained, more Indigenous people that are part of our system? And I'd really like to hear from each of you on this question. So let's start off with Jennifer.
Okay. Yeah, I can start off. I can see actually Ballard is one of the sponsors here. So on my last project, when I worked on the East-West Tie, Ballard was our general contractor. And we actually made sure that when we went to do the RFP for the general contractor, we had our Indigenous community partners be able to review the contract, review the RFP, add targets of their own for the general contractor, and said how many millions of dollars of procurement that they wanted to see, how many people that they wanted to see being hired. So they were there from the very, very beginning before we even chose the general contractor, which was super key. They also formed an economic development corporation. So Ballard had supported them in doing an economic development corporation where, and it wasn't easy. I definitely won't say it was easy at all for everyone to figure out, well, this community gets this job and this community gets, this many people, but they all worked together and they worked with Ballard to make sure that, the targets were met. So I think, bottom line, what I would say is, corporate Canada, resource developers, you can't just leave it to the general contractor and say, don't worry, it's, they'll make the targets. You really have to be involved, and you have to make sure you have early involvement from all of the communities that you're working with to make sure that we have achievable targets.
Awesome. Chris?
I think, about employment and training, I think it's always nice to take a step back, right? So I think you need to ask the question, is employment and training the number one thing that the community is looking for? So you have to understand what the community is looking for and sort of check your assumptions, right? I find a lot of times companies will come to a community and they'll say, hey, we have 15 trades jobs. And it's like they just assume that there's 30 natives sitting around waiting for, they're like, thank God X company is here to save the day. And that's just not the case, right? So it's checking the assumption early to understand what the needs of the community are. And then once you identify that, you can slowly kind of work into what the actual employment and training aspect of the relationship will look like. Because I know for us, like I said, we're really focused on economic development and driving revenue back to the nation. The community is small, so employment and training wasn't really one of our main focuses. It was always going to be implemented in any sort of agreement, but there was never hard targets on it. It was really, we didn't want to put that pressure on the nation or on the project owner to try and say that we're going to deliver X amount of, local band members. So that's sort of my view on it. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. And Jordan?
This is something I'm super excited to talk about. As you saw in the video with Chief Smith, the LNG Canada project has been a tremendous success in terms of economic development within the region and not just with Haisla Nation. And when you talk about accountability, for us, the proof is in the pudding, really, and it's in the metrics. And LNG Canada made a lot of commitments around environmental, contracting, procurement, employment, training when they were doing their EA process and through their engagements with these nations. And now as the prime contractor, a lot of this has flowed down to JGC Fleur. And so we've written into our subcontracts the metrics around preferential hiring for self-identified Indigenous people. We have price differentials for Indigenous owned businesses and joint ventures, different training opportunities. And then our contractors are actually required to report each month up to us, and then we report to LNG Canada. And then they go back to the nations and do touch base on these implementation committees on how we're actually performing. We also do, in terms of employment, we issue twice a year a 2-year look ahead on what kind of jobs we're going to need, so that the nations can help train, if they choose, their members to get ready for these jobs. And then we do the same thing in the contracting procurement space as well. So meeting with the nations. We used to do it when we're getting toward the end now, so we have less contracts, but quarterly, to review all of the RFPs that were coming up to see, to help them get prepared if they were going to do a joint venture or do the pre-qualifications, et cetera. So everything we can do to really set them up for success. And I'm really proud to say that so this is for JDC Fleur and our subcontractors. So since we took over as Prime in 2019, we procured $111 million worth of goods and services from Indigenous businesses, and awarded over $2 billion worth of contracts to Indigenous businesses.
Wow.
And we also offer different training opportunities. So we do like an introduction to industrial construction. So what this does is, someone might not know, do I want to be an electrician? Do I want to be a carpenter? Or do I want to, whatever that is. So we offer this free of charge, introductory. It's a month-long boot camp where you kind of get a taste of everything. And then they can find out, what they're interested in. And, ideally at the end of it, they go into apprenticeship and come to work on our project. But really, if they don't, some of them have gone to work on other projects in the region, like the hospital. Some of them stay in community. Some of them go back to school. And so really what it is building a legacy of capacity and the future generations of builders and people in their community.
Thank you. The one thing I've been learning working in the construction world is LNG, Kitimat, everything that goes. One of the dynamic things that we provide when it comes to the building trades of Alberta, yeah, we get a bad rap when it comes to being unionized, but unionized, whenever I go to a community, I talk to our leadership and they say, well, we don't like unions. And some of the things I help them understand. Well, if you exchanged union with pension, healthcare, and benefits, you don't have a problem with that, right? That's all we are. And the one thing I like about LNG and some of the stuff that's been going on at Kitimat is that we were training, when I was working in Saskatchewan, we were training iron workers right in Regina, and then we would ship them to BC until things got busy in and around the Regina area, and once they needed people in around the Regina area, they would come back home. And so there's so many different opportunities that we can start to plan, and this can happen right across the country with any of the projects. My biggest problem that I've seen when it comes to this construction world and industrial construction is, everybody remembers the big boom that happened in Alberta. Everybody from all over North America and the world came to Alberta to come and work in the oil sands, coming to work in so many different places in and around Alberta. But you know what they didn't do in Alberta, and that's one of the reasons why I like being in Alberta, is they didn't develop the local community. They forgot or just didn't care about what they needed to do to start training the community people who are local. And if they're able to do that, if you're able to do that, that becomes, to me, a strong reconciliation plan that you need to be very proud of. And I think Fleur and so many of these other contractors that are all across the country are doing some amazing things for communities. But where that linkage and that bridge can happen with the communities is to have an Indigenous person to help you go to the communities. I always wish I was able to wear long hair, long braids, and really look, because obviously if I had braids and I turned sideways, I would look like the logo of the Chicago Blackhawks. But I'm very proud of that. I'm very proud of that. I got the nose. I got the Indigenous look. But at the same time, this is who we are now. We're different. But also, some of the things that we always need to be aware of is also that we're not just brown anymore. We're Indigenous, but we're blue-eyed, fair-skinned First Nations people that are right across this country. And those are some of the realities that you need to start thinking about when it comes to developing your workforce. Who's going to be inclusive? Now, I'm a big believer of diversity, but I'm a bigger believer in inclusion, because not only do I think about getting more Indigenous people in the workforce, I also want to see more women, and Indigenous women have that much more of a challenge with barriers, because they also need to look after their home. That's a common thing that comes with that. What I tell people who are starting in the construction world, especially if they're women, is that we'll make sure you're looked after, because you know what? Men get the job done. Women get the job done right. And so when it comes to construction, they're the best welders because they're meticulous about their work, you know. So we understand and we realize it, but with that comes an incredible amount of barriers that get them to work. And so one of the things that I hope that we can all tackle at some point, and I'm going to tell you a little secret. This is going to be my retirement job. I want to be able to come to Kitimat. I want to be able to come to some of the potash mines and sit down with the young people and be able to tell them off hours and be that EAP program. Because right now, whenever any of our construction world, we have to call a toll-free number to get help for whatever ails us. Well, on the other line is a non-Indigenous person. And you know what we need? We need an Indigenous person. Those table of elders are the people that we need to have a link to from our young people who are working at all of these places right across the country, an opportunity for them to hear and spend time learning from our elders. And we need to go back to some of those basics. And the way we've survived for, like I said, for thousands and thousands of years is that we take the time, we used to take the time, especially in the wintertime, because it's darn cold here. Let's take that time to be able to sit down with our young people and say, listen, where do you want to, we used to spend time in our lodges right here in the Prairie Provinces at 50 below weather in our lodges, and we used to fix our clothes, we used to prepare our food, but the older people and the knowledge keepers and the elders spent time educating the young people as to what they needed to do to prepare themselves for their future. And so we need to go back to that. But at the same time, reconciliation makes it there's still a lot of our people who are struggling. There's still a lot of people who have alcohol, drug problems, and they're still struggling even at my age. But there are some keen people out there that can guide and help you. You just, because the worst thing I could hear people say, oh, we tried to get people, but nobody showed up. You didn't obviously try hard enough, you know, and or you need an Indigenous person to help you do that. And that's where we start developing the workforce and developing the workforce properly. So my final question before we end our panel is, where do you see yourself as a company? You know, the one thing I look at, especially COVID times, you know, nobody on the streets and there was nobody going anywhere. I lived in Edmonton, there was no traffic. I got a cute view of Saskatoon. And I came into Saskatoon last night to their traffic jam at living in Edmonton, where it takes sometimes an hour to get home. This cute little traffic jam happening in Saskatoon was just an eye opener again, and how slow things are in Saskatchewan, and you know, with only 1 million plus people in all of Saskatchewan. There are still a large amount of people that are not part of our system. So what my last question I want to get from, and I want to get all three panelists to share this, is where do you see yourself in 5 years? As a company, as an organization, as an awesome owner that can make significant differences in the communities. Where do you see yourself in 5 years, and how are you going to measure that within the next little while? I'm going to go backwards this time. I'm going to start off with Jordan and move back.
Well, on behalf of Fleur, where I really hope I see us is as a constructor and engineering procurement construction company is working for majority-owned or solely owned Indigenous companies building projects in Canada.
As simple as that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
simple
That's
as
awesome. Absolutely awesome. Chris?
From my perspective, as a business owner through my consulting company, Boaden, and I'm thinking about 5 years down the road, what I'm really hoping is that reconciliation action plans are not just a resource sector thing, right? They're tech companies, they're developers, they're, any organization that that exists, like this should be part of what they're trying to implement. And I think, we're starting to see it a little bit more right now. But in 5 years, I'm really hoping that everybody will be focused on this type of work, and it's not just a resource sector thing anymore, right? It's not mandated through the duty to consult. They're doing it because it's the right thing to do, and they recognize that it's good business.
Perfect. You might add. And Jennifer.
So from an OPG perspective, and also, a personal one as well, I want to see the bar keep getting raised higher and higher. I want to see these reconciliation action plans not just become static, that get caught up in some corporate machine. Every couple of years we refresh our plans. We make sure that the targets go higher, that we can do better, and that we work with communities to make sure that these plans are actually actionable and that we're making a difference. So that's how I see it.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause for our awesome panelists. Very knowledgeable, and throughout Canada, First Nations Power Authority is moving right across Canada, and I'm very proud of the developments. I'm always watching on LinkedIn and Facebook and all of our social media. I want to end off again telling one last story.
Sounds good.
And it has to do with sort of who we are as people living in this world nowadays, because we talk about climate change, we talk about some of the horrible things that are happening in our world with both weather and things like our fire situation, and especially in Alberta, where it's running rampant. Thank goodness we've had a good amount of rain. But one of the things that when I do Indigenous awareness training, I talk about traditionally the sacred animals that we have in our communities. Well, one of the things that I read about in the Midwest of the United States, or in the middle of Turtle Island, because there's not supposed to be any boundaries as far as I'm concerned, but in sort of the middle of Turtle Island, there's this one culture group that used to see the beaver as a sacred animal. And I was thinking, when I was reading this, I was like, what the heck, the beaver? Well, anybody that owns land, they automatically think, well, those effing beavers are freaking flooding us again, and we go chase them down with a rifle, and we shoot into their lodge, hoping to kill them. And but you know what? The one thing that I always think about, I can understand, because for thousands and thousands of years living on Turtle Island, we must have gone through drought. We must have gone through a lack of water. And it's not like the beaver, when they wake up at 6 o'clock in the evening and they're going to plan their night out, they're not thinking, hey, bro, let's go cause some havoc to their land and flood the heck out of the land, and then tomorrow they'll be chasing us around with their rifles again. They don't say that. You know what the Creator did? The Creator gave us the beaver for the simple task of managing our water. And you know what? When it comes to times of drought, that beaver was very important to the livelihood of who they are. So we were the people that looked after the land. We were the stewards of the land. We only took what we needed to survive, and that's how we were able to survive those 22,000 years on Turtle Island. Our biggest trouble has been in that small sliver of time that's been the last 500-600 years. And I don't blame any culture. I blame the colliding of cultures that came to Turtle Island. But you know what? I'm always hopeful. I'm always certain that a brand new group of young people are coming into our world. The construction world, we're seeing a lot of the older people retiring. Who are we going to backfill them with? And that's where we need to look at our Indigenous people. We need to look at our women. We need to look at new Canadians And that's when I talk about inclusion. We not only need to look at those three groups, but I also am concerned about the non-Indigenous farm kid. They're struggling too. All of our young people are dealing with opioid abuse, and it's getting horrible and horrible. But what we can do together is give an opportunity for us to change the lives of people and make their life better by giving them careers in the energy sector. And if we're able to do that, let's start at the community. Let's build our corporate world to ensure that there's opportunities for all of our young people, and that we take the time to plan with them in the future as part of our reconciliation plan. And I want to make it as simple as that. What's going to be your reconciliation plan as a company? Start off with doing Indigenous awareness training, understanding that whoever works closely with our Indigenous young people, they are first trained to understand who our young people are. Because you know what? Our young people, if they're yelled at, if they're disciplined for whatever reason, the first thing that our young people do, we flee and disappear, and we never know what ever happened to that person. But if we train the people that are training those people, we help them and guide them and we mentor them. And I think that's the biggest thing that we need to do as a construction world, as companies who are looking at a cleaner way to provide a future for all of humanity. And if we're able to do that, it's going to make that much more of a world for all of us. So on behalf of the First Nations Power Authority and our awesome panel, I want to thank everyone for being here, and I appreciate the opportunity to be back in my home province today. And from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you very much. You guys have an awesome day, but more importantly, you guys have an awesome life. And understand that we are all blessed. And with that, thank you very much, and you guys have an awesome rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lyle, Jennifer, Chris, and Jordan. I think as our speakers, we have a few gifts for you, and I'll ask Rebecca to please share those gifts with you on behalf of FNPA, and then if you will, be so kind, take a photo, and our photographer will take a photo of you beside our banner together as a panelist. So once again, thank you to our panel. Thank you, Lyle. It was so good. Thank you so much. I'm so glad.
Thank you.
Oh, do you have my notes? I'll just grab them.
Oh, there you guys are.
All right. So to round out our panel before the break, I'd also like to invite Kristen Goldstein from FLIR to give a brief address on some of the work that they've been doing. Is Kirsten Goldstein. I will correct myself.
Yeah, thank you everyone for just letting me say a few words. I think Jordan talked about a lot of it already, but did want to say that on behalf of FLIR Canada, it's really an honor to sponsor this great event and to be part of it today. And we do acknowledge that, the privilege that we have of doing so on Treaty 6 territory. This event is such a unique opportunity and a special, chance to connect with industry colleagues and partners in an open dialogue that recognizes the importance of the knowledge, traditions, and rights of Indigenous peoples in developing successful industrial projects in Canada. And while we do have a lot more learning to do, the team at FLIR has seen firsthand how meaningful consultation, engagement, and establishment of mutually beneficial relationships with Indigenous communities has contributed to the success of projects like LNG Canada. We've seen how those integrated relationships between a project team and Indigenous communities are only successful when we take the time to understand each other and explore what each group brings to the relationship and how we can support each other to create meaningful benefits from the project. Through the engagement on LNG Canada, we've been fortunate, as Jordan mentioned, to work closely with the Haisla Nation, who have just an incredible depth and breadth of knowledge of the land and the surrounding environment. And as an example, the traditional knowledge brought by members of the Haisla has been key to understanding the environmental challenges at the project site, and in turn has provided opportunities to work together on solutions to mitigate those challenges. And we do understand that this isn't just a project-to-project view that we can take on this. It's important to work on lasting and sustainable relationships between the energy sector and Indigenous communities and businesses. As we at Fluor continue our reconciliation journey, we recognize that this path is a long and continuously evolving one that requires commitment in many areas. First, a commitment to educate ourselves on the history and experiences of Indigenous people across Canada. A commitment to understanding that each nation and community has their own history, their own talents and needs that we need to respect. And finally, a commitment to take action. If we want to achieve a low-carbon future for our country, we need to establish collaborative partnerships we need to establish collaborative partnerships amongst all rights holders to ensure that all voices are heard and respected, and that industry isn't making decisions on behalf of, without the consultation of, without the participation of Indigenous communities. Because ultimately, who is better to support this industry and drive our goal to reaching net zero than the original stewards of the land? So I look forward to talking with more of you, learning and discussing how we can make that goal a reality and work together. Thanks.
All right, just a couple very critical announcements before we take a short coffee break. The silent auction closes just before lunch, so I know there was a bit of competition between, I think, Ian, Bear, and Jason from Lac La Ronge, so you can go witness their one after another bids. And then also, many of the staff from FNPA will be attending a Women in Energy event here in Saskatoon. It's at Urban Systems today at 4:30, so if you are around, we invite you to support this amazing organization, and then also spend time with us. Tamika, myself, Rebecca, Martin, we will all be there to also support that organization. So with that, thank you very much, Kirsten, and thank you to our panelists and another local celebrity, Lyle Daniels, in sharing his vision for what reconciliation and action really means. We will see you at 11:15 for our Reconciliation, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion panel at 11:15. Thank you. Panel's back.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask a question. Westinghouse, is Westinghouse still in the house? Anybody from Westinghouse? Yes or no? Yeah? Don't, okay. Grant? No? Noel? Is the Westinghouse? There, yeah, come on over here. We want to chat with you.
Good morning, folks. If we can make our way to our seats, we'll get started shortly. Thank our sponsors one more time, and then head towards our Reconciliation, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion panel. Thank you. Way better. Why am I doing that? have you take your seats as we venture into our next panel titled Reconciliation, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. And before we do that, I would like to invite Jason Cook-Studer from Lac La Range Indian Band just to say a few words. And I had the pleasure of meeting Jason last night, and he had tried to bring 8 of his community members here to learn, spend time together, build the relationship. I just wanted to give him some space just to share a couple words on his experience so far with our forum. So please join me in welcoming Jason.
Thank you. Thank you, Alexandria, for that warm invite to the stage here. And thank you all for taking the time to listen to me and what I got to say. I really appreciate the invite to be here and bring our staff down so they can participate and learn more about the energy transition. And it's good. Some of our staff are only just joining the team, and so this is really a team building event for them as well. And I started with the Lac La Range Indian Band about a year ago, and we're building a department that's really focused on energy conservation, energy efficiency, and renewable energy opportunities in our 6 Lac La Range Indian Band communities. So bringing the team here and having them learn everything and really building that community around clean energy is really helping to solidify their understanding of the energy transition as we move forward towards 2050 and our goals of net zero and reduce greenhouse gas production in the province. Tomorrow, there's a big announcement coming out with down in Regina with Minister Wilkinson, and so we've been approved for funding through the Smart Renewables Electrification Pathways Programming for the Lac La Range Indian Band, and so that's really good news for our community, and so it'll enable us to continue doing that work over the next few years as we produce 6 community energy plans and work to improve the efficiencies of our homes on reserve and reduce energy poverty for our community members. Hi.
Thank you so much, Jason. Oh my goodness, this mic is comically high. Okay. Yes, I had the privilege of meeting Jason last night, and I did put him on the spot and asked him not to tell anyone that I put him on the spot. But I just thought seeing so many of his community members here, as well as many that couldn't make it, was just a testament to, I guess, why FNPA puts on this event. So I think, not to be self-serving, but more just like it made me feel just, like all the hard work and kind of the team put in is worth it to meet people like you. So thank you. Let's get in there. So our panel before our lunch is, as I've mentioned a couple times, titled Reconciliation, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. And I have left my speaker notes over there, so I will introduce my friends and colleagues by heart. We have me, the moderator, and Katie Smith, the founder of Young Women in Energy, a top 40 under 40 in Alberta. She was awarded the Queen's Jubilee Medal for her efforts. She's a cancer survivor, the founder of Access, an organization enabling women in business across Alberta, I believe. And just a phenomenal person to be here, given that she's built a groundswell of support to advance the status of women in energy, and largely, I'll be honest, in oil and gas, a male-dominated field. Next, we have... I will steal my notes, if that's okay. We have Sophie Collins joining us from a tribal nation in BC. Thank you. We'll do this. Pardon me here, just for a minute. She's a cumulative effects technician and an Indigenous scholar recognized by the British Columbia Society of Scholarships for her incredible contributions in STEM as a young leader, and one of the first women from her community to graduate with a STEM degree, which I think is just incredible and is trailblazing the way. I know is incredibly passionate about reconciliation and preserving the land. And then finally, we have our very own Rebecca Achikate, who is our membership manager, soon to be Masters of Sustainability graduate. And it's just her journey of where she's come, and I think she'll share that in a moment with us, is just incredible. And I'm very much looking forward to learning from these three women on our panel. Please join me in welcoming them. All right. Can you hear me okay? Is that? So you've heard a lot from me. I would like to be as quiet as possible throughout this panel. And I would really like you to introduce yourselves and just show that I know you three women as just some of the most incredible people I've ever met. And I would want this audience to just get a small glimpse into what that means. Start with you, Katie.
Sure. Can everyone hear me? So yeah, as Alex mentioned, so Katie Smith Parent, I like to call myself a raging extrovert. If you've met me already, you would probably understand that. But I'm also overcommitted. So by day, I do have a real job. I work for Spartan Controls. We're a process automation company in Western Canada, headquartered in Calgary. For that company, I lead business development for what we call industry diversification. So it's a lot of this exciting carbon capture, hydrogen, renewable natural gas. Basically, I get to work on anything cool in the decarbonization space. But by night and every other waking moment, I get to lead Young Women in Energy. So it's an organization that was founded in 2013. I actually took it over in 2015, but I have been involved since the beginning. But yeah, for the past 7 or 8 years, it's just been this groundswell of community of women who not only are supporting each other. We have this saying where we believe that young women have the power to change the energy industry for the better, and so we do that through a number of ways, which I'll go into. But we're trying to change the face of energy. So what that means is also when you look to the boards and the C-suites of a lot of energy companies, you don't see a lot of women, but you don't see a lot of Indigenous people either. And so, we're really trying to change the face of energy in that context from a physical, gender diversity, racial diversity, but then at the same time, changing the face of energy. What does that look like? How is the energy mix changing? What does the future look like? So yeah, that's a little about me, but yeah, in other words, overcommitted, and yeah, super passionate about this topic though, so looking forward to it.
Trigwinu everyone, Sophie Collins in Squest, Eskedam Esta Akwin, Tacoma Sichuquetan Ram Mukduin. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sophie Collins. I am from Eskedam, or Alkali Lake, British Columbia on my mom's side, and I'm from the Woodland Métis tribe in Ontario on my dad's side. I currently live, work, and play in Kamloops, BC. As Alex has already mentioned, I graduated last year in 2022 from Thompson Rivers University in Kamloops with a Bachelor of Science major in physics, and I minored in math and statistics. So big minority in that. I think there was 16 people total in my graduating class, and 4 of them were girls. So it was a big percentage of us, but it was still low. And then, as Alex had said, in 2021, I won the BC Scholarship Society Indigenous Women in Tech Scholarship. So I was super happy to take that scholarship and apply it to my education as well. And I am one of the first in my community to get a degree in STEM, so it's been really rewarding. Currently, I work at Comida Secwepemc. It is a government-to-government organization that works with 8 Secwepemc communities. Secwepemc is the nation around Kamloops, British Columbia, and it also works with 5 British Columbia ministries to come together on joint agreements for reconciliation. So in that, I do data analytics and cumulative effects studies. I'll leave it there. You're strict.
That was a lot to follow. I'm Rebecca Chikate. I'm from Cowessess First Nation in Treaty 4 territory here in Saskatchewan. I grew up there. I now live in Regina with my daughter, who is saw dancing and running around here yesterday. I'm the Membership and Partnerships Manager for First Nations Power Authority. I started almost 9 years ago as the admin and executive assistant. Since then, because I work at FNPA, I've been able to move up to where I am now. Much thanks to Guy and our organization for supporting me. So I've been through Harvard Business School. I just finished a diploma in Aboriginal Administration with the AFOA, and now I'm halfway through the Masters of Sustainability program with a few people in here, including Joshua from FNPA. I'm very, when I was little, I wanted to be a businesswoman who would travel and wear high heels and have nice nails. But I also wanted to be like David Suzuki and save the environment and save our water and make sure we were all going to have some place to live and have water coming out of our taps when I was older. And I didn't know how, and I came to the realization just recently that I made it to where I wanted to be when I was little. So, yeah.
Thank you for introducing yourself so authentically. I know it's hard sometimes, such a large audience, but I think that was fantastic. And when preparing, of course, you ask others, like, what do you think this means, or how would you present these amazing panelists with these questions? And a question I receive consistently, even from members in this room, was, what does reconciliation through an equity, diversity, and inclusion lens even mean? And I said, well, don't ask me. I will ask our panelists that question. So perhaps starting with Sophie, Katie, then Rebecca, please share your thoughts on what does reconciliation with an EDI, equity, diversity, and inclusion lens mean?
I think to put it shortly or sum it up in a couple of words would be having minority positions having the CEO positions with minorities. Personally, I work in an office that is majority women, but that's very uncommon. I've worked in an office that was a majority males, and it has a completely different work ethics, but there's no room for the women that was in the man. Oh my God, there's so many people here, guys. And the last time I sat in one of these chairs, it sounded like I farted, so I don't So hopefully you guys don't hear that this time. But I think it would be having reconciliation in an EDI lens would mean having the same opportunities as a man in my organization. Having those opportunities and having the mentorship to get to the same positions they are, or be equal with them, or even more than them sometimes. I'll pass it off though.
No, absolutely. I think when I think about EDI in general, honestly, like for my work, I really focus on the gender space. But I think you can't have, when I think of feminism, you can't have it without intersectionality. So, we think about getting more women into say senior decision-making roles. But, what about people who are from the queer community? What about racialized group? What about Indigenous people? What about people of color? So I think reconciliation is, honestly, it's just another facet, and that we have to look at this intersectional lens. And honestly, we joke that there's this old boys club in energy, but I don't want it to be and I'm going to call it old white boys club. We actually call them SPAM, stale, pale, aging male. But there's only some of them, they're not everywhere. But I also don't want this to be an old white girls club either. So, when we think about diversity in leadership roles, we really want it to look diverse, and we want it to look like our community. So for some statistics wise, less than 30% just in total participation in Canadian energy workforce are women. Less than 18% identify as visible minorities, and less than 4% identify as Indigenous. So, we have a lot of work to do, but I would like to see that some of these energy companies actually reflect more of the population that works in Canada rather than those statistics. So, it's just another facet for sure.
Thanks, Katie.
So the work we do at FNPA, I agree, it's important to get women into the space. but it's also important for me. What I like to promote is meaningful partnerships, which is what FNPA does, and what we all work hard towards. And meaningful partnerships doesn't just mean a big project that's going to bring in a lot of money. You have to build capacity within the community by reaching out to the youth, getting down to the school level to teach them about what the community is doing and what they can grow up to look forward to learning, working. Just providing opportunities for the community as a whole and building capacity and being really mindful of everybody from the smallest child up into the elder who carries the knowledge that people in administration and like the band offices and the corporate world, they're not going to think about things that matter to the community members. So you have to include the knowledge keepers and everybody when you're entering a space and really come in as a friend and an actual ally and not just a business partner. And that's the most important of reconciliation to me when making a partnership.
I can't remember who said it yesterday, but one of our speakers said party first, sign later. And I think that's really applicable for this conversation as well. And by party, it's like, yeah, what does make like women, and I'll speak as on behalf of my friends, not all Indigenous women, but it's like what would make you feel safe in a space so that we can have a party and we can enjoy each other's company before we sign, aka work at these companies long term. So I also wanted to ask a couple of questions about symbolic gestures, and we hear a lot of that. And how can we take symbolic gestures? We see the ESG report, the Reconciliation Action Plan. Okay, that's great. So how can, in your opinion, how do companies transform that into action and meaningful outcomes? I'll take Katie. Sure.
Yeah. So I heard an interesting phrase. I've heard it before, but it actually came up yesterday, this whole rent a feather. And it's an uncomfortable comment, but there's this piece about symbolic gestures, and I think of like ticking a box. So again, it's usually buried in a sustainability report, but I find getting out of that mentality and into kind of the meaningful partnerships that Rebecca was talking about, it is, the fundamental thing is it's effort. Like, so if I take it back and I think of diversity as a whole, diversity is not easy. Like no one is like, oh, now I have diversity at the table. Oh, this is going to be a cakewalk. Like absolutely not. It's conflict, it's mediation, it's, you're not getting a bunch of groupthink. It's a lot of work. So I find the effort behind moving from symbolic gestures to something more transformative, whether that's, and I'm just going to think back to kind of the women conversation, is like people are like, oh, I can't find any women to sit on my board. I can't find any women to, like, women don't apply for my jobs. And you're like, well, they're out there, like they exist. And so it's about reaching out into communities or anything. So if somebody says, hey, I'm really looking for some Indigenous representation on my board. Well, it's not like we got to actually go where those people hang out so that you can actually encourage them back in. So I find it's a lot of the effort specifically on the recruitment piece, but then some of the things that I've learned, or I guess kind of experienced over the last couple weeks even, we had a session last week during the Global Energy Show in Calgary, and I did one with women in trades, so it's called Women Building Futures, and they were trying to get more women into trades. So it's great that you can, it's kind of that recruitment piece, you're getting women to trades, that's awesome. But they have something called their Employer of Choice program. And you actually can't hire any of their grads until you've gone through this Employer of Choice program, because they don't want it to be a tick the box exercise. And you have to go through some significant cultural, gender training to be able to be past that symbolic gesture. So I really appreciated that. And they're just prepping the workforce to work for women as well. Because I think I've had a couple conversations here. If you're recruiting women or Indigenous people, and say you're recruiting 100 of them, but only one stays, is that really accessible or no? So.
Well, what do you think? I guess attrition is such a, like, if that one person the 99 people that left went on to say do amazing things in their community, like how do you take that conversation forward?
That would be amazing. But I think I'm worried that when people go, oh, I've ticked the box, I've gotten this many Indigenous people, but they don't stay because the culture doesn't like the internal workplace culture. That idea would be amazing. If you just use it as a stepping stone and they can go on to do amazing, incredible things, and maybe that company wasn't for them, but we gotta make the industry work for the people.
Well, then can I put you on the spot as a
it.
non-Indigenous woman then?
Yes,
From one
100%.
to another. So then what would you say that companies can do to make that culture more inclusive?
Oh man, how much time do we have? I think so. I'm going to speak from Spartan's perspective. Like, we're on our own reconciliation journey. I'm on my own reconciliation journey. So I think the bare minimum is the awareness training that a lot of people are talking about. I think honestly, even in my, like, when I graduated, I guess elementary, like, I didn't learn about anything. It was actually, and this is a great story because you know her, Cheryl Cardinal. We were at an energy conference in Banff, and I was having a couple drinks with her. And she was talking about residential schools. And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, what is that? And this was like maybe 7 years ago. And I literally didn't know what she was talking about. And then as she explained, I'm like, oh yeah, I think I've heard that. But I'm like, I literally didn't learn it in school. Like, how has our education system failed us that much where colonialism wins, and like that I wouldn't have known that. But again, it's like, I think we've talked about it a little bit, but it's like being truthful about history. So it's like acknowledgement of history. You know, there's that great Indigenous Canada course that U of A puts on. Like, that's the bare minimum, is just like awareness. And then after that, it's all of the past the ticking the box. But I think it's important to recognize that it's Indigenous Peoples Month and Indigenous Peoples Day and September 30th, the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. Like, but it's not just those holidays. So it's past that. But like the companies, there's so much more. There's policies, there's procedures, there's recruitment efforts. But yeah.
Thank you, Katie.
Yeah.
Sophie?
I also, branching off of Katie's, there's culturally safe spaces training that you can go through. Elaine Alec is wonderful, and I can't speak enough about her, but she does workshops in culturally safe spaces. But thinking, it is a little bit of a symbolic gesture, but is there a space in your office that someone can go smudge that doesn't have a smoke alarm in it that's not going to trigger it? Is it somewhere that they can actually practice their own culture or have their own space to do so? Having that, I think, is like a really big part of it. Our office will light a smudge if we're all having a rough day, and we can easily all bond over that and move forward in a good way. I also think it comes from leadership buy-in. If there's no buy-in coming down from the top, are the lower employees really going to think that they are valued in the company? So it's going to come top down. And then I also think the frequency of events, if you're hosting, if you're bringing awareness to them, they can't just come on Indigenous Peoples Day, Indigenous Peoples Month. They need to come more often than that, or more than September 30th and June 21st. And then I also think it can't be a pan-Indigenous approach. We have to know whose nation and community you're on. As an example, my boss worked with a local university, and they gave her a dream catcher. Those aren't our culture. A more appropriate gift could have been a pine needle basket or something from our own culture. So that could be made, if you're going to give gifts, give it from the community that you're with. But you can always reach out to the communities. They have local artists that are working and selling their art, so why not use them and benefit your community that way? I'll leave it there. I'll pass it off to Rebecca.
Sure, Sophie. I just wanted to probe, and you can say pass until later. But I think you're one of the first Indigenous women I had met in STEM, and I've been working at FNPA for a year or so at that point. And I think for the leaders, the Indigenous leaders and mentors, and for people's daughters that could be in this room, do you have any advice as to like what helped you make it, or like what you tell yourself? And you can say pass if you need a moment to think too.
Advice that I would give: search out the safe people, find a good role model, and use them. I've used Alex before. It's been really good. I'm gonna pass because I'll cry.
Aww. You're gonna make me cry. Okay.
We all cried enough last night. This question can be, it's a big question. So on the work side, on the corporate side, I left FNPA for a year, went to work for City Regina, and I found it so cold, and I realized how inclusive FNPA was and how much we were like family. And I just had no interest in being in the corporate world anymore because my culture wasn't respected. I was just treated as like a person with a card to swipe in and out. We have, our family systems are so huge. We don't just have mother, grandfather, like two sets of each on each side. We have adopted parents. I have like 20 adopted parents. I have so many grandparents. Those people are closer to me than my actual family. And at one point, somebody passed away, and I was not allowed to go do what I needed to do because of the corporate policies. I just wasn't allowed to go. So being mindful of things like that and giving spaces for prayer, like she mentioned, like in FNPA, we all have smudge bowls in our office, and we can smudge when we need to. We smudge as a group when we want to. And then when you go into communities on the other side, like you mentioned, learn about their individual protocols. Don't be afraid to ask questions. There's no silly questions. I often get calls from people from our members on the industry side. Is it okay to give tobacco? How do we do it? When do we do it? I have no problem telling our members and helping them how to give blankets or what's appropriate when you go meet leadership, because people want to have, they want to create those meaningful partnerships and relationships early on, but they don't know how, and they're hesitant, and I really appreciate that, and I like helping people learn about that side. And also, like when we go do, before we start a project, or if we've had a heavy few months, we try to have some sort of ceremony with the project. We'll have a pipe ceremony in the beginning. We have our own sweats to support staff and things like that. And we invite our members, and that's just forming partnerships and actual reconciliation, because we're inviting you to learn about us and in a safe way. Yeah, I don't know. I could probably talk about that question all day long in different aspects, but so like
I think just one thing I want to add. So like, I don't know about everyone here, but like I go to hundreds of conferences a year, and I will tell you there's a big difference between Indigenous people being invited and it being an Indigenous-led conference. This is a totally different ballgame. This is way better. But it's amazing that this is where, this is the example of past symbolic gestures. We didn't just do a land acknowledgement like we would do back in Calgary on like one random thing. It literally has been the dancing and the drumming and the content, like anything. Anyways, keep going, but I just wanted to make that known.
No, and thank you for your heartfelt answers. I think it's a really hard topic, and I'll only speak from like a person of color lens, not the Indigenous lens now, but of like often being asked to teach others about like, oh, how do I be more inclusive of like of women? It's like, I think this panel is an exact example though of like, it's an incredibly hard topic to talk about, and some of the questions I'm going to ask might be hard, and just to our audience, just to give a bit of patience and levity with that, because it's not easy to talk about the challenges that you face personally because of the way you were born, truly. So with that, here comes the hard questions. So what side effects have you seen personally from being the way you are, I suppose? And like now we have this word reconciliation that's become more common, but from that equity, diversity, and inclusion lens, what side effects have you seen personally? And we'll start with you, Sophie, if that's okay.
Yeah, so as I had mentioned, I did a software development co-op. I think I said that. We're just gonna roll with it though. So I did the software development co-op. That one, it was a majority male work environment. It was also very colonial in the aspect that I am thinking of. I can count on one hand how many conversations I had with my boss. I know my boss now. I've been to her house. We have regular check-ins with each other and make sure we know how each other's feeling. I feel very open about telling her if I'm having a tough mental day or if something's happening in my family. The other boss, not the same. So I feel like that would be a really big side effect. Also, the software development one, it was really hard. It was right when the 215 came out. I was the only Indigenous person in the office, so it was kind of put on, man, what is with me today?
All good.
I'll just breeze past that. But I also, there's a change in the work culture in my office that I work in now. My boss doesn't hesitate to eat a humble sandwich. She'll be vulnerable with us. She'll tell us if she thinks that she's messed up in her leadership. And that's something that we all take to heart. And I have regularly cried on our team calls because it happens, you know? But I think the work culture that I work in now, it's been shifted. It is a culture that values each other. We all value where we come from, who we are, and how we got there. But it also shifts the views of all the interns in the office. We have 16 interns in our office right now. It shifts the views of what a work culture should be. It shouldn't, I don't believe it should be a cold work culture. I think we should all feel like a family, and we do. And not the sense of a family where, you know, those corporate memes where it's like, oh, we're like a family, and you're like, I don't want to work there. It's like a family, and it's like all the aunties and uncles are at the office all the time, and you can sit back and laugh with them, and it's that kind of family. They remind me of my own family. And I think having an office like that promotes work that you want to be a part of. It promotes change, and it promotes the reconciliation efforts that we do.
Thank you, Sophie. I just want to acknowledge how hard for you. I know it's very hard to talk about. And as a woman in STEM, I just congratulate you on the journey you've taken, and you're trailblazing it for so many others, and they don't have to work as hard because you did. So maybe just a round of applause for Sophie. And like the cumulative effects work that Sophie does is exactly what Chief Judy Desjardins based some of the legal framework around. It was like, what are the cumulative effects of industry? So I think like the work you are doing is so meaningful, trailblazing the way for other nations to potentially have co-management agreements.
We're currently working on a project exactly like Chief Judy Desjardins' company, and I've been piloting it with 2 interns, and they're both wonderful, but we've been hard working at that, and I want to acknowledge them because they're like rocking it at home right now.
Awesome. So I'll shift to Katie and Rebecca. Maybe Katie, you, and then Rebecca, on just what side effects have you seen personally?
I think, like, as a settler, I think that it's now like, for me, it's just a personal growth journey, honestly. Like, I've just been on this journey again, kind of since Cheryl Cardinal came into my life. I really think she was very transformative. And that, you know, working in energy for my career, you know, you can't have energy without all of the original stewards of the land, as kind of Fleur mentioned. But I don't know, it's been a really personal growth piece for me, and it's a lot of learning, it's a lot of unlearning. It's been a really interesting journey. But now I'm moving into this kind of concept of allyship. And so we think about allyship, but a friend of mine, Jake Sticka from Next Gen Men, he's working on, you know, kind of helping the equity lens, but from helping men and boys to be better allies and all this thing. And he did a talk the other day, and it was about how allyship should cost you something. And he used the example of like when he was young and growing up, and he would be on a bus with his grandma, and then if somebody who was either elderly or pregnant or something, he'd have to get up and give up his seat. And I think that concept is really where I'm looking at it now is, you know, I'm white, I come from a ton of privilege, like that, but then it's how do I use my voice to better serve the other underrepresented groups? And so I do that in a number of ways, but now I'm working into what do I need to give up in order to give up my seat to get someone else to the table? And so that's been a really interesting journey for me, but honestly, I think that's what all settlers need to consider, especially when it comes to reconciliation. And I think we'll get into it, but like this concept again that someone mentioned yesterday, the nothing about us without us, like this is a big deal, and I think this is where sometimes settlers need to just shut up and step to the side. And so that's where I'm at in this journey. But
thank you, Katie.
We were talking a bit about checking boxes earlier, and I've experienced that before working here. I've been hired because I was Indigenous and I declared it on my application. And then getting there, told I would never advance in the company, but expected to work 10 times harder than other people because I was an Indigenous woman looking for a job. I've also not received jobs because of my last name, because I learned I'm Indigenous, and when they learn I have a voice and I'm really passionate about my culture, the interviews would go sideways and I would never hear from them again. When leading up talking about my experience, they loved me and wanted to hire me. But then learning about me, it was like, oh, never mind, never hear from them again. And I think since all this truth and reconciliation and Canada's really learning about, like, we're people, we're not trying to get literally our land back and kick you out. We're just trying to work together, and everyone needs to learn our true history. And I think now that it's been out for a few years, it's gotten better. And we are building those relationships, and no one needs to take offense at what's come out. Like my chief Cadmus says, like, we were born into this, none of us created it. We have to learn to resolve all these issues together. And I think that's happening. And personally, that's what I see. Like, personally, I've had a lot of people reaching out to me recently to try to steal me from FNPA. And for me, that's a big personal change in growth, but also reconciliation. Because just based on my last name, which I know it does happen, no one ever wanted to hire me. Like, there was a period where I got off maternity leave. I couldn't find work for, I was off for 18 months because I couldn't get a job. But I had all kinds of experience. And that's just the unfortunate reality of racism and ignorance and the assumptions people have of our people. Looking at me, I don't look Indigenous, you know. So yeah, it's just understanding we're all people, and I think we're getting better at that. And I'm really proud of everybody. And being here proves that we're making those meaningful partnerships, and our membership that's grown is proving that we're getting better at it. And yeah, I really appreciate everyone's support.
Thank you, Rebecca. So for our last question, but luckily I know the MC, so tons of time. So for our last question, a little more open, I think, what kind of successful efforts have you seen? And I know you talked a little bit about them, but just successful efforts you've seen to help organizations collaborate better. And then for Sophie and Rebecca, if you did have advice for some of the Indigenous youth or the grandfathers, fathers, and mothers of those youth, I think I welcome that too. Start with Katie and with Sophie.
Sure. I think I'm going to go back to that nothing about us without us. So I've found some of the best success that I've seen is when you actually bring Indigenous people to the table. You get them, this whole lead piece. I'm thinking about that because we did something called a solve-a-thon a couple years ago. So it's like a hackathon, but for qualitative things, and everyone came to the table to discuss solutions to kind of the challenges about why there weren't a lot of women in leadership roles in the energy sector. And what we realized through the people that were facilitating, they had gone to a law firm or something and done this similar solve-a-thon exercise. And the partners at the law firm had come up with all of these programs, these flexible workplace, which was appreciated, but it's like flexible workplace and all this other stuff. They had spent all this money, time, and effort developing all these programs. But what they forgot to do is ask the women that worked there what they actually wanted. So they wasted a ton of it, and they realized that there was no uptake in a lot of their programs. And it was like, well, if you just went to the women, they would have told you. And so I think for them, their issue was like they weren't getting a lot of women up through associate to partner or something. And it ended up being they just wanted a different business development budget so they didn't have to just go to hockey games. That was a simple thing that would have been the linchpin, but they went off and created all these programs. But this is where I kind of liken this, where if you're not asking the people it affects to help be part of the solution, like you're wasting time and money. So I think that the biggest successes I've found is when you actually ask Indigenous people what they want, what would make them feel safe, you know, like, so if I think of if I'm going to create a respectful or appropriate culture within a workplace, I wouldn't think about smudging like I need to ask someone who is, I would be like, what are the top 3 things that I can do to make you feel more safe at work? You would tell me, like these things, it's simple, but it's not, it doesn't happen a lot. And so I just want to like go back to this, nothing about us without us, because I think that's so interesting that they, like, Indigenous people need to be at the table for whatever level of decision, whether it's an ownership piece in a major pipeline like TMX, or it's a simple as like feeling safe at work. But I think it's about asking the people to help them along. But yeah.
And I think that's an important distinction too, and kind of why we wanted to have you here is that we have a lot, there's a growing number of Indigenous leaders in business especially, and I think there's maybe more opportunity for non-Indigenous people to support Indigenous women specifically in that field, and it's like when designing processes to advance Indigenous participation in leadership, it's like also asking Indigenous women as well, in my opinion now. I'm not speaking on behalf of FNPA, as an individual here. I'm looking at Guy. So then, Rebecca, I guess, what are some of the examples of successful initiatives that you can speak to advance Indigenous women in business, to be clear? We can also go to Sophie if you need a minute.
Specifically Indigenous women. Not,
yes.
Oh, we talked about that. Okay, sorry. So I mentioned when we were discussing earlier, the panel earlier, as little girls, especially on the reserve, we're encouraged to grow up to be the matriarchs of our families and our communities. So it's like we're taught to be the mothers and eventually the grandmothers and knowledge keepers, and have jobs that make that easier on us. Like I was always asked if I was going to be a teacher like my mom. I was like, no, I don't want to be that. And there was just a lot of pressure to do what job would make your job as a mother easier. And then there would be the boys in the school who were taught like join the oil rigs or get into trades, and like it would be separated. And I think we just need to be mindful and not put gender roles on jobs, because women can do any job a man can. My dad doesn't have sons, and he says that all the time. He doesn't need sons because we can do whatever he wants us to learn. But also being mindful with our traditions too. So with our traditions, women can't or shouldn't do certain things, and that's okay. There's spiritual reasons behind it. It's nothing. Feminism doesn't need to be a part of it. No one needs to be offended. So when you're working with communities, also be mindful of that. So it's important to learn about which community you're going into and what traditional roles they have, while not putting barriers on women in general for training for a project or looking for a project manager, or just getting them to do like administration. Just give every person a chance and don't create division. And I think it's usually not intentional, but it's just like a norm that we all grew up with.
Thank you, Rebecca. Your heart is so good. I appreciate that you said it's probably not intentional. Thank you for your humility. And Sophie, just to round us out, what are your thoughts on successful initiatives and kind of just from your lens to advance Indigenous women in business?
I think building off of what Katie said, if you want to include Indigenous women or Indigenous people in your decisions, you have to have us in from the start to the end. We have to be there at the start when you're developing these ideas and be there at the end when you implement them. I also think through those discussions, you need to My boss has coined it as walking on two legs. It's similar to the seeing with two eyes concept from Mi'kmaq elder Albert Marshall. So using more than one knowledge system. So you can use your Western science and your Western knowledge, but you also need to bring in your traditional or Indigenous knowledge or your other cultural knowledge. Both those working together, you can work more holistically. My one intern, Ashton, would love for me to quote him right now, so I will. He says, walking on two legs is like paddling a canoe. If you're only using one side or one knowledge system, you're going to end up going in circles. So he'll be really happy now. Thank you. But to advance more Indigenous people or Indigenous women, I also think there needs to be professional development opportunities for us. So maybe that's having a seat on a board of directors for Indigenous women, Indigenous people, any minorities. It would make your whole panel more diverse, and you could implement that walking on two legs or seeing with two eyes approach. And having space in your senior management position for Indigenous people or Indigenous women, but also having that space, but having someone there to mentor them. If I can see myself in a senior management position and I have a mentor that is going to help me get there, I will 100% go for that opportunity, as opposed to not seeing myself in the position, seeing spam in the position, and just, I had to. And why would I want to go into something where I feel like I'm going to be a minority? Because I don't want to have to fight every day of my life for that. And to round it off, promoting pay equity. I think we need to be paid fairly for all the knowledge we bring.
All right, well done. So thank you to our panelists. Again, I'm very biased at this point, but it was just so heartfelt and genuine, and I think more tactical, like there's real things that folks in this room can do to make the lives better for Indigenous women, in whatever vision those women want it to be in, and no judgment here. So with that, we'll give our panelists one more round of applause. Martin has gifts prepared. I'm not going to give them her. Yeah. So if our panelists want to come up just behind me, and Martin can present you with your gifts. So we're just about to break for, thank you. We're just about to break for lunch here. I want to remind folks that the silent auction is being closed at 12:30, which I think we're pretty close to approaching that. Lunch is served. And do we have a prayer, Rebecca, today? Or did we pray yesterday?
We'll pray again.
We'll pray again? Okay. And then before we eat, a friendly reminder that elders and distinguished guests do eat first. And we'll invite Elder Joe Cuisance to come up and please give a prayer to bless our food before we eat. And thank you so much. I will pass it off to Elder Joe.
Good morning, good evening, I should say, good afternoon. Thank you for everything that you have done for the day. First we'll do is pray for our food, and thank you pray for the things that we're going to do for this afternoon, this evening, before that. Thank you for all of you who have done for the day, and all the things you've had to play, the things that we have loved in our life. thank you for being here today, or the chief that is here, and our young people and the elders of there today will pray in their firstly, and then we'll pray on our way out. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for returning after your lunch break to socialize and hopefully make some new friends. I would like everyone to please look at the very front and what I'm holding. It's an incredibly important basket. Within this basket is a raffle for the art of Cliff Dubois. There's a value of $750 for this raffle, and I invite every single one of you who has the means to please buy a raffle ticket before 3 p.m. today. So our next break, I expect to see long lines for the raffle tickets, and if I don't, you will be nominated as next year's MC without fail. So I'll pass this back, but in all sincerity, please do visit Cliff Dubois' booth and buy a raffle ticket and support a local artist. Thank you. And hold that thought. Yes, of course. Okay, and back to our regular programming. So for those who are just joining us now, my name is Alexandria Shrake, and it's a pleasure and honor to be here as your MC. I feel like I've gotten to know quite a few of you over the course of the last few days, and we're rounding out our programming. This morning we heard some very heartfelt thoughts from different panelists on what reconciliation and action really does mean in an earnest way from the individuals behind the organizations. We heard from Sophie Collins and Rebecca Echekate and my dear friend Katie on how to advance the status of women in the energy sector and how to specifically advance the status of Indigenous women in business. And I also wanted to take another opportunity to thank our sponsors. And this time, I'm going to do something different. If you are a sponsor, I would ask that you please stand. I know I see some of you, so if you are a sponsor, like Ryan Laverty, like the folks from TransCanada Energy, I invite that you please stand, and I'm seeing a few more of you. So for Ontario Power Generation, Nutrien, TC Energy, Upland, SAS Power, CNA. I know there's a few other sponsors in the corner over there that I do invite you to stand so that we can thank you. The event would not be possible today without the generous support of our sponsors. So I ask that we give one quick round of applause to our sponsors again. Thank you very much for standing. I know it's hard to be put on the spot like I did earlier with Jason, but I'm very gracious for your comments. So our next panel is titled Clean Energy Education Leadership. And we met Dr. Doyle Anderson yesterday from Fields, and he shared a little bit about what his life's work, both as president of the FNU, as an incredible leader in the nuclear technology space, as an environmental engineer with a PhD. We learned a lot about how he views clean energy education and just the time invested and it's taken to make the next generation of real reality in terms of professional skills. So first, I'd like to invite our moderator, Dr. Doyle Anderson, to join me on stage. Hello, Dr. Anderson. Oh, you got your bolo tie to fit. I did. Yes. I remember Guy was trying to squeeze that bolo tie on yesterday, but I'm glad it fits. So next, I'd like to invite Nathan Kay from 7Gen Energy and Zagame Ashinamek First Nation. I don't see him. Oh, hello, Nathan. You're looking sharp. Nathan was awarded I think it was Youth Clean Energy Champion Award yesterday for his significant contributions, his leadership roles at 7Gens through Indigenous Clean Energy, ICE, and just a number of other ways that he inspires and enables others. And Nathan, I've had the pleasure of getting to know, and he's one of the few people that has, when we're working together, has said, Alex, like, I have these ideas and ways to help you too. And I thought that was just a testament to how he views servant leadership. So please join me in welcoming FNPA, Pathways to Power for Opportunities Award winner, Nathan Kay. Up next, I'd like to invite Karen Chong, Deputy Director for the BC Teachers Federation for Social Justice. And she comes from an energy background, having spent, I think, a few years in the oil and gas sector as a geophysicist, a few years as a teacher, and now her life's work is devoted to advancing equity and inclusion for teachers and the education system in technical sciences. Please join me in welcoming Karen Chong. And of course, last but not least, we had, I think, one of the Canadian Nuclear Association's guest speakers, Paula Kurokin. Oh, sorry. Paula Ward? Paula Ward, I apologize. So we've had the pleasure of working with Paula through FNPA for a number of years now, and has demonstrated incredible leadership through her education by advancing her MBA, being a leader in the communities that she serves with Jim Ward as well. And I'd like to, please join me in welcoming Paula. Thank you for joining us today. Sorry, Paula. All right, do you have a mic? Okay, here. Oh, no, we're good.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a tremendous opportunity to be here with you. I really appreciate the opportunity to have this discussion, and I want to speak about what an honor it is to be here. The work that First Nations Power Authority is doing is inspirational, and really each one of the panelists here, as you're going to get to know them, you're going to realize that we have a very dynamic panel, and we have some really exciting things happening in building talent. Last year in this conference, it seems that was a big topic, was how do we build the Indigenous talent pipeline for the cleaner energy sector? And it actually caused me to think about an experience that I had. I was an engineer working for Raytheon. I started out, I was in the US military, and I'm a member of the Red Pheasant Cree Nation just south of North Battleford. But I grew up on the edge of the Blackfeet Reservation, kind of right on the border. And while I was at Raytheon, I actually had my community, my band post-secondary coordinator invited me to apply for some funding to go back to school. She wanted role models in the community. She said, we really could use that. Would you consider that? And it didn't make a lot of sense to me. I worked directly for one of the vice presidents in this Raytheon subsidiary. Didn't make sense to her. But in the end, we realized it was right, and it was a blessing to come and to enroll in the First Nations MBA program here at University of Saskatchewan. I finished the program, and I was offered a job directing a program at the it was at the time known as Saskatchewan Indian Federated College. And that program was developed to build business capacity. So my undergraduate is environmental engineering, my master's in business, and eventually I completed a doctorate in a business-related discipline. And in that discussion, as I was being offered the job at what's now First Nations University of Canada, I was told that in 80 years at the University of Saskatchewan College of Commerce, there were only 5 Indigenous people that had ever completed any sort of a credential. In 80 years, only 5. And so this program was developed to help remedy that and to start building capacity, Indigenous capacity and leadership in business. And I took on this position and was very enthusiastic. But as I went around here in the community and in the province, talking to senior leaders in the province, I was very surprised because I heard this message over and over. Doyle, you're wasting your time. Indigenous people do not have an aptitude for business. It's not going to work. And I mean, these are big players. These are big players in industry. These are big players in government. And in that discussion, that just kind of fanned the flame within me. I knew that wasn't right. I knew that wasn't true. And it took 4 years, but the first graduating class was 14. Then the next class was 15. I mean, these numbers are small, but compared to 5 and 80 years, it was a major step forward. And there were also those, some of them are in our own communities, our own Indigenous people, were saying business is not traditional. That's not traditional. And in reality, you know, as I was studying my graduate studies, I was learning as much as I could, both from oral history, but also from what's written in historical records about our Cree and Assiniboine people. My late grandfather was the chief of Mosquito Grizzly Bear's Head Lean Man First Nation as well in the Assiniboine nations. And so as I studied Cree and Assiniboine history, I realized that opposite is true. Not only is business traditional, but it's a key core part, and entrepreneurship and innovation is a core part of our history. When you look at the fur trade, and as the fur trade started to expand across Canada, our people had an opportunity to really step into different roles, from the hunter-gatherer role to fur trappers, to middlemen, so to business people, and then to logistics over time. And they were fully prepared to transition to agriculture as well, but it was actually some government policies and other challenges that prevented that. But our people are very innovative. Our people are able to take on opportunity, and right now, the energy sector provides that opportunity for our people. And I'm excited to join with the panel members to speak about that. We're going to be talking about and have talked about financial capital, how essential that is. But human capital is also an essential ingredient to capitalizing on the opportunities that are here before us. And again, I want to acknowledge FNPA for their leadership in building this talent and this capital. It includes business, includes entrepreneurship. We have to have leaders who are able to develop, finance, and manage projects. We also need STEM education. We've had some of that discussion here earlier today. For technicians, tradespeople in lower numbers, engineers and scientists. So there's a wide variety of skills that are needed. And to achieve the target of net zero carbon by 2050, the paradigms that currently exist in the energy industry will have to change. Likewise, for the Indigenous people of Canada to fully participate in the transformation to clean energy and to benefit from the economic opportunities that arise from this transformation, the education paradigms that exist must also change. So in my work at universities as a professor, as an administrator, I realized that only, for example, as the president of First Nations University of Canada, only about 10% of our Indigenous people are going to earn a credential from an institution like that. What about the other 90% of our youth? And that's for that reason we developed a company, Fields, facilitators of innovative education, leadership development, and sustainability, to really reach down into the communities and start building that talent right from the ground up in the communities. Our project on the Navajo Nation, we've been honored to have Brett Isaac here joining us. On his nation, we're doing work there that's expanding now. It emphasizes kinesthetic learning, so hands-on learning, technical relevance to local energy jobs, and historic resilience of the Navajo people. We work closely with local industry to provide apprenticeships and pathways to post-secondary education and employment to program participants. Our project, we also have worked with Onion Lake Cree Nation, and our project focused on partnership with local educational institutions and aligning education and employment. A project on the Navajo Nation in 2016, we were asked by industry to come into the area. They had been investing hundreds of thousands into scholarships to build talent for the local skilled workforce. The return on investment, the oil company told us, was about zero. And so they said, we need to do something more direct engagement to make a difference. And so we worked with them and built a technology education center in one of the larger tribal high schools in the United States there, at least in that region. And providing technical training, which was needed in the industries, oil and gas, mineral processing, solar energy. We were able to combine that with personal and career success training. So you get a job with the hard skills that you have, but you keep your job through the soft skills, through the personal and career success skills that you have. And so as we've been building that forward, we have students now, and I want to show just a very short video clip here that displays the power of direct engagement with industry, with Indigenous nations, and most importantly, with individual students. And really, I'm excited about the discussion that we'll have, because we have a tremendous panel here that's going to be able to share with us some of the major things that are happening in Canada, and a vision for where we're going, and some solutions to the challenges that we have right now. So if you could play that video, please.
I am a part of Whitehorse High School. I'm a senior, and I have a bright future joining this program.
The skill sets that our youth can learn from industries like energy fuels is huge, because we're going to need the youth to come in and help us develop more innovations, more systems, different systems. Using their creativity and their skill sets, they will help the future of industries.
Electrical mechanical technology from Fields has taught me a lot about electronics, and I really like that because it's the future.
Field programs helped me make a decision on what I wanted to do after high school. It helped me make a choice in going to electric engineering.
It's trying to get them ready for life after high school, whether it's technical school, the military, trade school, college, and Fields hops right into that. Doyle and I have been talking about what could we do in the freshman year, what could we do in the junior year, so that when scholars reach that senior year, they're ready to implement their plan and get started with that electromechanical technologies program.
The Fields program helps a local community, and we invest in individuals. We invest into their future by educating them locally and bringing them into local industries. And that is our goal, to reach out and so they can stay in their community and raise their families in the area that they grew up in.
The hands-on learning with the field program has allowed me to have a better process and understanding at what goes on at the mill when it comes to troubleshooting.
The fields program helped prepare me for my internship at Energy Fields. For example, they helped me with getting a motor started because we were having trouble with the motor and it wasn't turning on.
The things that we do there at the plant is troubleshoot. Technicians or electricians go in and figure out what the problem is.
We did all of our troubleshooting skills that we learned, and we were able to figure out the problem. We got it working again, and we closed out that work order.
Solving a problem while troubleshooting is really exciting. I just accomplished something, like a goal, and I think that's what we live for.
Fields with Whitehorse High School is making that preparation actionable. Our scholars get to keep working with field staff, so that mentorship really leads to that pipeline that goes beyond high school.
The Fields program is going to provide the opportunity for students to stay local. That's great about what the Fields program is providing for these students, that they don't have to go off thousands of miles or hundreds of miles, but they're right here at home.
When Fields came in with a project that they said they can actually work with the student and put these labs in place and with the school and teach the kids, I mean, that's like a bright light that came open. Hey, this is what we're looking for. This is what we want. We benefit as a company. The community benefits.
The internships that Fields has been able to introduce to our students has really brought in a huge link to bridging into a lifelong career. A lot of them are having scholarships come through the industry. They're getting jobs offered to them. So it's really like their foot in the door to keep moving on. They could follow this career path their whole life and have a sustainable livelihood.
As part of Dene, I really admire this program. I'd love to see other Navajos, other people to join the program and to have a shot in life at a better future, a brighter future. And I ask that you help us out with that.
Okay, well, I'd like to give each one of our panel members a chance to just share some opening remarks on, just a little brief introduction and your vision for what you would like to see happen in terms of building capacity for our Indigenous people in the cleaner energy sector. Nathan, we'll start with you and then move this way.
Sure, thanks, Dr. Anderson. So, Anin Jagwa Tanse Nathan Natsigasan, Virginia Zagme, Anishinaabe, Treaty 4 territory. So I'm OG Cree from Zagme, Anishinaabe in Treaty 4 territory. And when it comes to what I'd like to see is space for reconsidering what the education system really is. Maybe thinking about what was the Indigenous education system prior to colonization, and we had an education system, and I read a book. It's called the 7 Fires: The Lifelong Process of Growth and Learning, and it got me thinking, if my skills were nurtured when I was 6, 7 years old, I was really, I was good at math, so having those skills nurtured from that young of age, and that's how our education system operated prior to colonization, is we identified what our children were interested in, and we all had roles when it came to our communities. Some were healers and medicine men, some were hunters, some were good at crafting things with their hands and using their hands and skills and building tools and that. There were the berry pickers and there were the warriors. So being able to identify what your child is interested in as early as 6, 7 years old, and then nurturing that until they're 12, 13, and then they entered into their 5th fire, when they're 12, 13, and the parents' responsibility was to put them in line with a mentor that was an expert in that area that contributed to the community's well-being and their survival. So, you know, parents tend to over-shelter their children, and you know, as a mentor, they tend to let them, you know, spread their wings a little more and do riskier things. So, you know, it takes me back to how our education system is currently today. Everybody is expected to write a test, to you know, fit inside that box and graduate, and then, you know, figure out what you want to do in your life, you know, when you're 17, 18 years old. And, you know, that system was only created like maybe 120, 130 years ago. You know, prior to that, you know, children were either in the fields or cleaning chimneys. So, you know, just reconsidering what our education system is like now, and we need to modernize that. You know, artificial intelligence plays a big part in where the future is going, and how students are already using, you know, ChatGPT to write their assignments. So we need to modernize that and think of where the world is going, and actually, you know, anticipate how we need to train and get our children to think, but we also have to think differently as well. So I'll leave it at that.
Hello everyone, my name is Karen Chong. I'm originally from Treaty 7 territories, but I currently live, work, and learn on the ancestral and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish people, also so-called Vancouver. I'm really honored to be here and with my panelists here today as well. What I would like to see, and things I think about, are for education, I really want to think about the goal of empowering our young people and connecting them to each other, and more importantly to the land and their communities, in terms of building capacity and giving them the space and support to imagine the world they want to live in. And how do we support that vision? And how do we give them the space and opportunity to really dream? Because that's where the innovation comes from. Everything we see here comes from someone's brain. And those futures are in those kids' brains right now. So how do we serve them and support them, especially in my role in public education, which is an entry point for all students? How do we really build that public system and post-secondary, for example, to serve our youth, who are the ones who are carrying our visions forward and building sustainable communities and doing that work into the future. So, thank you.
Thank you, Paula.
Kwe, Nin Delawisin Paula, Nin Delewin Narawatnik. My name is Paula. I come from Narawatnik First Nation in New Brunswick. I'm Mi'kmaq. So I actually gave a keynote speech at CNS on this topic just at the beginning of the month. So I won't get into too much of that, but one of the things that I did bring up during that speech was that I would love to see an Indigenous role model program being developed in the clean energy sector. So having our youth look at these people that are already working in this industry and they're having successful careers, they can see that it is possible. We can connect them with them. They can connect together. They can ask them for advice, find out what exactly they need to do to get into that type of career, what type of career path they took, what educational opportunities and barriers that they may have faced and how they overcame them. And I think that would be a really great initiative to really help encourage our youth to get involved in the clean energy sector and be able to connect with people that they can relate with and people that look like them and come from backgrounds like them. And it would just be really kind of encouraging and eye-opening. So that's one thing that I'm trying to advocate for right now.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. The mentorship, role modeling, very exciting. The video that you just saw, the instructor there who was speaking, who was taking the students through their internships, I met him. He's Shoshone. He's from the Northwest Band of Shoshone Nation. I met him when I was the head of the academic programs at Idaho State University, the Native American academic programs. there. I was running a business education program, but they asked me to take over leadership at the university level for Native American programs. And I met this student. His father was a very influential tribal leader, and he still is. He's still living. He's a dynamic leader. And I knew his father. His father helped the university to build some programs. He invited his son to join this program at Idaho State University, the Energy Systems Technology and Education Center. That program is one of the best programs for things like nuclear operations technician training in the U.S. nuclear sector, wind, solar. I mean, across the board, it's a very dynamic, advanced program. But this young man joined the program. He'd been out of school for a while. He came back, and his dad phoned me. His dad said, "Hey, Colin joined that program. He's about 3 weeks in. He's sinking right now. He's actually at the point that he's going to quit. He can't keep up with the math and science and the intensity of the program, the rigor of the program." I said, "Well, have him phone me." And so we got together and we connected him with some support. And really, in many cases, that's all that students need. They need support. They need someone who believes in them. They need the mentor. They need the role model. And the founder of the Energy Systems Technology and Education Center, whose Fields is Director of Education, Lawrence Beatty, was the person that we connected him with, as well as a math tutor and a science tutor. And he was able to get back on his feet. He was able to thrive. He completed this degree program at the top of his class, and he became a leader in this industry. Now he's mentoring these students, the students that you saw there. Every student that spoke in that video now works as an energy sector technologist. One of them is actually about a year away from his electrical engineering degree. These are students. That school is actually in that area, and it's sad to think about this, but because of the challenges that they have, the social challenges, which a lot of our communities have the same challenge, a lot of our Indigenous communities, the local social services agency calls it the gates of hell, because those students deal with physical abuse, sexual abuse. It's addictions are so rampant in that community. But these students are making a way through that into a bright future. And there's so many of our Indigenous youth that are in that other 90% who are ready to do that. And I really want to emphasize the importance of these suggestions of mentoring and role modeling as well. So I'll ask our panelists, what are your thoughts on the importance of focused educational opportunities that are specifically aligned with locally available clean energy jobs versus generic diploma and degree programs that may not lead to employment near the student's home or reserve? Paula.
I'll jump in here. So I brought this up because in the speech that I gave, I brought up this article that I found. It's called "Nurturing the Brain Power of Indigenous Youth for the Jobs of Tomorrow." It's a program that's offered by IBM Canada, and they have partnered with a number of Mi'kmaq organizations in Nova Scotia, and they launched the Ynotmedia P-Tech program, which is Pathways in Technology Early College High School model for Indigenous youth. And it helps to prepare them for the growing technology sector initiatives that are happening. So when they're done, they are actually given a diploma in this field. So it concentrates on STEM. So they're given a diploma along with their high school diploma, and a tuition-free, industry-aligned 2-year college diploma with workplace experience within 6 years or less. The hallmarks of the program include industry one-on-one mentoring, workplace visits, paid summer internships, and being considered first in line for interviews at IBM when they have jobs available. So I think this is a model that can be used in many areas across the country for different sectors, but definitely for the clean energy sector. This could be something that is implemented in high school to encourage our Indigenous youth to go after the careers and the programs, post-secondary education programs, and it gives them a taste of what it could be like, and they're working with people that already know what they're doing, that are in that career, that can guide them through it, and a higher rate of success. They're not going to feel like quitting if they have someone that's helping to guide them along the way, and they're starting early as well. So when you're starting in high school, a lot of the times I find with our Indigenous youth, they get into high school and they're getting, like, trying to get a well-rounded education. You know, they go for the math, the science, the English, the art, a little bit of everything. And sometimes they're not going to do as well in one area or another if they're not interested, which can lead to lower grades, which could lead to less of a chance of getting into a good college or university. So with something along these lines, where they get that hands-on experience in something that they're truly interested in, they're going to succeed. So it just takes some thinking outside the box.
Awesome. Anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, I was thinking about just how when you see job postings and that, it's minimum master's degree, 5 years experience, and I think anybody could do any job with the right attitude, and sometimes you might have missed an opportunity with a good person that could fill a role or add value to your organization, and by setting your standards in a box again. So just kind of thinking differently and how we attract the right people, and with the right attitude, you can encourage them to maybe they start, and then you encourage them to take additional training after they've proven themselves with the organization with a good attitude. So I think a good attitude really goes a long way as well.
Awesome. That's great. At this school, this video that we shared, all the students, all the grade 9s in that high school go through a personal and career success training program. We call it Fields of Dreams. And the students go through and they build their basic success skills for life. They also do what Nathan was just talking about here earlier, about really thinking about what is it that they love to do? What are their gifts? What are their aptitudes? What are they good at? And what are some career pathways that would align with that? Where do they want to live? Do they want to stay in the community? If they do, what are some opportunities that are there? And so they're able to make that decision and move their way through and build those skills in grade 9. All the grade 11s in that school for the last several years have completed this program as well. And then those who want to focus in the technology area, energy technology, they go into this energy technology training program for their grade 12 year, and they all have paid internships with industry in the local community during the school year. For actually this last year, every one of them, it was their first paid employment. It's such a remote area that they don't have other employment opportunities. Then a number of them qualify for full-time summer internships. And when they complete those internships, for this summer, for example, there will be multiple students moving into an instrumentation and control technology jobs. So they'll come out of this summer internship, right out of grade 12, into a professional technician position in automation, instrumentation control technician. Then there's also going to be at least one, maybe two electricians into an apprenticeship program. And so these students are coming right into employment. And in a number of cases, the students get their own pickup, they get a gas card, and it's not just education for a credential, education for interest, but it's literally education that takes them right into a lifelong career. And so I think that's an important thing to emphasize. Let's shift gears a little bit and think about traditional knowledge and the value of traditional knowledge in education and training for our Indigenous youth in the clean energy sector. What is traditional knowledge, and how does it differ from our current educational system? How do we integrate traditional knowledge into preparing students for clean energy jobs?
Well, to me, traditional knowledge is taking a look at how we operated, prior to colonization, and a lot of our communities, operated in a communal way. We had our hunters that can go out, and it was just a group of them, and they can bring back enough meat to feed thousands of people, and the efforts of 10 could really feed thousands, if there was the camp makers and that. So traditional knowledge, it's passed down. It's passed down from our elders and our ancestors, really. So we have to think about, how did they get this knowledge? Well, they were out on the land. They spent a lot of time on the land. They learned, the seasons. They learned how the animals operated. And, I could say that, many of our emerging leaders are also yearning to get back to the land and finding, reclaiming their identity, reclaiming their culture, because it's an act of resilience as well. So creating that space for them to do that, and I think we even have to rethink the work culture. I think nobody wants to work 40 hours a week anymore for 40 years, and they want to be able to spend time and have space for happiness with their families, with their loved ones, be able to travel and explore other areas of the world, or connect with other communities. It comes back to how we lived as communities, and we didn't stay one place, and we were able to live a good life and live in a good way. And I've also been exposed to a term. It's called the three-eyed seeing approach, and there was the two-eyed seeing approach, where it is Western science and Indigenous knowledge, So the third eye is actually plants and animals, and we have to take them into consideration as well when we're doing things. And more of our communities are identifying that also, and they take that into consideration when they do things. So and trying to prepare and think about 7 generations ahead. So.
Thank you. A 3M State of Science Index study found overwhelming support for the industry and skilled trades. However, 96% of Canadians agreed that the country's workforce needs more skilled trades workers. 76% Canadians said they would never pursue a skilled trade for themselves. Clean energy requires skilled trades, and skilled trades provide excellent wages and career options. How do you think this issue should be addressed so that more First Nations students consider this career pathway?
I think the best way is to really bring this straight to them, to their community, to where they are the most comfortable. So we have our Joint Economic Development Initiative in New Brunswick, also called JEDI, and they have a skilled trades trailer that they're going to be bringing. They just launched it like a couple weeks ago, but they'll be bringing it straight into our Indigenous communities, and anybody that's interested can sign up for their program and get acquainted with 3 different trades. I believe it's carpentry, welding, and plumbing. And once they get a taste of it, they can choose which one that they want to concentrate on and take a career path in. I think it's a great way to give our youth an opportunity to experience this and to experiment with it as well, without losing any time in like starting up a whole degree and thinking a month in, I don't like this, let me try something else. So they try something else and they're like, well, I don't know about this either. And then at some point, our post-secondary funding is going to be like, okay, you've tried a few things, maybe you should take some time to think about it. Well, with this, they can try them without having any disadvantages for funding or like anything really. So it's a great trial experiment, and it's in community where they're comfortable. It takes away some barriers for travel, for even childcare. If it's in community, then they can use somebody that's within the community to help them with childcare rather than have to go off reserve. There are a number of positive aspects of this, but I think it's a great way to really promote the trades within our communities for our Indigenous youth and others, not just youth. Anybody can take it, even if you're looking for a career change.
Excellent, thank you. Actually, the Brett Isaac and Navajo Power is moving forward to build a skilled workforce development master plan for their projects there. They've got about 3 gigawatts of projects on the go with many more planned in the future. But again, one thing that Brett told me here recently, he said, this is a chance of a generation. He said, building the talent for these energy projects now, if we miss the boat on this, we're not going to have another chance. This is a tremendous opportunity to build capacity in the communities. And as part of the work that we're doing in Navajo Nation, we're bringing together mobile training labs that can do exactly, Paula, what you talked about, being able to take education out into the communities and even being able to link post-secondary training, working with Navajo Technical University and other institutions there, being able to deliver those programs in the community where they're needed and move that education and training. So right where it's needed most. Yes, Karen.
If I might add to that as well, with these stats, 76% of Canadians would not consider trades. And in schools, in public schools, or just general grade school, there is a hierarchy of education. It is frowned upon, or people are made fun of if they are in the trades program, if they're not in the high math program, whatever that might be. There's stigma attached to that. So with a greater, like a wider societal lens, we have to be conscious that kids are listening to us, they're watching us. And if we don't change how we behave and act in terms of the stigma around being a tradesperson, we're never going to have those students be interested in it. Because why would they want to be the dumb kids who can only do trades? And I'm sure, and that's not to say I believe that, obviously, but that is something that we have to combat in terms of if we want these skilled tradespeople, we have to show them that they're valued, not just through a paycheck, but that they're contributing. We have to directly connect them to how they are valued and contributing and making a difference and an impact in their communities and in society without that stigma. So I do just want to bring this forward because, again, with this stat, this tells us we are in a room of probably, I'm guessing, mostly folks who went to post-secondary. Most of you probably did quite well in school. And what happened to the other kids? Where are they? What happens to this? And I think, especially with Indigenous students, where we know the school system is not designed for everyone. It's designed for a very small box of people, and they cram you in that box, and you're the other, and you're a failure if you don't fit in the box. We need to do work around that because, again, they're looking at us, they're watching us, and we need to be able to support them in that way as well. And that means making changes in our own belief systems.
And just to add to that too, these are like skilled trade jobs. They're high paying jobs. They are lucrative career paths. And I think this is where that role model and mentorship type of initiative can really help to destigmatize these types of careers. Because once you see like how they're living their lives, how they are employing multiple other people to work with them as well. They're not just a dirty trades person that's like unclogging toilets and that type of work, because that's what they're seeing it as. These are business owners. These are entrepreneurs. These are people that are going to everything is needed to help advance society, right? So we need people in every aspect, and to have these trades and to have these entrepreneurs like that we know are Indigenous that can be that role model, and it also creates that that sense of cultural safety within these career paths as well, working with other tradespeople that are also Indigenous. So,
thank you very much. Do you know, I'm going to single you out a little bit, Karen. In your work in the school systems, in a large school system, working with Indigenous students, trying to help them find their way into these type of opportunities, what are some of the key success factors that you're seeing that our audience members could learn? They could come to understand some of those the tricks of the trade that really change lives.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Anderson. I think for us in this room and into your workplaces and offices, I want you to consider who is there and who is not, who is missing. Students, again, are watching us. If they don't see themselves in these roles, if they don't see themselves being valued, they're not going to go that way. So I think representation is very important. I think mentorship is absolutely a key piece. Students, kids, anybody in general needs one adult, one, to believe in them, and they will make it. That's it. They don't need more than one, just one, that they can trust and believe in them. So I offer to you, be that one person for whoever that young person is in your life. Look for opportunities to really bring them into the community, and people who look like them, who might not be in the places where you are, that we obviously need people. So I think representation and mentorship in support in that way is very important and key.
Did you have something to add, Nathan?
Yeah, I was thinking, we hear a lot about reconciliation, and it also has to come back to truth, truth before reconciliation. A lot of our people in our communities are still in the healing process. They're still finding, children at these institutions, and ultimately what these institutions done was it was a destructive environment that created a destructive mentality that led to a destructive lifestyle, and that's still, it's intergenerational in that sense. So being able to support or encourage, when many Indigenous people take on a role, they're really wearing multiple hats and multiple roles, and they're helping family and extended family. So they have more on their plate than the non-Indigenous person, I would say, because there's impacts that we're still dealing with, and that is still affect us ultimately. So being understanding and taking those type of things into consideration as well.
Thank you very much.
And I'll add a kind of sobering statistic as well. So about 44% of Indigenous students on reserve between the ages of 18 to 24 have completed high school, compared to 88% for other Canadians. So half as many Indigenous youth on reserve are graduating from high school.
It's a sobering statistic. Yeah, that's a sobering statistic. I'm going to ask the panel one more question, and then we'll open it up to questions from the audience. We're here talking about economic reconciliation. We're here talking about creating a brighter future for our people. And there are many people in this audience who are decision makers in companies who have a genuine interest and a desire to make some of these things happen, to open these doors, to build these bridges to success and to a brighter future for our Indigenous people and for our nations. What advice could you give these genuinely interested, passionate leaders in corporate Canada to be able to really engage and help build this Indigenous talent pipeline and create this economic reconciliation through skilled workforce development? I'd like to ask each one of you to respond to that question, please.
Sure. First, I think, it takes thinking strategically. You have to think who's on the front lines, working with these children every day. It's teachers in the schools. There's the Indigenous Teachers Education Program here offered at the U of S. So connecting with those teachers, because they're the ones going to be out in the communities, and they're the ones that you can encourage to plant those seeds for what is coming for industry and careers, and be able to just have that connection and encourage and be collaborative with other departments, other industries, and maybe even look into attending teacher conferences and those spaces where they actually gather, and you know that they're going back to community and that they are going to be working directly with the children in the school systems, whether it's in the urban school systems or on reserve school systems. So that would be my suggestion, is think strategically and work collaboratively.
Nathan,
Karen.
Want to come work at the teachers union, talk up teachers some more? What I would offer is, I think we have to really consider, based on that very sobering stat, why. We do not, our school systems, public school systems are designed right now for individuals. But to the question of what I understand traditional knowledge to be is relationships. How do you build them? How do you maintain them? And I think when we think about school, we have to make sure that students see value in it. So as a teacher who's trying to get a kid to do a piece of homework or study or whatever it might be, we have to get them to buy in. They have to invest in what we're offering them. So similar to, looking for investment here, we negotiate with students every day as educators. But they have to be at the table to negotiate though. If they're not there, as in they're not being able to access school for whatever reasons, there's many societal reasons we could get into, that's my day-to-day bread and butter of work, but they need to be there. They need to be able to have the least amount of barriers to be able to access their education. And that education needs to be valuable to them. And educators, thank you for speaking to educators, they need the resources as well to be able to support their students. And you don't know what you don't know. Educators are extremely skilled in their field, but they're not necessarily here. Perhaps there's an opportunity to bring folks in to, again, do that education for everyone, not necessarily just students, but for decision makers, and really do that that cross collaboration through all the industries, because this takes all of us, and we need to build those relationships and have the students understand and buy in that what they do individually is for the community, and we don't do any of this by ourselves. So we have to show, if we need them to be there in these roles in post-secondary, we need to be there to lift them up and support them through that work in their own learning.
Paula, what advice do you have to give to these employers?
Well, like
partners?
Karen had mentioned, where they just need one person to believe in them. You can be that one person that believes in them. Hire them, bring them in. Maybe they're not going to be perfect for the role that you had initially intended, but building their capacity from within the organization and with the support of the organization, they might be perfect for another role that is upcoming. Or maybe it could be another company even, but it doesn't matter. Just help them build that capacity. Talk to them, talk to other community members and other leadership. Find out what the barriers are. It might be something really simple, like they just don't have a drive. offer them a drive, pay for a bus pass. It's something that's cheap, but it's a simple barrier. So just help overcome these solutions, be the person that believes in them, and give them a chance, build the capacity from within.
We'll open it up for questions now.
Hi, I'm Alma Forog. I'm with Quest Canada, and I had a two-part question. One, I was very interested when Paula and Dr. Anderson mentioned the mobile learning experience and kind of going into the communities. But I was wondering, have you implemented this with any super remote communities? So for instance, we're talking Northern Prairies region, territories, and if you have, are there any lessons that you can share with us?
Yes, I guess I'll answer that, unless you'd like to add anything, Paula. Yes, the Navajo Nation is about as remote as it gets. Like we say that our Canadian communities are very remote locations. I mean, none of it would be further, the pendulum further to the extreme. But Navajo Nation, there's some very remote communities there. There's one community, the school division headquarters is about 3 hours drive from the school. There's 42 students in this high school, and we're delivering this year electromechanical technology training, much of which is online. But there's some real distance-based challenges there as well, and being able to take the learning, the kinesthetic learning, the hands-on learning out into the communities with these mobile labs it's a game changer for the students. Once they see that, they can really identify with a different path in their lives and with a different career journey in their lives, and they can successfully navigate that. The students, ironically, when you talk about the distance-based online delivery, very similar to what's happening in this school. It's the name of the community is Navajo Mountain in a very remote part of the Navajo Nation. Every student that you saw in that video today, they all came through during COVID. So they experienced distance-based learning. And Navajo Nation had some of the highest death rates, the highest death rate in the United States for some time in the pandemic. And so they locked it down tight. And so we had no access to those students, except periodically we could go to the school, take these mobile training labs to a common place where the students would come and we could provide that training. But Omar, I really have seen the power of hands-on learning. Students who faculty member in the school would say, you'd never be able to, they'll never succeed in a program like that. When they start learning with their hands, the sky's the limit. And so it definitely is, the kinesthetic aspect is critical, but it is possible to do it using distance-based learning, a hybrid approach that's weighted in the distance-based learning area. So that's what we found.
Yeah, and, I had a follow-up question, if that's okay. Yeah, follow-up question was, do you have any measures in place to kind of measure the long-term impacts of like such projects being implemented?
We have projects that are a few years into implementation, and we're seeing very significant impact in the work that we're doing. And as we go forward, we'll continue to build on that longitudinal data. But yeah, that data is critical to the work that we do, and that every year, gathering that data, analyzing that data, and publishing that data, within the local community there and within the nation, it's a critical part of the work that we do. So that's a good question. Any other question? We have time for one more. Oh, go ahead,
Just to
Paul.
add to that too, but also like data metrics and key performance indicators. It's a very colonial concept. So a lot of our Indigenous organizations prefer not to use those types of metrics, and rather than go by grades or who got a job afterwards or who completed it, we've got to kind of decolonial or decolonize data is what the next step, I believe, should be.
That's really good.
Okay, we've got time for one more question if there is one. Yes.
Oh, we'll go with the person in the back. That person hasn't asked the question yet.
Okay, in the back there?
Yeah. Just to make space for all. Yeah, sorry. Thank you. And then we're done.
Good afternoon. My name's Joseph Roy Moose. I'm from Cumberland House. I've been privy to starting up an Aboriginal apprenticeship program at Alberta Pacific Pulp Mill. And what it entailed was the president of ALPAC phoned me, because he's a friend of mine from years ago and stuff like that. I had a permanent job at Husky, quit and went to work at ALPAC at Athabasca. What this apprenticeship program entailed was that we applied, I think it was called some human resource development in federal funding for apprentices and stuff. So Alberta Pacific Pulp Mill wanted to put their own people to take apprenticeships, and my task was to go to all of their forest management area reserves, which include Wabasca, Fort McMurray, further up north. Anyway, what we did was the 5 guys I selected from the reserve, I traveled right to the reserves, selected all the grade 12s and stuff like that, the guys that, you know, there was 150 applicants from the reserves. What we did was we made a deal with Nate. Nate came to the pulp mill every Thursday and did their training right at the pulp mill, right? And that went on for 4 years till these guys, they worked at the pulp mill, right? And they fit into that 12-hour shift program, right? You know, and every Thursday they go to school, right? So that's how it was done, right? And out of that, I got 2 apprentices as millwrights, 2 apprentices as pipe fitters, and 1 electrician, right? Yeah, it turned out good.
Let's give him a hand.
Nate fought and kicked and said, no, we don't want to go, right? You come to Nate, right, in Edmonton. They said, no, we held our ground, and they did, finally. But that's how it's done, man. You have to bring the training to the Aboriginal students, right? And yeah, it's successful that way. Thank you.
Great success story. Thank you so much.
I have a mechanical company. It's called RNS Moose Contracting, and I just started 3 years ago. I do shutdowns for Rhino right now and small project for SAS Power. I've got a mechanical company that is looking for work, bigger projects, right? I do small work for SAS Power and 3-week shutdowns, but I need sustainability, so hey, I'm open, right?
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you very much. Oh, we have.
Is there another? Okay. Okay.
Okay. Yeah,
if you
go
can
ahead.
make it brief, please.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I would be very short. Okay, so the reason I'm in here, let's say I do some sort of training. I am answering this question about Omar, that whether we have an example, we have some example. And other thing is, let's say like, we talk about this engaging traditional ecological knowledge with science. So you all know that it is kind of oral knowledge system, and I'm glad that he touched upon that we learn from the nature, this third eye. And when we talk about this, like a science curriculum, or just university system or a high school, it has to be like written. So it always conflict, and in one way, definitely can work together. But in that sense, like I would say, like, okay, if you have a graduate degree, or if you have a high school degree, okay, sorry, diploma or something, how about we also use their knowledge, let's say land-based learning, we call, somehow give some credential, there are teachers. Maybe that is the experience we need in the north. I was working in northern Saskatchewan when it was minus 42 coming from Bangladesh. So this is kind of a hard thing. People don't want to go in that area to show some sort of courage and commitment to have changes. So in one way, like indigenous knowledge was working very well with my program about the fish health monitoring, water quality monitoring. So it can work, but at the same time, how can we just accommodate the idea of like, just giving them some credential for their knowledge too, to work in the, nobody need like, just as a person coming from north, they know everything. So that knowledge we don't have. So how about we give some credential for their knowledge too, to come in the workforce? Thank you.
That sounds like a great idea. And I think that should be pursued. Paula, do you have a comment there, Paula?
There's always time. Yeah.
Just this kind of stuff is already happening. There are a number of programs that are they're indigenizing, and they're making there's land-based learning, and rather than written reports, they can do oral storytelling as part of their report. The MBA program I'm in, it's Indigenous Business Leadership through Simon Fraser University. The entire program is indigenized in some form or another, and the last cohort that just graduated, her capstone project was actually a weaving piece, traditional weaving, which told the story of her journey on her MBA, and that was her final project. So these are pieces that are happening in the education space already to indigenize and to incorporate traditional knowledge and traditional practices. So it's happening. It's slowly but surely. It just needs to get, I think, a little bit more widely spread and more well-known across the country, and maybe other institutions can start implementing the same type of practices.
Excellent, thank you. I'd like to ask if we can give a hand to our panelists here, please.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Nathan, Paula, Karen, and Dr. Anderson, if you can join me on my right to receive a sincere thank you from FNPA with a small token of appreciation that Martin will present. And also take a photo just in front of the FNPA banner over there. Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Really appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we're going to do a raffle, one now, and then one when we return from the break. I will go grab that item. And it is an Indigenous box. If Martin, you just want to grab that for me, please. So we have a whole bunch of names in here. Let's see here. My friend Kira. Is there a Kira here that can come accept and receive this award? Okay, well, there is no last name. Did you put a ballot in? Oh, okay. Kira, you seem like a fine person. I'm so sorry I cannot offer you this ethical Indigenous box. I cannot. Okay, well, we will contact Kira. Her phone number is on here. Yes, I think this is just an opportunity to showcase some of the fine products that can be shipped to you, I believe on a monthly or quarterly basis. That is all different local artisans from across Canada that have put together their, pieces and are shipped to you monthly to support the Indigenous artisan community. All right, so we will take a brief break, about 15 minutes. So we will return at 2:40 to hear from, I think I just saw Ernie Daniels in the back. So we'll learn a little more about Indigenous clean energy finance, and then round out our afternoon with the carbon capture panel throughout the energy transition. I will see you at 2:40. And one more round of applause to our panelists. Thank you. I needed Rebecca here. It's okay. Also notably, please visit our Indigenous vendors on the far right, as well as participate in any outstanding raffles. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. If we can please take our seats, we'll be getting started right away. It is an incredible privilege and honor to introduce the next panel, which is titled Indigenous Clean Energy Finance. And I think this panel is exceptionally special because on our panel, we have some of the incredible change makers and leaders that have led this community's, First Nations communities, to building major capital projects and infrastructure on and off reserve, and they've been instrumental in completely changing and transforming what clean energy and large infrastructure projects means. So if we can please take our seats, that would be greatly appreciated here. Thank you very much. So I'd like to introduce our panelists. First, we have Darren Huchelak, who will be our moderator. He comes with, I think, over 30 years in finance, doing financial modeling, and if you can imagine a finance challenge to solve, Darren has truly solved it, especially in the clean energy space. He also is a former FNPA employee, a Métis man, and comes with an incredible wealth of knowledge and experience. Please join me in welcoming Darren Huchelak. Joining Darren is Hilary Thatcher from Canada Infrastructure Bank. Last year was unable to join due to extreme snowstorms. She is serving as the Managing Director of Investments, leading Canada Infrastructure Bank's Indigenous Infrastructure team. In her role, she is responsible for the CIB's engagement with Indigenous communities, brings a lot of enthusiasm and personality, I think, to the role, which is incredible and much needed. And we're just incredibly privileged to have her, and of course is a massive volunteer in her hometown of Toronto. So please join me in welcoming Hilary. I had the pleasure of meeting Booker Cornea yesterday. He is a proud member of the Saskatchewan Métis Nation and currently makes his home with his family on Treaty 4 territory and Western Region 3. He is the Manager of Business Development with the First Nations Bank of Canada, where he works with nations across the country. Welcome, Booker. And last but certainly not least, we have Ernie Daniels, the President and CEO of the First Nations Finance Authority. He is also a CPA, CGA, and Certified Aboriginal Financial Manager, CAFM, from the Salt River First Nation near Fort Smith in the Northwest Territories. He has worked for Indigenous non-for-profit orgs in various leadership and management positions and has, honestly, the list was too long to count, like the number of boards and leadership positions that Ernie has held. But notably, was appointed to the board on the Bank of Canada, becoming the first First Nation director to sit on this incredibly prestigious board. Please join me in welcoming Ernie Daniels. I also want to note that Ernie Daniels' organization, First Nations Finance Authority, brought a whole contingency of staff to participate fully the entire conference, which I thought was just incredible. They had a booth. I actually had different community members talk to me about the conversations they had with your team at that booth, and they also donated the Indigenous box that we just gave away in our raffle. So thank you, Ernie, for your leadership and bringing a real team here to participate with us. Seriously, thank you. All right, so with that, Darren, please take it away.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're good. Thank you, Alexandra, for that welcoming note. And I must say I'm humbled and honored to be here with all you folks this afternoon. I know it's been a great day and a half. We're going on 2 days, and I'm hoping that I know this distinguished panel of guests will add a little excitement and inject some energy into the conversation here this afternoon. So what I think we'd like to start out with, if you don't mind, is I'll ask each of the panelists to just give us a sense of your organization, the types of products you offer for renewable energy or clean energy projects, and what would somebody have to do if they wanted to contact your organization to start the conversation around, well, how do I think about financing or getting some capital raised in terms of those clean energy projects. So I'll start with you, and we'll work our way over down to our friend Ernie. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here with all of you today and with the First Nations Power Authority. And Alexander got it right. I did miss last year's conference because I got trapped in Ottawa in the snowstorm, and I almost didn't make it here because Toronto had these terrible thunderstorms yesterday. And my 9 a.m. arrival turned into almost a 9 p.m. arrival. But I'm here today, and I'm really happy that I was able to listen to the panels earlier. My name's Hilary Thatcher. I work at the Canada Infrastructure Bank, and we're a Crown corporation that was created in 2017 to close the infrastructure gap across Canada. And the gap is huge in all areas of infrastructure, whether it's water, wastewater, clean power, clean fuels, renewables, public transit. We have significant infrastructure gaps. And it's because infrastructure is really expensive and we have a small population. And so being able to service debt and raise private capital to make these types of investments is a really challenging thing to do in Canada. So the bank was given $35 billion by the federal government to allocate to investments in infrastructure and to earn returns on those investments. And the returns are really small in terms of capital dollars, but really big in terms of impact. The one area, though, that was a big gap that wasn't being addressed at the bank was Indigenous infrastructure. And there are a number of tools across a number of fronts, and you're going to hear from First Nations Bank and First Nation Financing Authority about their tools. But there are still gaps that Indigenous communities have access to capital challenges. And so the Canada Infrastructure Bank created the Indigenous Community Infrastructure Initiative, where we can make investments directly with and for First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities, where they're making smaller infrastructure investments and to help them to make those investments so they can close the gaps in their communities with really low-cost capital, but yielding the types of returns that communities are looking for, and so looking at Indigenous impacts. That's one way that we can be active in Indigenous portfolios. The second way is in the budget of 2023 for the federal government, we can now lend directly to an Indigenous community who's making investments in a large or major project. So we can lend them their equity so that they can make that equity contribution. We're seeing private sector come to the table now more and more to offer ownership stakes in major projects, but communities still struggle to access affordable capital. And so we can now help out in the right situations, those communities who maybe want to own a part of a wind farm or a transmission asset. And then the third way we make investments is that we will look at, we work with large developers, and in particular around the clean power space and any linear assets. We will work with those developers to actually encourage them to consider working alongside Indigenous partners. And so in those cases, we have favorable capital where they have Indigenous partners that they bring to the table. And so those are really the three main areas that we make investments, whether they're large projects or small community-based projects, or an Indigenous equity loan so that we can help the communities move forward their aspirations.
Great, thank you for that, Hilary. So just to clarify, so you would help anywhere from like the micro scale up to the large scale infrastructure projects?
Yeah, and micro scale is our minimum investment size is $5 million for the community-based infrastructure. And then larger projects like a linear transmission line or a large wind farm, our minimum investment size is $100 million.
Great. And I had understood that the infrastructure bank was primarily loan guarantees, but it sounds like you actually loan directly to projects now.
Yeah,
too, right?
we don't do loan guarantees. We can, but we actually do direct lending. And so we have commercial terms, and we will enter into a regular commercial credit facility with a community. Typically, it's actually not directly with the community, with their dev corporation or with their a limited partnership or holdco. So.
Excellent. I'm learning here as we go, too, so that's great. Thank you. Booker.
Just wanted to say it's amazing to be here. Like, what an amazing event. I missed it last year, but you know, just incredible energy, just the group, the people, just homegrown in Saskatchewan. It's incredible to be here and be part of it. So thanks to FNPA and Rebecca, Martin. You know, I think Guy had a little something to do with this, but you know, it's an amazing event and pretty good. So I work with First Nations Bank of Canada. We're Canada's only Indigenous-owned chartered bank. So, you know, what that means is we have 85 First Nations shareholders from across Canada. If you're from one of the Saskatchewan First Nations, chances are you own part of our bank. You may or may not have known that. The reason why we exist, we got started back in the 90s. Essentially back then, the big banks weren't terribly interested in doing a whole lot with First Nations, and there was certainly a big gap there. Some forward-thinking people in Saskatchewan thought there's got to be a better way, got together, created a bank. So we're headquartered in Saskatoon. We are a national bank, though. We're regulated in the same way that all the big guys are. The difference being is that Indigenous lending, supporting Indigenous communities, it's the entire reason we exist, where most of the banks will now have an Indigenous lending division, but it makes up like a percent of what they do overall. So really, it's why we exist. So where we fit in, we can, you know, if a First Nation's involved and they need banking or financing, there's probably a place for us in just about any kind of project, or could be. We can finance anything from, you know, equity contributions investments to project financing. You know, we've been involved with everything from a few panels on a band office that's remote to utility scale power production. I've got the pleasure and the ability to have been involved with several utility scale projects here in Saskatchewan, from solar, geothermal, biomass, and wind. So it's been, you know, really exciting place to work, and yeah, we're excited to keep on helping some of these projects get off the ground and participating in them.
Great, thanks for that overview, Booker. I might have missed it, but did you mention that you're national in scope then?
Absolutely, yeah. We're a national bank. We will do everything from East Coast to West, far north, you know, anywhere in Canada.
Great, thank you. Ernie, you're up next.
Well, I just want to thank First Nations Power Authority for the opportunity to speak to you today. I think, you know, it's always nice to come to Saskatoon. Haven't been here for a while, but I was just sharing some discussions earlier on that it looks different, looks very different, but looks nice. Anyways, glad to be here. Yeah, so the First Nations Finance Authority, we operate under federal government legislation called the First Nation Fiscal Management Act. And the purpose of the act, just what everybody else is saying here, is that just the lack of access to capital that First Nation governments and bands had, there wasn't any. Like, you know, until our act came into force in 2006, all First Nation governments had to use commercial banks or other all types of financing like that. And all governments in Canada, believe this or not, don't use those methods of financing. They go to the capital markets. They have their own treasury branches. And so that's what we are. We are a central borrowing agency for First Nation bands and governments that want access to the capital market. So what really distinguishes us different from other lenders is that we go directly to the markets. We go and we issue our own bonds. First Nations Finance Authority bonds are issued pretty regularly on an annual basis, and And our bonds are bought by institutional investors. Right now we have investors all over the world that buy First Nations Finance Authority bonds. Now the First Nation Finance Authority, it's owned by those First Nation governments that become members. There is a process to get through there. Now there's 3 other institutions that operate under the Act. There's the First Nations Tax Commission, which helps communities do property tax regimes, sets them up. There's the First Nations Financial Management Board, what vets the communities to ensure they meet a certain level of operational standard. And then now there's a new institution called the First Nation Infrastructure Institute. That Infrastructure Institute will assist First Nations in coming up with infrastructure projects. So one of the things that's really important to get access to the capital markets is you need a credit rating. You need at least 2. In Canada, you need 2. And we were fortunate enough in 2014 to get 2 pretty respectable credit ratings. It started us off the ground. It enabled us to get to the markets. And so today we have a credit rating with Moody's and S&P. We have a AA rating. And just recently, we actually have a 3rd credit rating with Morningstar DBRS. And so there's all kinds of acronyms in this field of finance, believe it or not. But that rating allows us to do like a commercial paper program. So it means that we can actually access the market, I think $400 million every month. And so that gives us access to money when First Nations members need it to do anything in between debentures and also for interim financing. So to date, we have 160 First Nations that are become members. We lent out pretty close to $2 billion in loans. We've issued 9 debentures. Our interest rates are different than how everybody else is structured. It's what the market tells you. And today, I can safely say that if we issued a debenture today, we'd be paying about 4% interest. This is for a 10-year fixed rate. For 20, 30 years, it's a bit longer. So that's the other thing that kind of distinguishes us as well from other financial institutions. We can do long-term fixed rate financing. So we can match your power purchase agreement. We can match those types of arrangements. We also do investment advisory services. We have 2 investment accounts that we operate now that can actually, if First Nations have idle cash that they don't need right now, they can bet and invest it, and we have a higher interest rate for that program as well. So, yeah, so our board is made up of our members. So the First Nations that join us make up our board. They decide who gets approved for loans. They decide who gets to become a member. So it's a pool borrowing model is what our structure is. And so to date, it's been pretty successful. We hope and we're sure that it'll continue to be that way. But yeah, we work with First Nations. We work with them from start to finish on the project. And yeah, so that's, I guess, a mouthful already.
That's great, Ernie. Thanks very much for that. There's lots of interesting information there for sure. I guess before I sort of dive into the script here, I got a couple of questions that we'll pose to the panel here. I'm kind of curious, just as a layperson, like when I go to apply for a loan, for example, or a mortgage, I kind of look to my personal credit to grant those funds. Is it similar thinking in this space? Like how does a First Nation, how do you, Hillary, think, and your infrastructure bank think about granting credit to a First Nation? Is it by the nation or by the project, a combination of 2? Just kind of curious, and I'd like the response from each of the panel members, please.
Yeah, so at the Canada Infrastructure Bank, we typically don't look to the First Nation for their credit rating or their credit worthiness. So we'll lend to, we look to the project first to see whether or not it will be able to service the debt, if it's generating revenue, if it's got enough revenue to service the debt. We look to the community's holdco and make sure that it's so that we're non-recourse to the community. So if the project that they're investing in goes sideways, doesn't end up getting built, or has major cost overruns, or something happens and there's a problem with it, the community's protected from that debt. And so we'll have to write off the debt in some cases. In other cases, we can step in and help fix the project and get it back up on track. But really, we're looking at the project as our recourse. And so, in terms of the community, we can work with communities actually that are in third-party management, but we haven't yet. Well, we have the ability to do that because we're really looking more to the project to make sure that it's got, credit-worthy partners, that it's able to deliver, based on its projected outcomes.
Great, thank you. Booker?
We would look at both. So, we would analyze the community, and look at their credit worthiness per se. But we'd also analyze the project and probably take a look at it a little bit differently than your traditional colonial bank. Commercial banking gets caught up in ratios constantly, and that's part of the process. With us, I'd say we probably have a different perspective where we don't need the ratios to be quite as high. We might look at a project, and if it benefits a nation, it's a good, it might not be as slam dunk of a normal commercial deal outside of the First Nations world, but in the, in that context, if it can debt service itself, maybe have a little bit more, we might be fine with something that's, just above a 1-to-1 debt service ratio where, traditional banks wouldn't really be happy with that. They'd want a little bit more margin or, room on that. The other thing to note is, I think just about every project that we've done in this space, especially in Saskatchewan, but they're usually quite strong projects. They're based on power purchase agreements, and therefore the risk is a little bit, it's mitigated by that. And so we're able to get a little bit tighter in those ratios, and typically we're able to lend to a related entity to the nation and have it be non-recourse to the nation, which is a benefit, because as strong as these projects are and as low risk, they're large, and low risk doesn't mean no risk. So that's how we approach it.
Great, thanks. That's very informative. Ernie.
Yeah, so when a First Nation wants to work with the First Nations Finance Authority, they need to work with our sister organization called the First Nations Financial Management Board, and they actually require that a First Nation adopts a financial administration law. And that financial administration law is a certain level of financial management. It's a system that's put in place. And they also, they're assessed against certain ratios. And once they get this certificate, it's called a financial performance certificate, then that gives them the eligibility to come and knock on my door. And so that's a requirement. So all the First Nations are theoretically at the same level operationally from a financial management perspective. And so once a nation starts working with us, we work on revenue streams. So we assess based on the First Nations revenue stream, much like what Hillary was talking about. We assess a certain borrowing capacity on that. And the First Nation can borrow against that borrowing capacity. And so in this case, in this space, talking about energy projects, just about all of them have an energy purchase agreement attached to them. And they all vary in length, from 20 years up until 40 years in some cases. And so that contract it allows you to actually go and it's bankable. You can get financing for that. And it depends what works for you, what length of term, what interest rates, and so we all can work with nations to do that. It's just the choice of the nation on what method they want to work on. So I think that's that's kind of what's really important here is that so we don't take collateral over assets because we're securing the revenue streams. And So what we do is when we go for financing, we pool all the loans together. It's called a pool borrowing model. So we borrow together, and that allows us to get a better credit rating and also better interest rates. And so, just for example, our bonds now we're priced off of Ontario. So the province of Ontario, we're about 8 basis points above Ontario, which is actually pretty good. A lot of governments in Canada don't have that. So you know, we feel that we built a pretty good path to the capital market for First Nations to access affordable financing. And one other thing that's really important with us is that we're limited to who we can work with. We can only work with Indian Act bands at this point in time. That's what the Act is actually limited us to. Although recent amendments have made it possible now. We're going to be working with not-for-profit corporations. So I'm thinking about water authorities, education authorities, and those are the services that provide a service to a government like First Nations. And so, the other thing is we're unable to work with self-governing First Nations at this point in time, but we're in the process of developing a regulation which will allow us to do that, because I find more and more nations are going to get into this. As UNDRIP is actually being implemented, nations will become self-governing. So it's going to be really important that we're there to support them as they grow their governments, and all governments need financing.
Thanks, Ernie. I think, Hillary, you want to jump in?
I just wanted to add one thing, and Ernie kind of raised a flag for me. So the Canada Infrastructure Bank, we're a gap filler. So we come in when First Nation Financing Authority is not able to do the loan. It's not a borrowing community, or the First Nations Bank isn't able to do it, and there's no commercial opportunity. So we really are there to, like, the bank was created to crowd in private capital, and so I don't want to displace any of this money. If it's available to the nation, then those are the institutions that communities should go to. We are seeing, and I want to mention it here because I don't know where everybody from this room's from, but if it's mostly Saskatchewan-based, it may not be relevant, but in Alberta, it's merchant market. So they actually don't have PPAs, and so it's much riskier, and what we're finding is we're getting a lot of requests in Alberta for the CIB to come in because your standard lenders just can't take on the appetite for that type of risk for merchant power because it fluctuates from year to year. And so we're seeing a lot more activity in the renewable energy space, certainly for the bank in Alberta, or for our bank in Alberta, because other lenders just can't get comfortable with the type of risk. And so I just wanted to make sure that I mentioned that as well. But I think to Ernie's point, and Booker, you'd said, where there is a PPA, you know, these are pretty stable regimes where there's, you know, on fixed pricing and regulated rates on transmission assets. These are areas where the Canada Infrastructure Bank just may not be needed because other lenders are at the table and able to do those deals.
Great, thanks for that clarification. So next question is to do with challenges for bringing clean energy projects online. And I think that's really important in the environment we have today where things are volatile, changing quickly, and interest rates are rising, and we have capital cost overruns and so on and so forth. Also, I think we've seen a trend towards shorter corporate PPAs and things like that. So I'm just curious, how does that impact, I guess, the stringency that each of your organizations would bring to a project when you're thinking about lending to it and managing the risks? Booker, we'll go with you this time.
These projects are just getting bigger and bigger. You know, here in Saskatchewan specifically, we saw a few 10-megawatt projects, which most First Nations would have the ability to take on and manage themselves. There won't be any more, or I would know more, but I don't think there's going to be a lot more 10-megawatt projects. They're, you know, SaskPower was at 3,000 megawatts they want to add in 12 years or so. I think I've heard that, and I think that's a massive number. You don't get that way 10 at a time. That's 100 megawatts plus. Those are big projects, and that's big money, and you know, there's a lot of capacity that's needed to manage just the business end of that. So if you're a nation or a group, you know, that's why First Nations Power Authority exists to assist with that. But your nation's going to need a lot of capacity internally. Cowasis is Oasis project, which we got to take part in, which was amazing learning opportunity for me to work in that space. That wouldn't exist if it wasn't for some capacity they have. Jessica Nixon, I think she's here. She's the capacity there that was the big part in that project going forward and getting done. And if there's not, if they didn't have a Jessica or somebody like her, they wouldn't have been able to have done that. And so if your nation wants to be in this area, you need your Jessica, whether that's, a partner, whether that's a consultant, or whether you have that internally, you need to have that capacity to just, there's so much that's involved, and I only saw a small portion of the financing end of it that happened over the course of 18 months or so to get that project going before construction got going. But it's like, I can't imagine the hours and time that went on that end. And so these projects just getting bigger and bigger. That's going to be a big factor, is the capacity that way. The other aspect is just, some of these projects that made sense from a dollar standpoint when rates were at 2% or 2.5%, they don't work anymore when you're looking at 7 or 8% or so higher interest rate environment. We don't know. You want to build a project now. I know what rates are today. Does anybody here have a clue what they're going to be in 36 months once it goes online? And I don't know what they're going to be, but we're going to have to. It's not going to be 2%. So it's really important. These aren't getting built without NRCan stepping up and helping sort some of that out with some grant funding. Get as much money as you can from Hillary, because Hillary's they're going to be the cheapest money you're going to find outside of grant funding. And so take advantage of those things, and then there's going to be a place to play for First Nations Bank, for First Nations Finance Authority, there's a place there as well, and it all kind of has to come together to make these projects happen.
Yeah, thanks. I think we learned a little bit earlier about the importance of human capital as well as financial capital, very important. So Ernie, I want to ask you, I have some familiarity with what you guys do over there, and in terms of, back to the specific question, in this volatile environment, to be more specific, does that mean we see things like coverage ratios tick up and increase just to mitigate the risk you're taking on when you lend to these projects, or does it make it more challenging for people to raise capital in this environment, I guess, is the question.
That's a good question. It really depends. Because, again, capacity is an issue. With rising interest rates, and not only that, it's the cost of materials. That has actually increased probably a lot faster than the interest rate cost. And so projects become less viable if this continues. But all indications that supply is starting to level off. It's starting to at least. This is a briefing that I had a few weeks ago when I was at a Bank of Canada board meeting of where all the high cost is, and the high. Believe it or not, the high cost is in housing and rental and all those things. Other things are coming down. They're stabilizing, which is interesting. But I think again, going back to the cost of capital, it's going to really determine what's viable or not. And interest rates are not going to be coming down as quickly as we think they are. It's probably going to stable off over the next year or so. Just to digress a bit here, the Bank of Canada has a monetary policy. It's a five-year monetary policy where they set interest rates at inflation rate at 2%. So what they're going to do, there's only one thing that the bank can do to try to get inflation under control, and that's to raise interest rates. The reason why they want to raise interest rates so we stop spending. And so it affects this field as well. And so, so I think that's the real challenge is the cost of materials and the cost of financing. Yeah, because it does make a difference in, and governments have to kind of respond accordingly. I think that's another challenge is that they want to keep their costs as low as possible. But at the same time, to try to hit some of the targets that they're looking at hitting with the energy, what the government has, different governments have said, they're going to have to do energy like the work that we're doing here. They're going to have to do more of that. And so they have to start to think about that to make sure that these projects are viable because it makes a difference. They got to be operational, they got to provide the electricity. So I think that government really hasn't come to the table yet and really started to increase those power purchase agreement rates. Yeah. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Ernie. So Hillary, did you have any comments on that specific question?
Well, I want to kind of respond to the end of Ernie's comments right there because that's what I was going to hit on. I was deeply involved in the transition to clean power in Ontario. So I was the architect of the Aboriginal Loan Guarantee Program in Ontario and the Aboriginal price adders and Aboriginal inclusion in Ontario's clean power sector. And there, the ratepayers took the hit. So ratepayers' prices went up. It lost the government its election because energy prices were so high. Today, and especially when you look up to the north and you look at different jurisdictions like the Atlantic Canada, people can't afford to have higher energy bills. And so it's either the taxpayers or it's going to be the ratepayers who are going to get hit. And maybe it's some combination of the two, but we do have limits and people have limited pocket change to continue to have more expensive bills. And developers need to earn returns, otherwise why would they be building these projects? And so it's a real economic quandary that we find ourselves in. And so it's where, and we're in a really funny time right now, and I think if anybody's, and I am looking at Jessica because Jessica knows well that when you bid in a contract pre-COVID and you're reaching financial close after COVID, you've got inflation increases, so cost of borrowing is much higher. The commodity prices and the prices, like we saw 50% to 100% increases in the cost of the capex on these projects, which means the PPA that they negotiated just doesn't work anymore. And so it really is all players coming together to figure out what makes the most sense. And are these projects going to earn their 12 to 14% returns? Can they take a lower return? Will their shareholders allow it for that? Can the communities handle that? And so it's really trying to figure out what's that right balance. And I think, to Ernie's point, I think it's groups like this coming together to figure out what's the right balance and what's the right mix so that we can make this happen. And the last thing I would say is, we at the Canada Infrastructure Bank, we work using project finance approach to all of our deals. And one of the challenges that we have identified, and we're working really closely with the AFOA, the Aboriginal Financial Officers Association, is on some training. So that they're working to create a micro certification on project finance because it's a different way than just getting a commercial loan. Using project finance is really focused on that project and its ability to generate revenue and all of the due diligence that goes into the project, and the contracting is quite different than just getting a commercial loan. And so we really want to make sure that communities have access to training so that in-house they can understand some of the requirements of our credit facilities, and they understand what they're getting into. So I think wherever we can develop more training initiatives, bringing more people, young people, women in particular in STEM, I love that panel. I think the more we can do to create education systems to support people means that we can hopefully find the supply of workforce to actually do the jobs, but also do the jobs with an open mind and understanding of what the community is actually getting into, instead of just always relying on some Bay Street lawyers and financiers to tell them what they're doing and not have that in-house expertise.
Thank you, Hillary.
I think we're at time. Yeah. Thanks, Jared.
I think we're all out of time, unfortunately, but thank you very much for the panel. Thanks for listening. It was a very interesting discussion. I hope people learned. I did learn a lot. So once again, thanks to this team panel, and we'll see you all later.
Yeah, thank you. And just as a token of our appreciation, Rebecca and Martin are going to present you with a small gift from FNPA for taking time in person to be here with all of us today. Thank you, Hillary, Ernie. Very nice to meet you, Ernie. And Booker, of course. Thank you. So please note, this is not a break, and we're just going to do a quick raffle for the $750 pieces of art, and then introduce our next session. So I'll introduce our panelists first, and then when they're done presenting awards, we will do our raffle and wrap up here. Yes, one more round of applause. Thank you. And truly, for community members in the room, please don't hesitate to reach out to our folks in finance that are the people behind the funding of the many projects on the go. So our next topic is Indigenous leadership in carbon capture, utilization, and storage throughout the energy transition. It will be moderated by our very own Joshua Thomas of the Kiniston-Soto First Nation in Saskatchewan. Josh is, I think, is a professional engineer registered through APEGS in Saskatchewan, and is our community energy leader, manager, and planner, and is also supporting business development. Please join me in welcoming Josh, our moderator. We have Stephen Mason, the CEO and Senior Managing Director at Project Reconciliation. And Stephen, although he looks like a young man, has seen many years in the energy space as an oil and gas executive, and is now devoting his life's work to advancing Indigenous equity participation in a number of projects. Our focus today will be on carbon capture, but for the community members in the room, Stephen's life work, I've seen it. He's a Calgary-based gentleman, but is devoted to advancing equity participation for First Nation communities in a number of projects in the energy transition. So if you get the chance, please do talk to him. He's building a project from the ground up, and his work is actually incredible. We also have hello. We have Jay Harris from ACOM, I believe. Pardon me? Oh, okay, perfect. And Cowessess First Nation member. Please, Jay, I'll let you introduce yourself. I apologize, I did not get your bio. But please join me in welcoming Jay. Apologies, Jay.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, maybe just say a couple words about yourself. I don't want the audience to miss out.
Done quite a few different things in the last few years, and I've been doing a little bit of consulting, and in the last 10 or 15 years, a lot of talk on small modular reactors, micro grids in the market. I'm here to add my my unconventional side of things here on the unconventional carbon capture and dealing with it through the portions of value addition in the market.
Awesome, thank you, Jay. And his organization, ACOM, has been incredibly supportive, sending multiple speakers for us this session. And last but not least, we have a speaker and sponsor, the president and CEO of the Petroleum Technology Research Center. Ranjith is an incredible leader, a friend of Guy Lonechild, and just has made a real dedicated effort to advance reconciliation. And I think in the technical sciences especially, we don't see a lot of leaders who display, this is my opinion now, apologies, but like that level of technical excellence in research and R&D, but also are so devoted to reconciliation. So please join me in welcoming Ran. Hello, nice to meet you in person. Okay, so we've introduced our panels. I'll do a quick raffle here with the help of Rebecca. We're going to do this rapid fire and make sure we're on time and on budget here. All right, so please gather your tickets. 440-4055. There's about a 20-second timer on these, so please check your tickets. And then when you come up, you get to pick one. There is no. Oh, okay. Thank you. We have Jarrett LaFontaine. Oh, I just saw him. Yes, there you are. Congratulations, Jarrett. Yeah, join us at the front. We have Joel Guy. Oh, sorry. Oh, that's it. Okay. I apologize, Joel. That was a bit of catch and release. So we'll just release you back into the wild. You can get Jared, if you can come back and we can get a photo of you, and we'll also make sure to shout out for the artist as well. It's a big deal to our artisans here. Okay, and with that, I will pass it over to the illustrious Joshua Thomas. Thank you.
Sorry, I promise I'm not checking Twitter. My notes are on my phone. I didn't write them down, so don't worry about that. Yeah, welcome. I have the honor of moderating the Indigenous Leadership in Carbon Capture, Utilization and Storage, otherwise known as CCUS, throughout the energy transition. I was trying to think of my preamble, what I was supposed to talk about a little bit, because every other moderator kind of talked a little bit about their experience. However, I have very, very little experience. I'm a little baby project manager, and so I thought my time would be better used doing something else. And our good friend from TC Energy, Ryan Laverty, did mention yesterday that I do like to educate, I like to teach. And it is one of my favorite things to do in the world, is to try to figure out a complicated topic, explain it in a way that anybody can understand. And carbon capture is a perfect example of that, because I did hear a few people talking about carbon capture in the last couple of days, and it all ended with, oh, but I actually don't know how it works. And I promise that if you don't know how carbon capture works, neither does anybody else in the room. So I'm going to try and give a little bit of an explanation. I think Ram might go into a little more detail as well. But yeah, carbon capture is complicated, because how do you even capture carbon from the flue gas, from coal or natural gas, or any other kind of emissions? And so you can't touch the gas, you can't feel it, you can't hold it, you can't grab it, you can't even smell it when it comes out of there, because it's mixed with a million other things. But this is very, very close. This is a can of soda. You guys probably all know it's carbonated with CO2, the same carbon dioxide that's emitted from natural gas, from fossil fuels, that's causing climate change. And it's dissolved in here. And I can get pure carbon dioxide from this just by shaking it. There's other ways you can do that too, by adding different types of energy into the system, like heat. But it's very similar to how carbon capture actually works. So if I stuck this can on the exhaust of a car, possibly some of the carbon would get dissolved into here. And if I wanted to, I could take it off, shake it, or heat it up. And then that carbon that's dissolved into here can go wherever I put this can. It can be in a container, it can be in a greenhouse, it could be really anywhere. And the carbon that comes out of there is not necessarily a waste thing. Like I said, it's used in a lot of things, including the making of soda. So when we talk about CCUS, that's really the basis of how it works, is you capture the carbon in some kind of liquid like this, and then you release it whenever you want by shaking it, or traditionally they use heat to heat it up and dissolve the carbon out. But it's CCUS, carbon capture, utilization, and storage. And so a lot of the times you just store it because we don't want the carbon to be in the atmosphere. But there are a lot of uses for it, and there's a lot of business opportunities that come with not only capturing the carbon, but figuring out innovative ways to actually use it. And I think there's a lot of opportunities for Indigenous people to participate in this cool economy. So I guess my first question is that I wanted maybe each of the panels to talk a little bit more about your experience either in carbon capture itself or Indigenous business. So Steve, we'll start with you.
Well, thank you, and thank you everyone. And just to add to your analogy, that CO2 tastes better if you put a little rum or vodka in it. Yeah. So thank you everyone. I just want to give a little bit more color into my wonderful introduction that was given. So I am the vision behind what's called Project Reconciliation, and I want to put a little bit of a story around that, because what I've seen in my journey is the word reconciliation is not a trusted word. It's a word that is a noun. It's a word that when I started my journey with my team on changing the model to have major 100% Indigenous ownership of Trans Mountain Pipeline. I spent quite a journey with my team, meeting with a number of the leaders, upwards to 129, and we came in under the banner of Project Reconciliation, and I would keep getting that sort of, we don't like that word. It's an undelivered promise. So as I got to explain what Project Reconciliation is, it's a project of reconciliation. It's making an active verb of that now. And that's the journey that I've been on with a great team. It started in and around looking at Trans Mountain and having 100% ownership. We're still in that conversation with the federal government, albeit the government put it in a bit of a holding pattern while they were focusing on building it. But as we've been waiting and looking at what's happened in the energy transition space, we created a separate entity called Reconciliation Energy Transition, where we bring material Indigenous equity participation in energy transition projects. I've been up on a podium a number of times, but I really like to echo, when I say material, it's not 10%, it's not 15%, it's not 20%, it's not 25%, it's a minimum of 30%. We made an application for a carbon sequestration hub in the Calgary region. We went up against all the majors, TC Energy, Pembina, a whole host of big midstream companies. And we were awarded the project because we were technically ready, and we did a lot of work to get technically ready. But the key differentiator, we brought Siksika Nation and the larger Treaty 7 into a 40% interest in that project. And that was a deciding factor in the Alberta government on awarding it to us. Now, as we're going to get into more of the technical understanding of CCS, I am not the technical guy. I am the guy that figures out how to finance these projects and how to structure them with partners. But I'm technically dangerous in terms of the input I can give technically. Jay, let me turn it over to you.
Okay, well, there we go. My name's Jay Harris. I'm with Callisis First Nation. I've done quite a few different things in the past. I've been an airman, been a Mountie. I've been a nuclear operator at a power plant for 12 and a half years. Dealt directly with spent fuel. I've done a lot of proponent and work with SMRs and the like. And the one thing that I took away from that is that the area that I talk a lot about is about remote locations and small centers. And what you get from that is the fact that when you actually start talking about that, I did a talk for many years called Nuclear North of 60. What it wasn't about was specifically about the reactors themselves. I didn't talk about that. What I talked about was the local market. And the issue, what it came down to is the thing is that people need fuel. The cost of fuel makes a part of everything. People need, everything from food to local manufacturing to the local grid to to being able to manage the grid and whatnot. And since then, I've also, after that portion of my career was done, I did a lot of other areas where I was trying to do consulting and advisory work and dealing with the effects on other larger grids in terms of non-dispatchable renewables. And where you end up with, I've a couple of large utilities that I got an amazing off-the-books education from. There are courses that you take and you get textbooks and everything else. And when you're sitting across from the business development officer from a major utility and he takes a moment to explain to you how the grid and the power market really works and why your project is dumb. By the way, I'm not the smart one here. So I have to touch the stove to learn. I'm that guy. So I've touched the stove a few times, so I will say that. But the one thing that you come away from on that is the fact that when you look at it, when we've got these times that you've got extreme portions in the shoulder seasons of when people aren't heating their homes and people aren't running their air conditioners and that, you've got times in that where you've got large wind and solar projects that are coming in. They're fairly predictable to a certain extent, but they don't always show up when you need it. What you end up with at times in that is that you can end up with extremely negatively priced power in certain markets. And this is where the ability comes in certain cases to be able to bring in. And again, scale works in both directions. If you can come in with a fairly automated process that mounts on an ISO skid and you can bring it in and hook it up to a local power simulator and you can have, power distribution a 4.6 kilovolt system or something like that, bring it in. You can install it in parallel to scale it if you need to. You could have it controlled by a PLC. You can have it hooked up to a market monitor. You can have it run by the system control, the local market, the local purchaser, and you can have them dispatch it even. In some cases, you can get that negative power. You can get it to be you can get it for free. And there are areas where we have problems importing economics into certain areas. And I don't want to always. There are examples of direct carbon capture where it works as a business model. Atmospheric carbon capture. It's very hard to do it because it's in a very low concentration in the general atmosphere in a normal cubic meter of atmosphere. And this is one area with energy storage and the like. I do see areas where it can work in parallel with things like atmospheric compression for energy storage, for off-grid peak hours and things like that, because you're concentrating it down and you're concentrating the area where you're going to be able to find the CO2 and the other exhaust contaminants that you're going to be able to bring in. In those cases, that sometimes adds to the business case where you bring in and you can harvest it. But being able to pull it out, there are other areas. There's synthetic fuels. I invite you all to look up the Grumman Synfuels ship project. It's a patent that should be available online that just about anybody can find. The model is it was atmospheric capture, and it was going to sail with the rest of the aircraft carrier fleet, and it was going to sail on an aircraft carrier hull with 2 reactors, and it was going to power an atmospheric capture synthetic fuels plant that was going to create fuel for the remaining ships and the aircraft and sail with the fleet, so that it wasn't going to have to be supplied and it wouldn't have to subject the supply ships to the risk of coming into during a conflict. The landed costs in those cases of the fuel, it would make the business case seem to work out in some cases, but the landed cost during a conflict is always a different argument. But that's also where you get back to the landed cost real cost of energy in remote communities is very different from what it is in large grid connected communities. In particular, this is where we get into, the more I've looked into I love spreadsheets, and again, this has come back where you have to touch the stove sometimes, where you get this great business idea, you think you're going to make $1 million, and then you crunch it all out in a spreadsheet, and you put it all together, and you realize you're an idiot. And you got to touch the stove. And and that's one of the areas where I've come to the conclusion where I've looked into grid level battery storage, grid level compression, atmospheric compression. I've looked into mass retention, everything from rail cars that get pushed uphill to pumped hydro and storage. We have one that's going in not far from us, and I've talked to a couple of the First Nations nearby. There are, and there's environmental concerns in those areas as well. With pumped hydro, you have a lot of the same issues with new hydro that goes in with scour and dissolution of minerals going into the water and sluiced out into the environment as well there. And that's also a concern that a lot of people don't, that is, in addition to the inefficiencies that go with that, because you got to pump it back uphill and you got to run it back down again. You lose a lot of the efficiency in that regard. And it's a very capital intense project and process. And this is one of the areas where I will come back to a little bit more specific as I'll play off of my partners here. I'm going to turn it over here shortly, but I do believe in value addition and extraction of that carbon and being able to put it into places where we can recover it and reuse it. So, there.
Thank you, folks. I'm going to talk about, I don't know how many people know that Canada is the world leader in CCUS. How many people know here? That's great. That's a great thing. I'm talking to a great crowd. There's one more in the back. I think I want to say Saskatchewan is the leader because we are the first one to ever build a post-combustion carbon capture plant. I just want to hit the topic here because I understand the time. The reason I'm saying this is because we captured 5 million tons of CO2. The people complain about all the time, energy intense province, blah, blah, everything, but tell me which jurisdiction in the world has done this work, captured 5 million tons of CO2 and 500,000 tons of CO2 injected permanently in a deep saline formation. That's Saskatchewan. So I think credit goes to the government of Saskatchewan and SASCOR and company like PTRC where we're able to make that happen. And there is a most important thing you have to remember is the oil and gas is a very, very important for the economic benefit of this province. And also we are talking about indigenous reconciliation, TRC 92, that's personally close to my heart. The most important thing is there is so much opportunities to develop that. Why I'm saying that is because we have proven it, it's a workable solution. When you look at the energy mix of any country, the carbon intensity is a big problem. How are you going to reduce carbon? You need to have a CCUS as part of your mix. If you don't have a CCUS, you are not going to reduce the carbon intensity, period. The reason I'm saying that is because solar, wind, geothermal, these all are part of the mix. That's not the only one solution. Because last year, we hosted 30 ambassadors from Europe. I think somebody mentioned in the morning today, the Europeans imported 10 million tons of coal to run their coal plants because of the war going on. And they were asking how to do a carbon capture now, the Germany and everyone. Because nobody is talking about the energy intensity issue, how carbon capture will play a very important role. I want to proud to say the Saskatchewan is the first one made that happen. That's a really good story. And most important thing is we are injecting 400 tons of CO2 every day in a permanent geological formation. And we are partnering with FNPA, thanks to my good friend Guy. He's a big champion for indigenous economic development. We are putting together a program, carbon capture utilization workshops. We are working with them. We are working with NRCan and some funding. First thing is you have to understand what CCUS is, because it's not a coffee table conversation. But right now, here in these people in the room, we understand CCUS because we are talking about it. But if you go out and tell people, hey, do you know about CCUS? People say, what is that? But if you say wind and solar, people know it. So we need to have a major education component about CCUS, how it's going to play an important role. The cost, everything is very important. I understand it's not expensive. It's expensive, but when you look at the 45Q in states, they are giving $85 a ton for permanent CO2 storage and $65 for EOR. I think it's one way or other. I think 85 is for permanent storage and 65 for EOR storage. And Canadian government, the federal government, they have a $2.6 billion tax credits. You have to take advantage of that to build some projects. And the most important thing is we have to make this as a commodity. If you don't make CCUS as a commodity, it's not going to happen. That's the most important thing we need to keep in consideration. But I want to say is, as a proud from Saskatchewan, Saskatchewan made the post-combustion carbon capture plant. And the most important thing is the CO2 is used for enhanced oil recovery. And Canada produces the most ethical oil here, because when it comes to ESG, people say, yes, you are using CO2 to produce oil, but it's better than putting the CO2 outside. And you are not drilling the new wells. The depleted reservoirs where we are using CO2 is better than just getting it out. So it's a very, very important economic aspect of the province, enhanced oil recovery. We have to remember that. The Weyburn Midale fields, it produces tons of oil. 1 ton of CO2 can produce 3 barrels of oil. And the other thing is, there is a pipeline coming from North Dakota to Weyburn Midale. It brings almost 1 million tons. And Sasper did a great job. Their plant is working good. They are also putting the CO2 to Cenovus right now, Whitecap Resources for producing oil. So I want to say CO2 is money, folks. It's not a CO2 is a bad thing. The CO2 is the most important thing for Saskatchewan, especially in terms of the economic benefit. I think there's a lot of aspects to it, but I just want to say, remember, CO2 is not a bad thing. CO2 is the most important thing for this province.
Yeah, thank you. One of my favorite things about the panel when I met you guys last week was the variety of different aspects, and I knew you guys were going to be talking about very different viewpoints and different lenses, the financials of it, the business of it, the research of it, and so that's, I'm grateful that it's you 3 guys that are up here. Yeah, what you said about carbon capture, it's exactly true, and carbon is not a bad thing, the same as uranium is not a bad thing, the same as lithium is not a bad thing, but if you eat them, it's a bad thing. If you just throw it in the bathtub and sit in it, it's a bad thing. And so the thing itself is not bad. However, carbon dioxide is a commodity. It's a useful thing. And I personally think, oil and gas in general, I really love the molecules. I took chemical engineering in school. And I personally think, sometimes it can be a little silly to just burn it when we have this valuable molecule you can make almost anything out of. And the carbon dioxide, same thing. It's a product that's just wasted, but we can turn that into different plastics. You can turn that into fuel. And then you can use carbon capture on things that aren't just power stations. Or you could use it on different types of power stations, like a biomass station. Imagine a biomass facility that sustainably collects wood, meaning it's net zero, but then also has a carbon capture part to it, making it negative emissions. It's capturing all those emissions, and then it's still planting those trees, acting kind of as a pseudo direct air carbon capture. And so there's a lot of different places that you can utilize this, not just in power, in oil and gas, like processing, cement, really everything else. So the next question I had for you guys was, what types of business opportunities are there involving carbon capture, either directly or indirectly, and how can Indigenous communities benefit from them?
Should I go?
Yep, sure, Steve.
So first of all, I just want to give an overview of our East Calgary sequestration project. As I mentioned, we were awarded the permit. We've been doing the engineering, pre-FEED engineering. The design is to capture ultimately upwards to 10 million tons per year. And our reservoir understanding, which is saline aquifers, as was mentioned, which are very prevalent on the east side of Calgary. A number of my friends, when they were drilling, looking for oil, chasing Leduc and Nisku reefs, got the log results and they were wet, full of water, not full of oil. And these are the ideal reservoirs for permanent sequestration. The project's going to entail about $430 million worth of capital, which will include a high-density pipeline to move the captured CO2 off of, starting with the power generation in the Calgary region, the Shepherd Energy Center, which is our main power plant in Calgary, is an 840 megawatt combined cycle power plant that produces about 2.2 million tons per year. The project is in its early stages of feasibility engineering to pick a technology by the fall. And then there's a number of other load that we are working towards to accommodate the sequestration. And getting to your question, I mean, the key piece is to bring in the Indigenous ownership to these projects. So we've developed a great relationship with Siksika Nation and the broader Treaty 7. In my relationship with the chief of Siksika Nation, Chief Crowfoot, he's quite concerned that the Indigenous, his community doesn't take the front end risk. So our company funds the front end risk of these projects through the feed work. The estimate on our feed, which we started to expend, is about $40 million. We'll be drilling some test wells to prove up what we know is the geology, and then moving into full implementation. So we fund the portion of Siksika Nation and Treaty 7's front-end risk to de-risk these projects. They ultimately end up being structured around a midstream rate of return, where the capital around the transportation and sequestration of these projects will earn a utility-grade midstream rate of return, and that's what's earned by the interest by the Indigenous peoples. Now, I could talk forever, and apparently we got a plane to catch here, so. Which actually my flight got canceled, so I was scrambling to get there. Anyway, Jay, please.
Just refresh me on the question again. I drifted a bit.
Yeah, no worries. What type of business opportunities are there
Okay.
involving carbon capture?
Okay.
How can Indigenous communities benefit from
And
them?
this is coming back into the area where I'm talking about with value addition and the like. Like one of the, there's so many First Nations and communities where that they don't live nearby, they don't have, if you've got a grid connection, that is an amazing opportunity. I can think of one First Nation that they've got a very large hydro dam nearby, and because of the dam access to they use such a low amount of capacity off of the dam that they could be running it in a very large period of the time. And there's There are processes that are fairly closed cycles. You can, for instance, the precursors to making creating carbon fiber. If you could start putting out the feedstocks for that from direct carbon capture, you've got some areas where you've got very low value, inputs, and you're doing it on the reserve. So there's there's additional benefits doing it from that on the res. There's a carbon capture benefit, depending on which direction you go with NRCan or if you go with some of the other available opportunities. If you're in an area where you've got natural gas pipelines and large amounts of grid capacity that's available in the off hours, natural gas in the pipeline, it's one of those things during this, depending on the season of the year and that, it's got a seasonal value in the pipeline, a time of use value that you can negotiate with the utilities and the providers in a lot of cases. If you've got water and large amounts of grid space and natural gas, and there are a lot of places here throughout Western Canada where we have that. Now you've got opportunities for electrolysis, you've got opportunities for direct carbon capture either from the air or from thermal plants. If you've got a thermal plant with a carbon capture system that's going on. And this is the thing, the high purity CO2, when it's coming off of these items, and if they're using direct oxygen injection for the, not every plant does, but if they're using direct O2 injection instead of using atmospheric injection for the combustion, the CO2 that comes out in the CO is extremely pure, and that gives you a very good opportunity to be able to do things like scrub it with hydrogen from electrolyzers and create methanes and higher grade hydrocarbons. And if you've already got an area where there is a hydrocarbon like methane natural gas pipelines and the like, you can use that to upgrade it even further with electrolytic processes, sodium hypochlorite processes, and other treatments that are completely landed, and you can ship it out. And it's still, in many cases, as you say, depending on what your feedstock is, in some cases there are biomass opportunities that you can go with it as well. I invite everybody to Google the gentleman by the name of Glenn Gordon out of his biomass project in Flin Flon. Very interesting one that's moving forward here he's looking to work on. There are a number of opportunities as well, and again, it may not be a gigantic operation in scale, but it can be highly localized for the people who live, depending on where they're living. And I'm trying not to run back to SMRs and saying that it's going to be, in your community and that, but this is going to be, where the availability is of these energy, and it does come back to trying to go ahead with the value addition and finding that those market opportunities when the market is down.
Yeah, no, you brought up a good point too, the time of use. The carbon capture, you don't necessarily need to be running it the whole entire time that a power generating station is running. And so a power station could be running 24/7 to provide you baseload power. And it requires energy to actually use the carbon capture system, but you could run a natural gas cycle 24/7 and then have the carbon capture running just during the day, powered by solar, powered by possibly wind. And so it could definitely be a combination to have both reliable power, but a net zero power grid that is powered partially by oil and gas, not nuclear, sorry, natural gas, solar, wind, but still not releasing any emissions and still having an opportunity to collect that carbon and to make some kind of valuable product out of it. So.
Yeah. Actually, I did see, I was invited to comment on one technology that I'm still under NDA about, but basically what it is they were trying to, had a large thermal plant that was, they were trying to maintain a fairly constant thermal output, a fairly constant electrical output despite the time of use. They also had a large amount of grid intertie with non-dispatchable renewables, and they were having issues with with wind showing up and trying not to step back too far. Because when you've got a large thermal plant, whether it be nuclear, coal, or combined cycle natural gas, if you shut it down and you let it cool off, it can sometimes take 2 days to fire it back up again. And that's then in between, if all of a sudden you need that power back, now you've got to go to fast peaking gas. You're talking about $2,400 a megawatt hour, possibly more, to get in there to produce that power in the interim to fill in the gap when it's needed. And what this company was trying to do was that they were explaining to me their concept was basically that they wanted to, I'm not going to get into the actual technology too closely, but basically they wanted to produce hydrogen in the off hours without, when the power price was low, keep it stored at site at low, relatively low compression so that they weren't losing that efficiency, and then injecting it into the thermal plant stack basically during the complete operation cycle, to try to help scrub the stack for the carbon capture to produce, well, they were saying CH4, methane, like heavier methanes and that, but would be able to push it out and eventually create higher value synthetic fuels and the like. So anyway, I'll turn it over.
Yeah, thank you. I think in terms of opportunities, I think there's a couple of hub concepts they mentioned. I think there's a great opportunity. I think everyone would think in the room is about having a indigenous CO2 storage site. That will be a brilliant opportunity to look at that, because what I'm saying is Alberta and Saskatchewan have a really good geological formation for storage. They're talking about 2 billion tons. So how come we can help, how we can work together to have a indigenous owned storage hub, like FNPA, how you are able to take advantage of that PPAs and able to produce power, and you are bringing the benefit back to the communities. That's what I'm talking about, real opportunities here, the technology and stuff. But right now, PTRC, we are doing a hub study right now, looking at the old Saskatchewan, where we can find a proper deep saline formation for storage. But in terms of that, I think with the FNPA, there's an opportunity here to scan the area where few indigenous nations come together and say, we want to develop the hub. Like that will be a really good concept. I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing that in the renewable energy projects, but in terms of CCUS, that will be the opportunity. I'm seeing the low-hanging fruit, because we are a subsurface experts. We call ourselves energy from the earth. So we are looking at even a blue hydrogen right now, looking at using natural gas. But there's a lot of opportunities. I think having this indigenous hub for CCUS in Western Canada will be a really good idea. That's what the opportunities is. In terms of procurement, I want to give credit to all the great companies working. Everybody has the procurement opportunities. There is a percentage there. I was involved in creating $300 million of new economy here. So I think I'm looking at is how can you be a part of that solution? I think there's a tremendous opportunity here, having a indigenous CCUS hubs. That will be a great opportunity. Again, that's my own perspective.
No, great answers, great perspectives. My next question was, did you have nothing to add, Steve?
Yeah.
Oh.
Sure. And just to add to my colleague, our vision on the Calgary Hub just looked at it as a foundation to what we could build on in terms of other indigenous-based projects. And where we've moved to, we announced last year, and it's certainly moved quite a bit into engineering phase of a sustainable aviation fuel project to deliver SAF into YYC. The design of the plant is a 6,000 barrel a day output. The input, the feedstock to the plant will be a combined canola oil and tallow. Those in the room don't know what tallow is. It's the waste from the beef industry. Which I learned an interesting fact along that journey that Alberta's a big producer of beef, and within a 100-kilometer radius of Calgary, the beef industry, their processing plants slaughter, I hate to use that word, but it is slaughter, about 12,000 head of cattle a day. And each cow has approximately 70 to 80 pounds of animal fat that goes into the making of the tallow. So where we see this is, it's a combined canola, which we look to bulk of the canola to be grown on Treaty 7 lands, combined with the tallow, and bring an indigenous material owned, not just growing the canola, owning the blending facility, owning the SAF plant, the crushing facility, all the way through to YYC, and the airlines are very interested in our vision on that. I know it's a digression from CCS, but it just furthers your comment in terms of what we could build off of by having an indigenous materially owned sequestration hub.
Yeah, it's a great point you brought about in terms of aviation. Like there are some experimental test planes that are electric that can hold, maybe 20 people. But that's an extremely hard industry to decarbonize. And there was a couple mentions of a carbon cycle, like carbon economy, and that refers to burning carbon, but then capturing it, turning it back into some valuable product, and then burning it again in a natural cycle, you might not be adding any CO2 to the atmosphere, and it won't be increasing atmospheric concentrations, but you can still burn fossil fuels as long as you can sustainably turn that CO2 back into a fuel, and you could do that possibly with renewables. There's a lot of studies and research going into that right now.
Just one thing I want to say, I'm a lifelong aerospace nut.
Yeah.
So everything involving aircraft technology or anything like that, and history of that, that's kind of my thing as well. But the one area there, as you were saying there, that definitely, like, it's one of those things you can close the cycle with synthetic fuels. Sasol of South Africa, they had amazing technology during when they were under apartheid, and when they were running the apartheid, when they were closed off. Sorry, I'm having a senior moment here. I can't think of the word on that. Yeah, I know exactly. But they had, but they had developed that technology where they were developing those synthetic fuels. And this is where you come back to, is that when you've got the CO2 in storage and when it's high quality CO2, and when you've got large sections of it, it will stratify, and it should be able to fairly predictable pull it out. And if you've got hydrogen in off hours, especially when it's running, when the wind is blowing and nobody's running their air conditioners, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Because all of a sudden, if you've got negative $3 a megawatt power out on the grid or something like that, there's no reason that you can't support the power price with electrolyzers or be able to bring them on that. There is a capacity factor. You start getting into the range of 20, 30% at the absolute bottom end of the range where you can still make the business case. And again, it's a scale issue. It's got to be relatively automated. It's got to be, ISO skid mounted so that when it needs maintenance, it just gets shipped out on a truck to a central location. It gets replaced, and again, fairly automated. But the nice part about it being modular like that and being shippable is the fact that you can send it to any First Nation that's basically got a grid connection and infrastructure to be able to ship that stuff in and out. And maybe I realize that on the prairies there's not water everywhere, but there's a lot of times there's often opportunities to do things with others. There's other things you can do when you've got just electricity, and with CO2 as well. So anyway.
Yeah, no, great point. That's one of the problems with renewables right now, is that if you try to make a grid completely out of renewables, there's 0% chance that you're going to size it exactly correctly. And so you definitely don't want to undersize it to cause power outages and low power quality. It's going to be oversized. And so there are some interesting ways that you can overbuild something. Then you have all this excess energy. You might as well do something with it, like making hydrogen or like making those synthetic fuels. My next question is, and you touched a little bit on this, Steve, with some of the work you're doing, but what can non-Indigenous entities like corporations or government do to help get Indigenous leadership in CCUS?
I think I want to go over it. I think I want to say, first of all, the model of FNPA should be replicated across Canada, because that's a great model. I was very fortunate when it was inaugurated in 2012. I was in Ramada Inn. I was working at SAS Power. Then I thought, we're 10 years, we're sitting and talking about all the energy mixes here. I think the FNPA has to be supported. The reason is you need a medium and vehicle to carry this message forward. That's a very important thing. Also, the most important thing is in terms of government funding and stuff, the education piece is very important. The people need to understand it's a safe thing to do CCUS. There's a lot of myth around CCUS too, because that's where companies like PTRC does is the measurement, monitoring and verification is very, very important. Because someone asked me what happened to the CO2 in next 50 years. I'm already in 40s. I don't know whether I'll be alive to say what we are doing, right? So we are doing some really good work thanks to our federal government partners and staff and University of Regina and stuff. We are looking at the plume monitoring. What happens to the CO2? Right now we have a 540,000 tons of permanent CO2 in deep saline formation. So we are looking at what will happen. So these kind of messaging needs to be get out to the public, where as long as people able to understand this is just a part of the energy mix. It's not there's a complexity in it, but it's not a rocket science. You know what I'm saying? It's already, we have a proven technologies and projects working here. So the organizations like FNPA and PTRC is where we can able to take that message, working with the entities and able to carry forward. And the most important thing is when you develop a project, you have to make sure that you consider the TRC 92. That has to be included, then automatically you're going to get a buy-in, and also you're able to work with people and educate the people, and we can move the projects forward. The biggest problem, personally, I see is the consultations are not happening fast enough, and proactive consultations. You don't want to say, I'm putting a CO2 well under Joshua's home and coming and telling him 24 hours notice, yes, I'm doing it. It's not going to work. So we need to have that respect and mutual trust, understanding with all the people, not only just indigenous nations, and also the farmers, the landowners who over there, right? So when we have that collaborative approach, that's where that other organization can help, bring the funding. Capacity funding is very important. I was involved in a lot of capacity funding when I was in a previous work, where we provided money to hire smart people like you folks here to help the indigenous people to build project capacities, right? So these are the things we need to consider, is start with the right attitude, you know what I'm saying, and how we can work together. It's all about working together. I think the FNPA concept has to be replicated across all the provinces in Canada. That's the one we can use this as a medium and vehicle to carry the message forward.
Yeah, no, great points. And you mentioned, carbon capture shouldn't be seen as an alternative to renewable energy or an alternative to fossil fuels or an alternative to SMRs and nuclear. Really, we need a whole, all hands on deck approach when it comes to climate change. And that includes things like carbon capture, possibly like SMRs. And again, there are so many industries that produce carbon that aren't oil and gas. And we're going to need to find a way to get net zero to that. And carbon capture research in oil and gas is helping us actually decarbonize other things that we otherwise wouldn't be able to decarbonize. So, great point. Jay?
Yeah, there's one thing that I wanted to point out here, and is, when we talk about there's a lot of people who see the people who work in the renewables industry, people who work in hydro, people who work in nuclear, people who work in petroleum and thermal, in coal and gas generation, everything else like that. And a lot of people see varying areas, and they see them as competitors, or they see them as a threat, or they see them as in other areas here. One of the things that I like to, we don't have time today, and I wish I had a whiteboard, but I would invite everybody to look up at the NRCan website and look at how many gallons or metric tons, however you want to do it, of gasoline we used last year for transport for the country, and diesel. The next thing you want to do is look at how much that works out to, and you're going to take a little bit to convert it to kilowatt hours or megawatt hours in thermal units. Go from there, then work your way back to when you get to what the transport fleet needs in terms of energy that's going to go into the transport fleet. The best batteries in the world are about 50% efficient, so whatever you put in them, you're only going to get half of it back, so you need twice as much power right there. The best electric motors in the world, 38 to 44%, let's just say half, so you're going to need, twice from that, to get that power back. So we're already at 4 times as much energy as you go in there. You start playing with a lot of these numbers, and the size of the vehicle fleet and the amount of petroleum, both in diesel, and I'm not including aviation kerosene, or literally just gasoline and diesel for Canada. You end up with a number that, depending on where your sources are and who you use to calculate it, it's somewhere between 4.8 times and 10 times the amount of power generation we have right now. Last Friday, Canada crossed the population number, became 40 million people last Friday. It's going to be 50 million people by 2050. But I want you to imagine, look around today and just think about every single generation plant in the entire province, everywhere there is, and every wind turbine, every coal plant, every gas generating station, every solar unit. And we are going to need, just to electrify the fleet, to remove the fuel from the vehicle fleet that we operate at present, not in 2050, we're going to need between 4.8 times as many power plants and 10 times. And I'm trying to be go wide ranging here, and please find your own numbers and the people that you trust, but work that number out for yourself and arrive at that number, and you will be shocked. And what you realize is that we're going to need all of it. There's no workaround.
All right.
Steve?
Yeah, I just want to go back to, again, the vision that we have back to that word material. You know, we've had a lot of inbounds from some significant corporate Canada companies that have reached in to see whether we were looking for partners, whether it's pipeline companies or big asset manager companies. And when they start to get into that, well, do you think we can cut back the interest on the Indigenous side, this 40%? And I respond with, there's the door. There's no negotiation of that, and if that's your view, it's nice talking to you, drink up your coffee. And they end up staying. But that's the key being not just to have that 40%.
Oh, can you speak into the mic, Stephen?
And the revenue.
There we go.
I'd like to talk loud anyways.
So, same.
But also with that place at the table is that basis of decision making, that the employment, the capacity building, whether it's in the field, in the injection facilities, and we have a design for truck and train transload to bring in smaller CO2 loads either by truck, B-trains, or train, and then that requires people to operate those transloads, and then certainly in the south plant. So the key piece in our vision on that material interest is a place at the table to ensure the jobs are there.
Oh, great answers. Go back to my list of questions. So yeah, we mentioned carbon capture. It's relatively, how much time do we have?
I think just short answers, but we can wrap it up pretty soon. That'd be good.
Okay, sure. We'll go with maybe one
Josh.
more question then.
Yeah, let's. Half
Okay.
question? Right?
Yeah.
Half question. All right.
So yeah, carbon capture is like a relatively new technology, especially compared with everything else. And no, not all of them have been successes. But what are some of the current challenges with carbon capture, and what advancements are being made, or are to be made?
I think I can start. I think what happened is, you know, if you look at anything you want to do in technology, you need some government support and subsidies. Right now, it was not there. Even when we built that carbon capture plant in Saskatchewan, federal government gave $250 million as a public information to make it happen. So right now there is a $2.6 billion tax credits from federal government, NRCan, and also we have in states 45Q, the Inflation Reduction Act worries me as a Canadian here, because a lot of investments will go there because there is a lot of incentives they are giving in states. We are talking about carrots versus sticks. So we need some really good carrots to support it. I think the technology-wise, technology is really getting more matured. And also there is more and more projects are coming online, and you're going to have more and more opportunities to develop that. But I think we need some carrots in terms of, for example, so we are trying to work with federal government, even myself talking to ministers and stuff, asking hey, can you please give some credits for EOR, Enhanced Oil Recovery for CO2 storage. But states is giving it, but in Canada we are not getting it. But at the same time, you cannot go and tell anyone don't drive the cars, right? Even though if you drive an electric car, that's fine, but there's not enough lithium to produce billion cars. And that's going to cause environmental concerns too. It's not enough. We're going to might see maybe 10, 15, 20%, but I don't think it's going to be 100% change in right away. So what we have right now is we need some incentives, especially the incentive for CO2 storage for EOR will help a lot, especially in driving forward. And also in terms of technology is there. I think humans are the most smartest people. They work hard and they're able to find a solution for any problems we have. So I think we have a solution right now. I think CCUS is not the only solution. Like you said, Joshua, it's one of the solutions we have. I think we need to embrace it faster.
Oh, great. Government action definitely needs to kind of step it up in all areas, renewable energy, clean energy. So, great. Jay?
You know what? The problem is that I want to sit here and try to keep it short and not. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, you got planes to catch in this. No, I understand. I think what I'm just going to say, I'm just going to go here really short and shorten it up. That we need to look at shorter. Like you talked about biomass and things like that, and it's like a lot of the coal plants that are out there, they're not designed to run biomass, and I've seen a lot of times people turn things into far more complex projects than they need to be. There's, I've I was reading about in Minnesota a coal plant that they were trying to convert to run on biomass, and they ran into all these issues. They had coking that was coming from the biomass up in the. But I had spoken to somebody else, and they were saying, if they had just run it at 10 or 15% biomass along with the coal, they could have reduced the impact of the CO2 from the coal plant by 20 or 25%. Without having to make all the modifications to the plant and having all the other issues that had come along with it. And then in addition to that, they could have done things like hydrogen co-injection on the combustion side at 10 or 15% as well. And that's one of the things they talk about with the natural gas pipelines to protect them from hydrogen embrittlement and things like that, is that you can fairly easily get them up to about 10 or 15%. And those are things that it's an easy way to run an electrolyzer in the off hours when you've got a business case. To help support the renewables and to help bring down the CO2 output and a lot of other. I'm a real off-the-shelf guy, and if I can point to it in a catalog, that's one of the things that I like to do. So I'm going to stop there just because there's more I could say, but.
And then just lastly, as my colleague mentioned, the carrots versus the stick. When looking at the Calgary project with the capture off of Shepherd, we're talking in total about $1.8 billion worth of capital between the capture and the sequestration. Yes, the government's put out a number of really incentivized investment tax credit structures, but it gets to what's the floor on the price of carbon credit offsets, and that's where the government is really starting to step up, but probably not quick enough. Predictability on and that comes in the form of, I think everybody's heard this contract for differences. That conversation is picking up. The public service pension has been mandated to manage the growth fund. And we're starting to have, in fact, that's why I was concerned my flight getting canceled tonight. I have a meeting with them first thing in the morning. So the government is stepping up. It's probably not fast enough because as we get to the final investment decisions of $1.8 billion in capital, there has to be some predictability and certainty in terms of getting those utility-grade midstream rates of return.
No, great answers, and yeah, I think generally more work needs to be done by the government to assist people that are trying to do this work. It's difficult to decarbonize such a carbon-heavy industry, and I would like to just everybody give a round of applause for our moderators, our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Josh, of course, but Stephen, Jay, and Ran for your meaningful contributions. So we're rounding the corner to the end of our forum, but yeah, please hop off stage. Martin has a few gifts for you, and we'll get your photo by the FNPA banner. It's been an absolute pleasure and honor to serve as your MC, and I'd like to ask Guy Lonechild, FNPA CEO, to stand up here and say a few closing remarks before we close with, not grand entry, but I suppose a grand closing.
Oh, good job.
Rounding the corner.
Give Alexandria a round of applause, if you wouldn't mind. Woo-hoo. Such a champion. I think we discovered you around COVID time. Is that when we saw you on screen that one time? So thanks very much for all of you staying so late. This is just a real pleasure to see such good friends. Now we can maybe call each other relatives, brothers, sisters from another mother. Pardon me? All our relations. Thanks very much. To all of our very valued industry members, industry partners, First Nations communities, Métis communities, the veterans, the elders, the panelists, the moderators, the staff, the consultants, the singers, the dancers, and everybody who's here this afternoon. This has been a tremendous experience for myself, and I'm hoping for all of you. And FNPA was created in 2011, not that long ago actually, not that long ago, right here in Saskatchewan. Lots of good things happen in Saskatchewan and actually branch out across the country and indeed the world. And when we hear about carbon capture, utilization, and storage and various technologies that we sometimes, maybe shouldn't be proud or are taught not to be proud of, we should be proud of them because they happen right here in Saskatchewan, in southeast Saskatchewan. So I recognize that any technology and all technology conversations that we have isn't going to be the one-size-fits-all. We've heard that as a theme across the spectrum of power generation opportunities, whether that be renewable energy or small modular reactor technology. The fact is that if it's not Indigenous-led, here and now and forever, it just doesn't feel right. And this is what is, I think, unique about our conferences and our forums, is that we actually bring the expertise to the table. We bring really good people to the First Nations Power Authority, and we're looking for more. I'm not able to say what we're hoping to announce in the coming weeks and actually in the coming months, but we've got partnerships with SAS Power that I'd like to talk to you about today. And we are going to be going to market and asking for a competitive bid solicitation from First Nations communities in Saskatchewan. We're actually talking to SAS Power about broadening that beyond just Saskatchewan First Nations. We'd like to see Alberta First Nations participate. We'd like to see Manitoba First Nations participate. And the reason for that is that energy security and collaboration with Indigenous communities is the new mandate, I think, for our country. If we close these conversations off interprovincially, we all lose. We've seen that in either the building or not the building of oil and gas pipelines right across the country. So let's not repeat things of the past. Let's make sure that Indigenous communities benefit from these infrastructure projects here and forever. FNPA was created to, bring those solutions to the table. We'll continue to build this family. The opportunity to build a carbon capture, utilization, and storage in Treaty 6 Alberta, Treaty 6 Saskatchewan, or Treaty 4 Saskatchewan, or wherever, the sky is the limit. I think if we take what we've learned from the establishment of the Indigenous Advisory Council on small modular reactors, we can see communities benefit in terms of equity participation for SMRs. We can see significant, like 30%, 25%, 50%, and even 100% ownership of power projects, or transmission projects, or distribution. And so if we march together, I think, with provincial governments, and we all see this vision that we have, and that we bring our young people to the table and say, okay, here's what we have to do, grandson, or son, or daughter, or granddaughter. But anyways, the sky is the limit. That's my message. I'm so touched by the learnings that I've taken away from this. I want to have a shout out to the Meadow Lake Tribal Council in terms of all of their community energy navigators who've stayed till the end. Just give them a round of applause, because it's groups like the MLTC that have led, I think, in terms of Indigenous-led development in Canada. I always point to that in terms of the experiences that I've actually been able to witness, be a part of, continue to support. But there's many more. There's many more of you that need to get on that road to prosperity and help to provide, I think, a better quality of life for our people. I'm going to ask our veterans, our esteemed veterans, to come up, please. We honor you. We thank you. And if it's not for the veterans who came back to fight for their freedoms, our land, our territories, our rights, our sovereignty, we wouldn't be here. FNPA would not be here. The Federation of Saskatchewan Indian Nations and the other Indigenous organizations you know too well all across the country would not be here if it were not for our veterans. So please give them a round of applause if you would. And they epitomize, I think, the feeling that we have in this room around spirituality, around being Indigenous-led, and really living to that. So thank you very much, Vice Chief Dutch, for coming. The longest-serving FSIN executive that we've had in not just the province, but likely of any organization in Canada. I'm gonna go as far as saying that, because I think it's almost 30 years. So to all of you, we really do appreciate the patience you've had this afternoon. I do wish you a safe flight home. And again, really am appreciative of all that you did last night for all of the award nominees, and to the staff and everyone else who love this organization. They work really hard, made this a success. This was the biggest and best ever FNPA conference that we've had to date. So give our staff a round of applause and our consultants a round of applause. And I think in closing, I'm always about membership. We are a membership organization. Without you, we're nothing. So there's membership applications on the way out. If you could pick one up, sign it, send it back. We're offering free memberships to all First Nations in Canada to become a member of the First Nations Power Authority. And then industry members. We can't do this without you either. So we've got a lot of exciting things. Not just 100 megawatt projects, solar projects, but 10 megawatt solar projects, 30, 40, and 50 megawatt solar projects that we're contemplating. We do need investment partners. We want participation in these projects as well. Wind projects, we're looking at a variety of technologies right across the country. And on behalf of our board of directors, I really appreciate their support to do my job and to do our jobs as a team. We can't do this without the confidence of board of directors. I don't know if they're here. There was one or two that slipped out. Is there anybody left here? I don't think so. I think Chris went home. Albert went home. Paul went home. Anyways, they're not here. But without them and without their confidence, like, we wouldn't be able to do this. And so what they've asked us to do is to meet with the BC government, meet with the New Brunswick government, meet with whomever will meet with us at this most senior levels, and we're going to embark on doing that. And so at the very highest levels, people know who FNPA is. We're not going away anytime soon. And we will be a strong advocate for Indigenous people's voices in the energy conversation here and forever. So we are the pathway to powerful opportunities. And without you, we wouldn't be able to do that. So thanks very much. Give yourselves a round of applause, if you wouldn't mind. And I guess we can take it away. All right? Thanks very much to Iron Nation and everyone from your home communities. Please travel home safe. And if everyone could now join us in the Grand March Out, just follow the Eagle staff. Our Eagle staff, FNPA, has its own Eagle staff. And we've had it blessed by elders. It stays in the glass teepee at Veterans Memorial Teepee at the First Nations University of Canada. That's its permanent home. And we'll have the flags and the Grand March out. And then if you could line up right behind them, come on everybody, line up right behind them. That would be fantastic.